He opened his eyes to a quiet ceiling and the flickering glow of candles, instantly recognizing that he was no longer in the modern world of LED bulbs. The primitive surroundings confirmed his suspicion. He had been reincarnated into a fantasy world, one far behind the civilization he once knew. Still, he realized this wasn't some destitute hovel. He had landed in a family of significant wealth and stature. For an orphan who had worked himself to death in his previous life, this was an almost dreamlike upgrade. He quickly realized there was another reason to be optimistic about this new life. His mother was breathtakingly beautiful, ensuring a much brighter future for himself. He cooed like a normal infant, savoring the peace of his new beginning. 3 years drifted by, and for the first time he crawled out of the confines of his cradle to peer out the window. The world outside felt impossibly vast, a sprawling horizon that stretched far beyond his young understanding. He stared in wonder, realizing that this place was truly something out of a fantasy. But that moment of quiet awe was cut short, as his early adventures outside the cradle were quickly brought to an end by the watchful eyes of the household. He was snatched back into safety, scolded gently for wandering into danger. It turned out his family wasn't just wealthy, they were central figures in the Grand Duchy, a name known throughout the entire kingdom. He finally understood his status. He was the son of the Grand Duke Dragonia, a child of immense privilege and responsibility. He quickly realized that being a noble meant he couldn't just play around. The expectations on his shoulders were already forming. At just 8 years old, his true training began. He was to become a knight of the kingdom. The prospect thrilled him. Would he finally get to master the legendary sword chi and aura he had only ever read about? His mentor was dispatched directly from the palace, the formidable Sir Gothic, a man who took his duty with terrifying seriousness. The knight was eager, convinced that training the young master was nothing short of divine will. Leon greeted his new mentor with polite indifference, unaware of the hell that awaited him. The excitement vanished the moment the training started, as he realized Gothic was an absolute brute. He was forced to push his young body to the absolute limit, realizing too late that this was less like training and more like relentless child abuse. He looked at the legendary weapon in his hand, feeling the weight of the expectations placed upon a future holy knight. A holy knight wasn't just a soldier, they were viewed as monsters in human skin, requiring a level of perfection few could ever achieve. The training was unforgiving, one more lap, one more set, until he couldn't even stand. To qualify, he had to complete grueling quests, earn the honor of the kingdom, and eventually be chosen by the Holy Grail itself. On top of the physical torture, he had to study the complex politics and duties required of a Grand Duke. He watched his mentor demonstrate the perfect strike, demanding total focus until the very last second. His life became a grueling cycle of administrative studies and bone-shattering combat drills. Exhausted and pushed to the brink, he found himself desperate. If there really was a god, he wanted nothing more than to be saved from this torment. Despite his prayers for relief, he didn't actually believe in any religion. He was simply a boy pushed too far. By the time he was 14, he was still searching for a way out, or perhaps a way forward. He roamed the world, seeking the elusive acknowledgement of the goddess required to finally ascend to the rank of a holy knight. He questioned how one actually earns the attention of a divine being. The answer was simple yet daunting. Rack up enough fame and good deeds, and the goddess would eventually seek him out herself. He thought the idea was utterly ridiculous, a fool's errand for a tired boy. His frustration was interrupted by the desperate cries of Sir Gildas. The front line was collapsing. Swarms of orcs were descending upon them, turning their training ground into a slaughterhouse. In his panic, he cried out to the heavens, begging for the goddess to intervene. Even in the middle of a war, he saw countless opportunities to prove his worth with his blade. He stood his ground, watching the invaders trample the kingdom's soil with their filthy feet. The kingdom was besieged on all sides, surrounded by too many enemies to count. As the battle reached a fever pitch, he realized the legends were true. The goddess actually descended to answer his plea. He knelt in awe, pledging his life to her commands, finally understanding his purpose. After years of slaving away in the mud and blood, he had finally ascended to the rank of a holy knight. The transition was brutal. He became a machine of war, cutting down everything that stood in his way. He tore through goblins, his blade moving with a precision that bordered on the supernatural. He didn't stop there. He hunted down every cultist who dared to spread chaos, leaving no trace of their existence. Eventually, he rose to the rank of war knight, gaining the authority to lead his own legions into the heart of darkness. He showed no mercy, orchestrating a massacre of 700,000 orcs, sparing no one, not even the women or children. He cursed the green-skinned beasts, feeling a cold, dark sense of satisfaction as he wiped them from the map. For the first time in his life, he felt truly refreshed by the slaughter. 35 years had passed, and the world began to fracture with the death of the living saint, Arjun Majesty Leon Hart. He had fallen in the heat of a desperate battle against an archdemon summoned by the Empire. The orcs had been a headache, but the arrival of demons changed everything. The world was spiraling into a nightmare. He realized then that the only way to survive was for mankind to hold on to their faith with everything they had. He spat his disdain for the Empire's mages who were recklessly tearing reality apart. With the king gone, the Order needed a new protector, someone strong enough to carry the weight of the kingdom. Amidst the uncertainty, the goddess returned to him, selecting him as the successor to carry on the legacy. It was a position defined by both immense honor and crushing fatigue, but he couldn't abandon those who looked to him for survival. He accepted the mantle, transplanting the sacred lion heart from the goddess into his own chest. He swore a solemn oath to protect the Holy Grail, the ultimate symbol of their faith. In that moment, he became the Grand Duke Dragonia and the true king of the Lionheart Kingdom. 80 years had passed, and the weight of time began to show as the kingdom faced endless conflict. 3 great wars against the orcs had left the land scarred and the people weary. Even worse, a mutated goblin had ascended to become an archdemon, adding to the growing list of horrors they had to contain. The Empire continued its descent into madness, creating even more catastrophic situations for everyone else. Their dark magic experiments were accelerating, threatening to consume the very fabric of the world. He traced the source of the rot to the Empire, which had foolishly welcomed a dark northern cult into their fold. He watched in disgust as they abandoned the gods, their arrogance blinded by their own greed. He ordered his knights to muster, knowing the time for diplomacy had long since passed. He looked upon the separatists with nothing but contempt. They were wretches who didn't even deserve the mercy of slavery. He decided then that he wouldn't stop until he had conquered them all and purged the world of their stain. 96 years in, the Empire finally crossed a line they could never come back from. The capital was gripped in terror, a final desperate plea echoing through the halls of power. The Emperor, once so obsessed with his own survival, had finally lost his mind. In a final heinous act, he sacrificed his own people, offering 3 million souls as a dark contract. The resulting ritual brought forth the Lord of Chaos, a cosmic horror that descended upon the capital. He drew his blade, the holy sword still stained with the blood of last year's campaigns, and prepared to march on the Empire. He gave the order. They were going to end this once and for all. 121 years had passed, and despite all his efforts, the world was still crumbling. He had poured every ounce of holiness and strength into his crusade, but the tides of evil were simply too great. He looked out over the ruins, devastated that his best was not enough to save the world he had promised to protect. He knelt amidst the carnage, his voice heavy with the grief of a century of loss. He spoke to the fallen, promising that their sacrifice would be remembered in the halls of the gods. He rallied his troops, staring down the darkness that stood between them and salvation. He commanded his knights to hold their ground, their fear turning into a desperate, hardened resolve. He painted a picture of the innocent, the women clutching their children, the silent prayers for a tomorrow that might never come. He spoke of the stolen brothers and the fires of resistance held by those who refused to surrender. He challenged his men to listen to the cries of those who had been violated, using that rage to fuel their next charge. He stood as the master of the holy weapons, the lone wall against the encroaching shadow. He warned that even the greatest knight could not stop the evil that now stretched across the entire horizon. But as long as honor remained in their hearts, they would never truly be defeated. He cried out to his goddess, his voice trembling with the finality of the battle ahead. He charged into the fray, a lone figure against a sea of darkness, fighting for everything that remained. The final battle began, and the earth was choked by billions of devils hungry for the end. He stood at the center of the storm, carving through the demon lords and archdemons with the fury of a man who had nothing left to lose. 217 years had passed, and the winter of the world still showed no signs of ending. He shattered the final demon gate, sealing the nightmare away and leaving the remaining monsters with nowhere left to run. He stood in the wreckage, surrounded by the remnants of a defeated army, declaring that they were the ones trapped in this hell, not him. 300 years had passed when he finally encountered the survivors, and the legend of the Night King who returned was born. A massive gate suddenly materializes right in the heart of Seoul, casting a dark, ominous shadow over the bustling city. Authorities scramble to assess the threat, only to discover its rank as an unidentifiable, terrifying black. Desperate, the Hunter Association begs the nation's largest guilds for help, but the requests are met with dead silence. No one is willing to risk their lives stepping into an anomaly with a completely unknown difficulty level. With no other options, the government issues a grim mandate: forcing the Korean Hunter Association to lead the charge, a command that is basically an execution order. But what the frontline scouts find inside the apocalyptic wasteland completely shatters their expectations. Associate Manager Han Hari stares into the abyss, her breath catching as she spots a lone, blood-soaked figure standing among the carnage. Exhausted and still reeling from the shock, she sits rigidly in a secure briefing room back at headquarters. Head manager Kim Jin-soo hands her a cup of coffee, trying to ground her after the traumatic raid. He sighs heavily, admitting that upper management is having a nearly impossible time swallowing her unbelievable report. And it's easy to see why. The gate was a catastrophic black-rank demon realm, housing a legendary great devil. Just making it out alive without the major guilds was a miracle, but claiming one man cleared it entirely, it sounds like utter madness. Yet sitting calmly in the containment room is the living proof, a survivor who weathered the horrors of the other world. Jin-soo and Hari watch him intently through the two-way glass, studying the dangerous anomaly before them. Occasionally, humans dragged into these gate realms somehow manage to stay alive against all odds. Over the last 30 years, gates have torn across the globe, bridging Earth with dimensions teetering on the edge of destruction. The worlds inside are apocalyptic wastelands, merciless testing grounds that brutally break the weak. But sometimes a survivor claws their way back to Earth, bringing their newfound terrifying strength back with them. These individuals are living weapons, prompting the government to cater to their every need and aggressively scout them. Securing a survivor is a top priority, a matter of national security that no agency can afford to ignore. Jin-soo leans forward, the sheer gravity of the situation finally sinking in. Even elite A-rank hunters have to put their lives on the line just to scratch a high-ranking demon. Yet this mysterious man obliterated the Great Devil with a single effortless strike. A monster that gives veteran S-rank hunters absolute nightmares was violently reduced to nothing. He completely overpowered the colossal beast, treating the cataclysmic threat like a mere nuisance. The sheer scale of his power is incomprehensible, leaving nothing but dust and ash in his wake. Standing victorious amid the ruins, his aura alone proved he was completely out of humanity's league. Despite his terrifying strength, Hari imagines him as a noble, regal figure based on his archaic, elegant speech. She tries to convince Jin-soo that underneath all the intimidation, he genuinely seems like a benevolent savior. But her naive assessment is violently interrupted by a furious roar echoing through the secure facility. The reinforced glass rattles as the man shatters the interrogation table, enraged by a perceived insult to his glorious name. Hari and Jin-soo recoil in sheer terror, realizing this good person might just be completely unhinged. The man stands amidst the wreckage of the room, his dominating presence suffocating the terrified staff. The bald government agent cowers, frantically trying to bridge the massive cultural difference before he gets killed. For the man known as Leon, being back on Earth feels entirely foreign and deeply unsettling. It makes sense. In his past life, he was just a nameless orphan who worked himself into an early miserable grave in his 20s. But fate gave him a second chance, reincarnating him into a brutal otherworld where he rose to become the king and knight of a sprawling kingdom for over a century. He spent the next 200 years waging a relentless, bloody war, single-handedly conquering the demon realm. After 3 long centuries of endless combat, stepping back onto Earth brings a tiny, nostalgic wave of relief. The agent nervously attempts to address him, stumbling over his honorifics as he tries to start the interview. Leon's piercing gaze locks onto the terrified man, his mind racing with calculated strategy. He knows immediately that revealing his past as a pathetic, overworked earthling would completely ruin his leverage. So he leans into his majestic persona, glaring down at the agent and addressing him as a lowly peasant. The agent is caught completely off guard, scrambling to process the sheer arrogance of the demand. Deciding not to provoke the walking natural disaster, he nervously plays along, sweating profusely as he calls him Your Majesty. Leon quietly observes, wondering if the people of Earth are simply kind, or if the government is just terrified of his power. He confidently accepts the royal title, cementing his status as absolute authority in the room. The agent furiously scribbles down notes, trying to keep up with the bizarre, high-stakes interrogation. Leon proudly declares that he slaughtered the demon horde simply to protect the honor of his sacred knight. The agent nods along blankly, completely out of his depth but desperate to keep the man happy. Establishing his absolute dominance, Leon orders the agent to act as his temporary secretary and demands a full report on the current state of Earth. But before any of that, his stomach growls and he aggressively demands a royal feast to satiate his hunger. Sweating bullets, the agent frantically orders the kitchen to whip up something immediately. While they wait, the agent gravely recounts the living nightmare that began 30 years ago. He explains how the gates first tore open across the sky, unleashing relentless tides of monsters and demons upon an unprepared world. Humanity has been locked in a desperate, endless state of emergency ever since, barely clinging to survival. Leon listens intently, realizing this invasion operates on entirely different rules than his own realm. In his world, demons spawned endlessly, spreading like a relentless, chaotic plague across the land. But Earth's gates have structured themes and clear conditions, almost as if higher beings are forcing humanity through a twisted, calculated training program. The heavy exposition is cut short as the agent practically sprints back into the room, balancing a steaming food tray. Leon's eyes lock onto the dish, the rich, familiar aroma hitting him like a physical blow. His pupils dilate as he instantly recognizes the comforting scent of an old classic. It's a piping hot bowl of seolong tang, rich bone broth topped with salt, pepper, and crunchy kimchi. In his miserable past life, this cheap, hearty soup was his absolute soul food, the only comfort that kept him going. Every instinct screams at him to devour it, his mouth flooding with saliva as he violently forces himself to hold back. The agent proudly introduces it, carelessly mentioning it's famously known as the ultimate comfort food for the common working peasant. That single word triggers Leon's deeply ingrained royal pride, completely snapping him out of his nostalgic trance. He erupts in a blinding fury, violently slamming the table and demanding to know how they dare serve peasant trash to a glorious king. The agent shrinks back in pure horror, realizing he just committed a mortal sin in the eyes of his volatile new majesty. Leon's presence shifts entirely, projecting the overwhelming divine aura of the Lionheart King, the proxy of the god. He looks down upon the modern world with righteous disdain, absolutely appalled by their severe lack of manners. To him, Earth is a chaotic, faithless mess entirely devoid of the proper religious reverence he commanded for centuries. The spilled soup pools tragically on the floor, a heartbreaking casualty of his unbreakable royal ego. Despite returning to his original home, he refuses to ever be an Earthling again. He is, and always will be, a true Night King. The steak sizzled perfectly on the plate, a rare slice of normalcy in a chaotic world. Leon sliced through the prime cut, savoring the rich flavor with the quiet dignity of a seasoned ruler. Meanwhile, the association agents watched him from afar, sweating bullets over how to approach the literal king in their cafeteria. Hari nervously adjusted her collar, pushed forward by her superiors to be the sacrificial lamb. He already complimented your bravery, her colleague whispered, trying to offer a sliver of hope. But being called brave by a demigod didn't make interrupting his meal any less terrifying. Mustering every ounce of courage, Hari stepped forward, deeply apologizing for the intrusion. Leon paused, recognizing the trembling swordsman from their previous encounter. She stammered out a question, desperately hoping the food was at least to his liking. To her relief, he admitted it wasn't bad, acknowledging the chef's clear dedication. He clarified that his earlier harshness wasn't about the humble food, but their blatant disrespect. A king from a foreign land demanded to be treated as royalty, regardless of this new world's strange custom. Hari bowed her head immediately, apologizing for her profound lack of knowledge. Mollified, Leon brushed off the grievance and finally asked for her name. My name is Han Hari, she replied, her voice steadying just a fraction. He noted her resolve, confirming that the wicked creatures of the gates had indeed tainted this earth. Hari's true mission weighed heavily on her mind, securing this powerhouse for the Hunter Association. With the fate of their nation's strength hanging in the balance, she made her pitch. If he agreed to join them, the South Korean government would provide him with limitless support. In an era of intelligence warfare, securing a survivor of his caliber was an absolute necessity. No matter the cost, they couldn't afford to let him slip into the hands of a rival country or guild. But Leon's eyes hardened, his loyalty unbending even across dimensions. As an honorable knight, he acknowledged his duty to fight the encroaching darkness. Hari's face lit up with hope, ready to welcome him into the association's rank. However, his next words shattered her expectations entirely. A king could never be reduced to a mere foot soldier in another nation's military. Instead, he declared his intention to forge a brand new knight's order right here in this world. Left completely speechless, Hari could only nod, utterly overwhelmed by his overwhelming aura. Her superiors were equally cornered, realizing they had no choice but to bend to his royal whims. They breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't defected to a rival faction, even if he refused to be their subordinate. The frustration in the room was palpable, all stemming from the arrogant large guilds who flaunted their wealth. Suddenly, a blaring alarm shattered the tense silence of the monitoring room. Red emergency lights flashed as an urgent message materialized on the main screen. A massive dungeon break had just occurred at the Honam Plains, the nation's most vital granary. If the demonic energy infected the soil, the country's entire food production would instantly collapse. Panic set in as they realized the territory belonged to the Phoenix Guild. There was absolutely no way their S-rank guildmaster couldn't stop an orange-colored gate. The horrific truth dawned on them. The guild had purposefully let the gate shatter. Leon, listening quietly from the other side of the door, quickly grasped the severity of the crisis. A poisoned earth meant starvation, an unforgivable sin in the eyes of a king who protected his people. Stepping out with an icy glare, he confirmed that the situation was indeed dire. He checked on Hari, his protective instincts as a ruler already kicking in. Without hesitating, they deployed to the sprawling fields of the Honam Plains. A colossal pillar of chaotic light pierced the sky, signaling the disastrous dungeon break. The once golden wheat fields were already darkening, choked by the swirling demonic miasma. Amidst the unfolding disaster, a smug voice casually greeted the frantic association agent. It was Li Yongwan, the guildmaster responsible for the region, looking entirely unbothered by the apocalypse. Chief Kim's face twisted in pure rage, fully aware that this catastrophe was intentionally manufactured. The Phoenix Guild had been extorting the government for tax exemptions on their massive dungeon profits. Because the association denied their greedy demands, they let the nation's food supply rot as leverage. Desperation leaked into Kim's voice as he begged the guildmaster to close the gate immediately. But Yongwan just smirked, feigning helplessness as he claimed his members were too gravely injured to fight. It was a blatant lie, a sickening power play while the earth slowly died beneath their feet. Hari screamed at him, questioning if he had even a single ounce of patriotism left in his soul. Yongwan burst into maniacal laughter, completely dismissing her desperate pleas. He reminded her of the cruel reality of their new world. Justice was entirely dictated by money and power. As the corrupt hunter reveled in his extortion, a chilling voice suddenly cut through the air. Leon stepped out from the shadows, his eyes glowing with suppressed fury. He commanded the arrogant guildmaster to silence his pathetic rambling. Yongwan snapped his head back, enraged that a stranger dared to address one of the world's top 20 hunters so disrespectfully. Sparks flew as Yongwan threatened the mysterious blonde man interfering with his perfect scheme. Chief Kim frantically intervened, revealing that Leon was the infamous otherworldly survivor. Intrigued but still dripping with arrogance, Yongwan introduced himself, expecting immediate reverence. Instead, Leon completely ignored the introduction, stating coldly that a king never repeats himself. He demanded a swift and precise summary of the disaster unfolding before them. Taken aback by the sheer authority in his voice, Hari quickly began outlining the crisis. She explained the devastating effects of the demonic energy seeping from the broken gate. The infection was spreading rapidly, turning the vital soil into a barren, cursed wasteland. If they didn't completely eradicate the dungeon and purify the land soon, the damage would be irreversible. Leon absorbed the grim report, his expression hardening into a mask of pure determination. He boldly declared that once the time limit for the lesser hunters expired, he would personally step in to handle the threat. The raw confidence in his proclamation left the association members stunned, a beacon of hope in the gloom. However, he suddenly raised a hand, introducing a massive, unexpected caveat to his rescue plan. A king from a foreign land could not simply wage war on another nation's soil without formal consent. To proceed, he formally required permission from the ruling monarch of South Korea. Hari stared at him in utter disbelief, trying to process his rigid adherence to royal protocol. She desperately tried to explain that such formalities weren't necessary in a state of absolute emergency. But Leon refused to budge, criticizing her lack of honor for wanting to bypass her own nation's laws. He ordered them to send word to their leader immediately, leaving Yongwan absolutely dumbfounded by the bizarre delay. Even the corrupt guildmaster couldn't fathom the sheer audacity of this supposedly righteous knight. Eventually, the bureaucratic hurdles were cleared, and Leon issued his first set of strange commands. He tasked Hari with gathering a very specific, seemingly useless item, a straw doll. But it couldn't just be any doll, it had to be crafted by the hands of women who had given birth. A bizarre competition erupted right in the middle of the infected plains, drawing mothers from all around. Leon inspected the frantic handiwork with the strict, unyielding eye of a master craftsman. He ruthlessly rejected doll after doll, disgusted by their lack of spiritual resonance. "Fail," he declared repeatedly, tossing the inadequate bundles of straw aside without a second thought. The women watched in shock as the golden-haired king dismissed their hurried creation. He demanded true dedication, an artifact that could actually channel the sacred energy of the earth. Just as frustration threatened to boil over, his eyes locked onto a small, humble figure in the crowd. An elderly woman nervously presented her doll, her hands weathered by decades of hard labor. When asked about her family, she proudly revealed she had birthed and raised 12 children. Leon's eyes softened with profound respect, recognizing her as the ultimate patriot of life. He gently accepted the simple straw figure, honoring her immense contribution to her nation. Placing the doll reverently on the blighted earth, he summoned a brilliant, glowing chalice from thin air. As the first rays of dawn pierced the corrupted sky, a miraculous holy light erupted from the glistening water cascaded upwards, defying gravity as it eagerly breathed life into the woven straw. The lifeless doll suddenly sprang to its feet, infused with the divine presence of Demera, the god of life and abundance. Kneeling amidst the desolate field, Leon lowers his head in deep reverence, offering his prayers to Demera, the great Earth Mother. Through a small, woven straw doll, the goddess's presence softly manifests, acknowledging that this new world is plagued by evil and completely devoid of true divinity. He stands tall amidst the ruined world, deeply apologetic that the vulgar presence of monsters might sully his deity's eyes. But the goddess's voice is gentle, reminding her champion that mortal ignorance and greed are simply their nature, not absolute sins. Returning to his knees before the makeshift altar, Leon listens closely as the divine being asks him a simple question. What path will he choose now? His resolve is absolute. He vows to establish true authority, promising to teach the ignorant masses and lead them out of their darkness. Pleased by her champion's unwavering devotion, the presence within the small doll smiles warmly. Reaching out with a hand glowing with pure, warm light, the goddess asks if there is a favor he wishes to request. An overwhelming aura of holy light erupts as Leon pleads for the goddess to heal and purify this suffering land, which is trapped under the crushing weight of evil energy. Gazing into the blinding light, Leon knows that his goddess is always ready to answer the desperate prayers of her faithful. The small doll steps forward, declaring that while this alien earth is not her true body, she will still claim it as her own. She promises to spread her pure divinity, using her very flesh to substitute the barren, thirsty soil of this broken world. A single glowing golden seed detaches from the stalk, falling gracefully toward the contaminated dirt. She decrees that from this moment on, everything that walks upon this healed earth will become an ally to her champion. The moment the seed touches the ground, a massive pillar of blinding golden light erupts into the sky, violently tearing through the gloomy clouds. From the epicenter of the divine magic, a single glowing sprout bursts from the soil, growing at an impossible rate. The surrounding hunters and survivors watch in absolute shock, their minds completely failing to process the miracle unfolding right in front of them. Bathed in the holy light, Leon turns to the stunned crowd, proudly commanding the ignorant mortals to watch and learn what true power looks like. The golden aura ripples outward like a massive shockwave, forcefully transforming the dead wasteland into a world blessed with absolute divinity. In the blink of an eye, the barren dirt is replaced by an endless field of glowing golden crops swaying gently in the wind. The stalks are heavy with perfectly ripe grains, radiating a warm, life-giving energy that completely defies the laws of nature. The survivors cover their mouths in pure awe, realizing they are witnessing the righteous duty of a living being, birth and prosperity. Standing proudly amidst the golden sea, Leon declares that this miraculously fertile earth is the undeniable proof of an eternal promise. The small doll sits quietly on the wooden altar, her divine presence fully anchoring the massive blessing to the land. But not everyone is happy. The corrupt guildmaster aggressively crushes a handful of grain, his face twisting in absolute rage. Desperate to maintain control, the guildmaster yells at the survivors, warning them that crops grown with rapid magic are highly poisonous. Leon coldly glances over his shoulder, utterly disgusted by the sheer ignorance of a fool who dares to call a divine blessing poison. Gritting his teeth, the guildmaster furiously curses the straw doll, desperate to discredit the miracle that just ruined his monopoly on food. His loyal appraiser glares daggers at Leon, his eyes glowing with a sinister blue light as he prepares to completely frame the night as a fraud. The guildmaster begins to panic internally, realizing that his entire extortion plan is falling apart just because of one man. Stepping forward with absolute confidence, the appraiser aggressively vows to expose Leon's blatant lies right here and now. The corrupt duo corners the night, demanding an official appraisal to prove to the starving people that this food is a deadly trap. Leon calmly watches them throw their tantrum, completely unfazed by their pathetic attempts to deny a literal miracle. The appraiser channels his magic, slamming his glowing hand over the crops, fully expecting the system to label them as toxic waste. But the glowing blue system window pops up, revealing the absolute truth. Rare rank blessed rice, capable of curing tier 3 diseases. The appraiser's jaw drops, his eyes bulging out of his head as he screams in disbelief at the impossible rare rank status. Hearing the results, the starving survivors are thrown into a frenzy, begging to know if the miracle food is actually safe to eat. One of the skeptical managers stares blankly at the glowing grains, realizing they just stumbled upon a literal gold mine of holy artifact. Wasting absolutely no time, the survivors set up a heavy iron pot right in the middle of the glowing field, boiling the divine rice. Taking his very first bite, the manager's eyes light up with electricity as the holy energy instantly surges through his exhausted body. He realizes with pure shock that a single bowl of this rice is equivalent to a high-grade reinforcer potion worth millions of won. The female hunter looks at him with wide eyes, completely baffled that mere food could possess such insane magical property. Driven by wild curiosity, another hunter actually catches a glowing grasshopper from the field and takes a bite. Instantly, a massive buff aura explodes around him, leaving the rest of the raid team screaming in absolute disbelief. The manager's mind races as he puts the pieces together. If the entire land is blessed, then every single living thing in this field is a free walking power. Completely losing their minds, the hunters start desperately chasing the glowing bugs, hyped out of their minds to enter the gate with fully stacked buffs. Seeing the humans finally properly nourished, Leon turns away, a quiet sense of satisfaction washing over him. He looks down softly, acknowledging that his immediate duty on this side of the portal is finally complete. Kneeling gently before the wooden altar, he prepares to bid farewell to the goddess who saved them. But before her presence fades, the divine light reaches out one last time, offering her beloved child one final piece of warm advice. A massive, beautiful vision of the goddess appears behind the doll, softly reminding her champion to make sure he feeds himself as well. With her divine energy spent, the glowing aura vanishes, and the small straw doll completely loses its light. The doll falls softly onto the altar, returning to nothing more than a simple mundane object. The female hunter awkwardly approaches Leon, the tension of the upcoming battle hanging heavy in the air between them. Flustered by the overwhelming miracle she just witnessed, she stammers, completely unsure of how to address this mysterious godlike man. Leon glances at her with calm, unbothered eyes, his mind already shifting gears toward the impending slaughter. A swirling, fiery portal rips open in the distance, and Leon confidently declares that since their bellies are full, it's time to march. Watching the energized raid team march toward the gate, the corrupt guildmaster and his lackey seethe with bitter resentment. The guildmaster furiously curses under his breath, utterly baffled by where this overpowered miracle-working survivor even came from. He knows that without Leon's interference, the desperate government would have been forced to agree to his greedy demands. Glaring at Leon's back as he leads the charge into the portal, the guildmaster maliciously wishes for the knight to die a horrible death inside. But the blue-haired appraiser smirks, a dark, sinister plot already forming in his mind. He casually tells his furious boss not to worry, hinting that the situation is still entirely under their control. The guildmaster raises an eyebrow, demanding to know exactly what his subordinate is scheming. The appraiser chuckles evilly, completely underestimating Leon, assuming the knight is nothing more than a squishy backline support buffer. With a psychotic grin, he confidently declares that without combat skills, Leon's team is guaranteed to fail miserably inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, deep inside the pitch-black abyss of the gate, an ominous blue aura begins to violently swirl around a massive armored gauntlet. A terrifying Death Knight materializes from the shadows atop a skeletal warhorse, a horrific monster that absolutely cannot be defeated by ordinary means. As an army of bloodthirsty skeletons awakens from the dark, a blaring red system warning violently flashes. A dungeon break is beginning, and the countdown to death has officially started. Stepping into the freezing cavern, the strike team braced themselves for the horrors lurking inside. Ahead of them lay a sprawling army of the undead, their bones rattling in the cold abyss. The assistant manager quickly briefed the confident blonde king, explaining the core mechanic of these rifts. Usually, she explained, clearing the monsters was enough, but this gate was entirely different. The king listened intently, completely unfazed by the terrifying sight before them. As she observed the endless sea of skeletons, a grim realization settled over her. There were far more monsters than anyone had anticipated, stretching out like a sea of death. She explained that in special dungeons like this, the undead wouldn't just stay down. As long as the boss remained alive, the skeletons would infinitely respawn, making it a battle of pure endurance. The blonde king simply smirked, unfazed by the grim reality, deducing that a necromancer must be pulling the strings. Suddenly, an ominous red system warning flared into existence, illuminating the dark cave. A brutal countdown began. 3 hours to defeat the commander Knight Dullahan, or face complete annihilation. The hunters realized too late that they had walked straight into a death trap. Panic set in as Chief Kim cursed their lack of preparation for such an overwhelming threat. In the distance, a terrifying figure emerged from the blue mist, a massive headless knight mounted on a phantom steed. The Dullahan raised its weapon, commanding its decaying legion to march forward. The skeletal army surged like a tidal wave, their hollow eyes burning with an unnatural blue light. The undead warriors clattered forward relentlessly, completely devoid of fear or fatigue. The hunter vanguard scrambled to hold the line, barking orders to distribute whatever potions they had left. Archers drew their strings tight, unleashing a desperate volley into the approaching horde. Chief Kim slammed his heavy shield into the ground, bracing for the inevitable impact. The skeleton vanguard crashed into their defensive line, bringing with them a suffocating pressure. Blades clashed against rusted armor as the hunters desperately tried to hold their ground. The sheer force of the undead strike sent shockwaves through the defenders' arms. Chief Kim gritted his teeth, shocked by the overwhelming strength of these supposed low-level monsters. With a fierce battle cry, he pushed back, determined to prove the worth of a B-rank tank. He activated his defensive aura, violently repelling the skeletons attempting to break his formation. But the relentless tide of bones kept coming, showing no signs of slowing down. Suddenly, an eerie magical circle glowed beneath the undead ranks, catching the hunters completely off guard. Skeletons casting advanced magic spells unleashed a devastating barrage against the crumbling shield wall. A massive orb of concentrated magic hurled straight toward the front line. The blast shattered the air, threatening to tear right through their meager defenses. Chief Kim desperately swung his massive warhammer, trying to deflect the lethal blow. The impact threw him backward, the raw power completely overwhelming his heavy armor. Through the smoke, the horrifying silhouette of the Dullahan watched the slaughter unfold. The defensive line finally buckled under the explosive magical bombardment. The sheer force of the blast sent heavily armored tanks flying backward like ragdolls. The cavern shook violently as the undead army capitalized on the chaotic opening. Chief Kim collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood as his expensive gear cracked under the intense pressure. The assistant manager screamed his name in horror, watching their strongest defender fall. Desperation took hold as she begged the reserve forces to step in and save their dying comrade. The skeletal warriors showed no mercy, ruthlessly closing in on the wounded hunters. She turned her pleading eyes to the blonde king, desperate for the legendary hero to intervene. But he stood completely still, his gaze fixed far away from the desperate struggle. The terrifying speed and power of the undead left the remaining hunters completely helpless. To her absolute horror, the king calmly refused, stating that a true monarch doesn't waste time on mere foot soldiers. The hunters stared in disbelief as the man they thought would save them simply watched them die. His chilling indifference proved that he had absolutely no intention of helping the struggling vanguard. His eyes were locked solely on the real threat, the towering Dullahan commanding from the rear. Realizing she was on her own, the assistant manager made a split-second decision to eliminate the boss herself. Knowing they would all perish if the monster lived, she ordered the others to support Chief Kim. Drawing her blade, she dashed straight into the dangerous heart of the enemy line. She leaped into the air, gracefully dodging the deadly thrusts of the skeletal spearmen. Using a skeleton's skull as a springboard, she vaulted higher, closing the distance to the commander. The Dullahan finally reacted, swinging its massive blade to intercept her mid-air strike. The immense force of the boss's aura created a shockwave that blew away the surrounding undead. She twisted her body mid-flight, narrowly avoiding a lethal slash that would have split her in two. Landing safely, she immediately calculated her next move, realizing she had to isolate the monster. But the Dullahan was already upon her, its massive armored frame looming over her small figure. Suddenly, the boss ripped its own flaming skull from its waist, preparing for a devastating counterattack. The Dullahan hurled its flaming head straight at her, blinding her vision with a curtain of roaring blue fire. She barely managed to raise her sword in time, desperately deflecting the bizarre projectile. The impact sent a heavy shockwave through her arms, but she bravely held her ground against the monstrous steed. Sliding backward from the sheer force, she finally gained the precious distance she needed. A wave of immense relief washed over her as she realized her reckless gamble had actually worked. The monstrous boss and its steed were now completely separated from the relentless skeletal horde. She readied her stance, knowing her close-range skills were her only chance at survival. Channeling every ounce of her remaining magic, she ignited her blade with an explosive roaring flame. She lunged forward, unleashing a massive fiery slash that illuminated the dark cavern. Putting all her strength into the strike, she aimed to vaporize the undead commander in one single hit. The fiery explosion completely engulfed the monster, but her eyes widened in absolute shock at the result. The Dullahan hadn't just survived, it had effortlessly blocked her ultimate attack. Using only the blunt side of its massive greatsword, the boss had completely neutralized the fiery blast. She gritted her teeth in pure frustration, realizing she was completely outmatched by the monster's overwhelming combat instinct. The headless knight swung its blade once more, the violent wind pressure nearly blowing her away. Suddenly, the chaotic battlefield fell silent as a slow, deliberate sound echoed through the cave. The blonde king was slowly clapping, stepping forward with genuine admiration shining in his eyes. He openly praised the monster's exquisite swordsmanship, recognizing the grace of a true noble knight beneath the cursed armor. Unsheathing his own overwhelming presence, he formally apologized for underestimating the undead commander. Stepping past the exhausted girl, the king raised his voice, demanding the monster's full attention. The king walked calmly toward the towering boss, the surrounding skeletons naturally parting to make way for his royal aura. With undeniable authority, he formally granted the cursed knight the honor to challenge him in battle. The assistant manager watched in pure disbelief as he casually proposed a noble duel to a mindless monster. The Dullahan paused, its blue flaming aura flickering wildly as it seemed to process the king's words. And then, defying all logic and reason, the undead commander slowly nodded, silently accepting the royal challenge. The undead army marches forward, a terrifying sea of bones completely devoid of any honor or humanity. Leading them is a massive, towering Dullahan, its headless body radiating a suffocating, murderous aura. But standing directly in its path is Leon, perfectly calm, holding a simple one-handed sword. The monstrous knight remains dead silent, its blue flames flaring as it grips its massive executioner's blade. Hari watches anxiously from the sidelines, knowing the terrifying lore behind this specific undead creature. She desperately warns Leon that a Dullahan is essentially immortal unless it is completely beheaded. Leon barely glances back, his expression completely unfazed by the terrifying reality of his enemy. Shocked by his sheer indifference, Hari stammers, unable to comprehend why he isn't taking this seriously. The rest of the team whispers in absolute panic, wondering how anyone could defeat a headless monster without a weapon meant to sever heads. But to the king, none of those trivial details matter when facing a true warrior on the battlefield. He steps forward, treating the monstrous undead not as a beast, but as an equal combatant. With absolute authority, Leon declares his grand titles, officially sanctioning the monster for an honorable duel. As if responding to his overwhelming presence, the Dullahan's spectral flames ignite with furious intensity. In a flash of blinding speed, the massive Dark Knight lunges forward, tearing up the cavern floor. Leon simply stands his ground, gripping his blade as the massive shadow completely engulfs him. The Dullahan brings its colossal weapon down with terrifying force, aiming to crush Leon instantly. A massive shockwave erupts as their blades clash, violently shattering the stone beneath their feet. Yet, amidst the dust and destruction, Leon hasn't been pushed back a single inch. With a swift, effortless motion, he parries the gigantic blade, completely throwing the Dullahan off balance. Before the monster can even react, Leon seamlessly transitions into a deadly, perfectly calculated counterstance. He coldly warns his opponent that he will only demonstrate this technique once. His eyes narrow with absolute, terrifying focus, tracing the perfect path for his inevitable strike. The Dullahan frantically tries to bring its heavy sword up to block the incoming attack. But Leon's movements are like lightning, completely bypassing the monster's desperate guard. A blinding arc of golden light tears through the darkness, slashing brutally across the Dullahan's massive armor. Hari's jaw drops as she watches the physically impossible happen right in front of her eyes. Leon's expression remains ice cold, his strike executed with terrifying, flawless perfection. The sheer force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling through the air, blasting away the surrounding debris. The veteran guild members stare in pure disbelief, their minds failing to process the insane level of skill they just witnessed. Hari stammers out loudly, desperately asking if anyone else just saw the impossible feat Leon pulled off. The guildmaster realizes that Leon completely shifted his weight balance the exact millisecond their blades collide. Hari is utterly speechless, realizing the insane level of mastery and instinct required for such a maneuver. To make it even more terrifying, he chained that impossible parry straight into a devastating cross. The Dullahan staggers back, its blue flames flickering wildly as it tries to comprehend the overwhelming strike. For the first time, a spark of pure warrior's intuition flares from within the undead knight's cursed armor. Leon casually resets his stance, treating this deadly boss battle like a simple, elegant spar. He looks at the monster with genuine intrigue, realizing there might be a real, honorable fighter buried deep inside. It had been countless lifetimes since someone treated this cursed undead like a true knight and properly requested a duel. The two clash again and again, their blades moving so fast they become violent blurs of light and shadow. The Dullahan pushes back with ferocious power, refusing to go down without giving its opponent a proper fight. Leon admires the monster's perfectly straight posture, recognizing the stance of a true battle-hardened veteran. Beneath the monstrous exterior, he sees the remnant soul of a warrior who once chased nothing but pure honor. The Dullahan unleashes a massive sweeping attack, trying to overwhelm Leon with its sheer ridiculous weight. But Leon effortlessly deflects the crushing blow, his golden sword dancing elegantly around the dark blade. The Dullahan regains its footing, staring silently at the overwhelmingly powerful swordsman before. Recognizing its burning fighting spirit, Leon respectfully asks if the Dark Knight wishes to continue the dance. He grips his sword tightly, resolving to give this fallen hero the glorious battle he truly deserves. Instead of using his overwhelming divine magic to end it instantly, Leon decides to fight purely as a swordsman. A massive flurry of sparks completely illuminates the cavern as the two masters engage in a breathtaking duel. Leon relentlessly pushes forward, matching the Dullahan's brutal, monstrous strength with flawless knightly precision. The Dullahan roars silently, channeling all of its remaining cursed energy into one final desperate swing. Another massive explosion of power rocks the cavern as their blades violently collide for the final time. The sheer impact forces the massive Dark Knight to slide backward, its heavy weapon trembling from the force. Leon lowers his sword, gently asking if the undead warrior has finally remembered the glorious days of his past. Deep within its hollow, cursed shell, the memories of a proud and honorable knight finally begin to flood back. With deep respect, Leon asks the fallen hero if he still wishes to cross swords. In the background, the mindless skeleton army simply watches, their master's chaotic, murderous aura completely gone. The once terrifying minions stand totally still, peacefully waiting for their commander's final decision. The Dullahan slowly reaches up, touching its dark, flame-covered helmet in deep, agonizing sorrow. For the first time in centuries, it realizes the endless, dishonorable massacres it had committed while under the curse. Dropping its massive weapon into the dirt, the exhausted knight realizes its cursed journey is finally at an end. The gigantic Dullahan falls heavily to its knees, completely surrendering its will to the superior king. Leon slowly approaches the kneeling giant, his aura radiating nothing but pure divine warmth and forgiveness. He smiles softly, genuinely overjoyed that this great warrior has finally regained his lost honor before the end. Reaching out, Leon gently places his hand upon the cursed knight's dark, terrifying helmet. With a voice full of grace, he prays that whatever god this knight once served will finally grant his tormented soul rest. Suddenly, a blinding, magnificent pillar of golden light descends from the very heavens, completely engulfing the darkness. Bathed in the divine glow, the dark, cursed armor begins to violently shatter and turn to ash. Beneath the monstrous exterior, the brilliant, peaceful soul of a true knight is finally revealed to the world. The rest of the strike team watches from afar, completely mesmerized by the beautiful, impossible miracle unfolding before them. Hari and the guildmaster can barely comprehend the sheer divinity and power they are witnessing firsthand. The team realizes that this terrifying monster would have only met a tragic, meaningless end if they had fought it normally. Leon casually walks back towards them, leaving the completely purified battlefield behind him. Behind him, the soul of the Dullahan peacefully ascends into the light, finally receiving the honorable death it so rightfully deserves. Hari stutters, completely overwhelmed by the king's overwhelming grace and his terrifying godlike power. Where the giant once knelt, its massive greatsword and a glowing, ominous dark orb are left behind in the dirt. The guild members rush over, their eyes wide as they sense the tremendous amount of mana radiating from the loot. The dark core pulses with terrifying energy, practically screaming that it is an ultra-rare artifact worth an absolute fortune. But Leon stares down at the priceless core with absolute, unfiltered disgust. Without a second thought, he brutally crushes the million-dollar artifact with a single strike, calling it absolute garbage. Dark smoke sizzles from the completely shattered remnants of what was supposed to be their massive payday. The entire strike team drops to their knees in sheer horror, watching their immense wealth turn to useless dust. But Leon just scowls, completely unfazed by their crying, refusing to let such cursed, chaotic items taint his world. It had only been 4 days since Leon's miraculous return to Earth, but the chaos he brought with him was already turning the modern world upside down. The cultural divide was immediately obvious, starting with the very modern concept of government taxes. To a ruler of his unparalleled stature, the idea of a foreign nation demanding a cut of his wealth was nothing short of an outright insult. His modern handlers tried to reason with him, desperately offering mana stones as a compromise, but the tension in the room remained incredibly thick. In his eyes, a true king never concerned himself with counting coins, viewing such trivial financial matters as completely beneath his royal dignity. Dismissing the conversation entirely, he made it clear that managing the treasury was a job for his subordinates, not the crown. Meanwhile, a growing crowd of newly devoted followers had gathered, eager to dedicate their lives to the cause of spreading his divine power across the land. But when it came to their mandatory tithe, the modern citizens were hit with a staggering demand of 19 trillion won, equating to 90% of their entire yield. The sheer absurdity of the divine tax rate sent a wave of panic through the crowd as they realized the overwhelming cost of living under his absolute rule. Completely oblivious to their modern financial struggles, he genuinely couldn't understand why his subjects were so terrified of going hungry. He casually promised that his guild would cover all their basic needs, blissfully unaware of the astronomical value of his newly created asset. The official appraisal was mind-boggling, with every 80 kilograms of his divine crop valued at an earth-shattering 1.5 billion won. Finding suitable accommodations for a king in a modern city proved to be an entirely different nightmare for the Hunter Association. Outraged by a temporary room lacking even a single piece of fine art, he had thrown a royal tantrum demanding the absolute luxury he felt entitled to. The poor assistant Hari had been forced to frantically scour five-star hotels until 2 in the morning just to appease his impossible standard. They finally managed to calm him down by compromising on a premium suite, ensuring a ceramic art piece was prominently displayed to soothe his bruised ego. Exhausted but relieved, the association staff could finally catch their breath as the morning light broke over the city. Stepping into his luxurious new quarters, Hari greeted the monarch, desperately hoping to start the new day on a positive note. Carefully managing his unpredictable temper, she gently reminded him that it was time for breakfast, urging him to keep his strength up after the battles. A lavish spread of premium food was laid out before him, a massive culinary effort just to satisfy a king accustomed to grand palace feasts. Despite the incredible feast, she humbly mentioned she would just grab a simple sandwich later, not wanting to overstep her bounds. As he took his seat at the dining table, a heavy, tense silence filled the opulent room. A spark of hope lit up in Hari's eyes as she excitedly wondered if the generous king might actually invite her to share the extravagant meal. That naive hope was instantly shattered when he fixed her with an icy, deeply judgmental glare. Instead of an invitation, he ruthlessly scolded her for standing around, demanding to know why she wasn't preparing the meat to be easily eaten by her king. Her dream of sharing a warm meal vanished in an instant, violently replaced by the harsh reality of their unequal social standing. With a cold scoff, he reminded her that in no civilized country would a sovereign ruler ever lower himself to dine alongside a common peasant. Moving past the awkward morning, the Hunter Association had officially secured a long-term luxury residence to ensure his continued comfort. As they drove through the bustling metropolis, Hari carefully explained that while it wasn't a castle, the new accommodations were the absolute best they could offer. Gazing out the window at the towering modern structures, he offered a rare, albeit highly condescending compliment for their architectural efforts. Delegating the tedious details of his resettlement, he ordered her to handle all the logistics while he focused on matters of actual royal importance. When the topic of distributing the incredibly valuable loot from his recent battles came up, his utter disinterest was obvious. He offhandedly told her to manage the massive treasure herself, only explicitly claiming a specific cape that had caught his eye. Arriving at the towering residential complex, the sheer scale of the modern engineering loomed heavily over them. Hari proudly highlighted the building's prime location near the association headquarters and its highly convenient rooftop helipad. But before they could even step inside the lobby, an unfamiliar and imposing presence deliberately blocked their path. Startled by the sudden interception, Hari immediately went on the defensive, demanding to know who dared to approach the king uninvited. The sharply dressed man introduced himself with a dangerously slick smile as Park Jong-chan, a high-ranking director from the massive Dujung Group. The name alone carried immense weight, as Dujung was universally feared as one of the 3 most powerful mega-corporations in the entire nation. Hari was left utterly bewildered, struggling to understand why a corporate titan of his caliber was personally waiting in a residential lobby. Oozing false charm, the director confidently reached out, eager to establish a lucrative connection with the famous survivor everyone was talking about. Panic set in for Hari as she realized the massive corporation had somehow bypassed their top-secret security protocols to track his exact location. The director held his hand out, fully expecting the newly returned hero to eagerly accept the powerful backing of a billionaire. Instead, Leon stared at the outstretched hand with absolute unhidden disgust, deeply offended that a mere merchant would dare attempt to touch royalty. Safely inside the penthouse later, Hari meticulously went over the room's high-end amenities, desperately trying to distract from the tense encounter below. But internally, she was breathing a massive sigh of relief that a disastrous corporate conflict had been narrowly avoided. The grim reality that the Dujung Group had obtained highly classified survivor data was a massive security breach that deeply troubled her. With the director's true predatory intentions still a mystery, she knew the situation could have easily spiraled into violence. She couldn't help but wonder what could possibly drive a megacorporation to take such aggressive, borderline illegal steps. But as she pieced the puzzle together, the answer became glaringly obvious. There was only one thing that could make a greedy merchant risk everything. The secret was already out. The miraculous properties of the blessed rice from the Honam Plains had violently caught the attention of the corporate elite. Despite the association's desperate attempts to suppress the information during the chaotic aftermath, the truth had inevitably leaked. An overly enthusiastic streamer had managed to record the divine crop's immediate effects before the quarantine perimeter was fully secured. Even after the association aggressively ordered the video's deletion, the stubborn civilian had defiantly re-uploaded the footage to the public network. The viral video of the glowing magical fields was now spreading like wildfire across social media, completely impossible to contain. Back at the Dujung headquarters, Director Park was absolutely seething, his fragile pride violently shattered by the blatant disrespect he had just endured. Desperate to justify his massive humiliation, he harshly interrogated his research team, demanding absolute confirmation that the crop's rumored powers were actually real. His lead scientist nervously reported that they had covertly tracked down the farmer who owned the original rice field to gather concrete, undeniable data. What the corporate spies discovered on the farm was nothing short of a medical miracle that shattered all bounds of modern science. A local dog on the absolute brink of death had fully recovered its vitality merely moments after consuming a small portion of the blessed grain. But the miracles didn't stop there. Villagers plagued by chronic illnesses and severe infections were reporting instantaneous permanent recoveries. Even without formal clinical trials, the overwhelming real-world evidence proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the crop possessed unimaginable healing properties. Armed with this world-changing information, the director's fury only intensified, realizing the absolute goldmine he had just been denied access. His subordinates urged aggressive corporate action, recognizing that whoever controlled this limitless divine power would effectively monopolize the entire global medical industry. Driven by insatiable greed and wounded pride, the director vowed to confront the arrogant survivor once again, completely refusing to take no for an answer. In his twisted capitalistic mindset, he believed Leon was just another lucky, ignorant survivor who had stumbled onto a treasure he didn't understand. With a sinister, predatory grin, the director prepared his counterattack, determined to crush the king's ego by showing him the true, overwhelming power of modern wealth. Having finally returned to Earth, the legendary Night King sets 3 absolute goals for himself. First, he must spread absolute faith in divinity across the globe. While there are countless gods and millions of blind followers on this planet, he realizes a grim truth. True, pure divine power has completely ceased to exist here. A real deity is supposed to embrace their followers and bless the lands they walk upon. Instead, humanity is plagued by sickness, and their precious soil is rotting away from contamination. To channel true miracles once more, a brand new faith must be forged. His second goal is absolute reformation. He must rebuild the legendary Knights Templar from the ground up. In this fractured modern era, an organization of holy warriors wielding divine magic is nothing but a fairy tale. But if he, the King of the Lionheart, is revered as a demigod, then his loyal Knights Templar will be the ultimate saints of this era. Using undeniable divine power, they will become the absolute nightmare of all things wicked. His third and final goal is written in blood. To revive the Templars to their former glory, he must mercilessly massacre every single trace of evil thriving on this land. Order and balance must be restored to the fragmented pantheon. It's a colossal burden to place on a modern, faithless society. But the weight of impossible expectations means nothing to him. He is the king, and he simply has to fulfill his sacred duties no matter the cost. His quiet contemplation is interrupted when Hari informs him of an official request for an audience. Figuring that the necessary bureaucratic hurdles have been cleared, he sees no reason to turn the visitors away. The heavy doors swing open, revealing a group of sharply dressed corporate executives stepping into his domain. Leading the pack is a high-ranking merchant from the powerful Dujung Group, wearing a polite smile that hides his true intention. The king remains seated, his posture relaxed but commanding, silently waiting for the guests to state their purpose. Behind his fake smile, the merchant seethes with arrogance, absolutely disgusted that a man of his immense corporate stature has to bow his head to an uncultured savage. With a subtle nod, his suited bodyguards lug forward a massive, heavily reinforced metal case. Masking his disdain, the merchant smoothly announces that he has brought a small token of goodwill for the hunter. He is absolutely certain that this top-tier luxury item will blow the primitive warrior's mind. He plans to make this so-called king beg for his corporate sponsorship. Looking completely unimpressed by the theatrical display, the king casually tells them to hand it over. The merchant's eye twitches in sheer annoyance. He can't believe this uncivilized brute is acting like he's doing them a massive favor by accepting a priceless treasure. Without moving an inch, the king simply orders Hanhari to open the extravagant container. Nervous but compliant, she carefully approaches the high-tech lock. With a sharp hiss of pressurized air, the heavy metallic seals release. A brilliant light spills out from the container, and Hanhari's breath catches in her throat. Inside rests an immaculate collection of flawlessly forged, high-tech blades gleaming with deadly perfection. Puffed up with absolute pride, the merchant boasts that these are the most elite weapons ever crafted by his company's master blacksmith. Hanhari is completely paralyzed by awe, recognizing the legendary armaments instantly. Seeing her stunned reaction, the merchant's ego inflates even further. He smugly offers the king the privilege of choosing his favorite. Hanhari can't contain her excitement, explaining that these unique rank weapons are so rare that money literally can't buy them. She had only ever dreamed of seeing them through a screen. But the king merely rests his chin on his hand, his eyes dull with absolute boredom. He breaks the silence with a cold, piercing question. What exactly is he supposed to do with such pathetic, low-rank toys? The merchant freezes, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to comprehend the sheer disrespect. The king questions how a blade can even be considered good without the blessing of the stars or a holy enchantment. He asks if they seriously only use these fragile sticks to hunt wild beasts. The corporate elite mentally curses at him, completely baffled by the talk of blessings and prayers. Does this lunatic expect him to leave the swords out in the sun to soak up faith? Reading the lack of reverence in the room, the king flatly calls the man a faithless merchant. Panicking at the sudden shift in tone, the merchant waves his hands desperately, claiming it's all a massive misunderstanding. The king sighs, dismissing the offense. He acknowledges that peddlers are naturally bound to show off their flashy wares wherever they travel. He brutally declares that these swords are barely sharp enough to butcher chickens and cows, but decides to humor the executives anyway. Reaching into the empty air, divine energy ripples from his fingertips as he manifests his own weapon. An ancient, heavily rusted longsword materializes from the ether, bathed in a soft, ethereal blue light. The merchant stares at the beat-up relic, holding back a scoff. He can't believe this savage is trying to counter his billion-one technology with a rustic piece of junk. He seethes in silent fury, deeply insulted that his company's masterpiece is being mocked by a fragile antique. Breaking the tension, the king calls out to a very confused Hanhari. He calmly instructs her to pick up one of the merchant's prized weapons and test it out. Still a bit bewildered by the rising tension, she hesitantly approaches the glowing display case. She reverently grasps Dawn, a legendary sword she had worshipped from afar for 4 long years. The moment her fingers wrap around the hilt, fiery mana surges into her veins. The immense, concentrated power is intoxicating. The merchant glares daggers at the king, furious that he doesn't even have the decency to test the supreme weapon himself. Igniting the blade's full potential, Hanhari readies herself, the sword blazing with intense, searing energy. Following the king's silent command, she brings the legendary weapon crashing down toward his unmoving figure with everything she has. A blinding explosion of impact rattles the entire luxury office. The deafening sound of shattering metal fills the air as jagged, broken pieces of the billion-one blade scatter across the floor. Hanhari gasps, her eyes blowing wide in utter disbelief. The merchant's smug grin completely vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer, unadulterated horror. Hanhari stares blankly at the useless broken hilt still gripped tightly in her trembling hands. The king hasn't even flinched. He effortlessly blocked the explosive strike using only the flat side of his rusted ancient sword. The merchant's mind shatters along with his prized sword. The absolute strongest weapon of the Dujung group was just obliterated like cheap glass. Cold sweat pours down his face as he desperately tries to reject the impossible reality playing out in front of him. But the king has completely lost interest in the charade. The clock is ticking, and he drastically cuts the meeting down to a measly 3 minutes. Cornered and terrified, the merchant hastily changes the subject. He wants to purchase the exclusive patent rights to the king's miracle, cancer-curing rice grains. The merchant rapidly calculates the numbers, offering a staggering 180 billion won, convinced that a primitive warrior has no concept of such immense wealth. The king remains completely silent, his cold gaze piercing right through the greedy corporate facade. Mistaking the terrifying silence for stunned submission, the merchant smiles wickedly, certain he just trapped the savage in a foolproof deal. But the temperature in the room suddenly plummets as the king slowly shifts his posture, an oppressive weight settling over the executive. A colossal, terrifying spiritual lion erupts into existence, its piercing blue eyes glaring down at the trembling mortals. Bathed in blazing divine fire, the king's voice echoes with absolute fury. How dare a mere mortal try to put a price tag on a holy miracle? The room grew suffocatingly heavy as the arrogant merchant found himself engulfed in a terrifying dark pressure. Staring down with eyes completely devoid of mercy, the king's patience had finally run dry. The once proud businessman could only tremble, suddenly realizing the horrific gravity of his mistake. A manifestation of pure, predatory wrath materialized behind the monarch, ready to devour the sinner whole. Paralyzed by sheer terror, the merchant genuinely believed his life was about to end in that very room. With a cold scoff, the king reigned in his lethal aura, disgusted by the man's pathetic display. Collapsing to the floor in a desperate bow, the merchant begged for forgiveness, completely stripped of his former arrogance. Taking his seat with casual authority, the monarch began to educate the ignorant fool on the true value of the earth's bounty. He explained that the golden harvest was never just a commodity, but a sacred reward for those who bled and sweat into the soil. It was a divine blessing from the goddess Demera herself, something that could never be bought with mere coin. The monarch's voice turned dangerously sharp as he condemned the greedy man for deceiving others and chasing blind profit. Humiliated but unable to retaliate, the merchant could only grit his teeth and endure the crushing lecture. Dismissing the pathetic sight, the king turned his gaze to the sprawling modern city below, lost in thought. His quiet contemplation was interrupted as his flustered secretary rushed in, carrying a fresh set of modern clothes. She nervously brought up an urgent call from the Hunter Association, suggesting it would be beneficial for him to finally take their official test. The absolute absurdity of her words made him freeze, a look of profound disbelief washing over his face. His pride as a sovereign flared instantly. The very idea that commoners dared to evaluate a king was an outright insult. Seeing his terrifying expression, his secretary froze in her tracks, immediately realizing she had stepped on a landmine. He crossed his arms, refusing to be subjected to some degrading evaluation by lesser men. Sweating profusely, she desperately tried to salvage the situation, praying he wouldn't completely obliterate the association's building. Meanwhile, at the massive headquarters of the Hunter Association, hopefuls gathered for their chance at a better life. Among them was Gu Dae-sung, a veteran who had been stuck at the miserable D rank for an agonizing 10 years. An older acquaintance warmly greeted him, surprised to see the persistent man showing up for a retest yet again. The spacious lobby was bustling with recruits, all dreaming of fame, wealth, and higher ranks. The older hunter offered a friendly smile, teasing him about his stubborn dedication to the harsh lifestyle. Despite the playful banter, Dae-sung's expression grew heavy. This wasn't just a test for him, it was a desperate necessity. Clutching his coffee cup, he silently reflected on the grueling, unglamorous life of a mining team grunt. His colleague suggested he finally give up and find easier work, noting the physical toll the dungeons took. But quitting wasn't an option. The crushing weight of his debts and his family's survival rested entirely on his shoulders. Their somber conversation was abruptly cut short when the older man spotted a bizarre figure entering the facility. Footsteps echoed through the hall as a striking foreigner strolled in, completely out of place among the rough mercenaries. Bathed in an almost ethereal confidence, he carried himself with the undeniable grace of royalty. Catching the whispers of the crowd, the blonde monarch slowly turned his piercing gaze toward the gossiper. Unaware of the danger, the older hunter casually mocked the stranger's odd manner of speech. In an instant, the air in the room warped, dropping several degrees as an invisible, crushing weight flooded the space. The older man blinked in utter confusion, completely oblivious to the sudden atmospheric shift. But Dae-sung felt it. His instincts as a veteran survivalist screamed at him that something monstrous was standing right next to them. A suffocating dread seized his lungs as the immense pressure physically forced him to struggle for breath. His body began to violently tremble against his will, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of the power radiating from the blonde man. Cold sweat drenched his face as he stared in absolute horror, realizing this was no ordinary human. Shrouded in a golden divine aura that only the truly experienced could sense, the king stood like a god among insects. The suffocating tension finally snapped when an oblivious staff member called out Daesung's examination number. Dismissing the trembling veterans as unworthy of his time, the monarch smoothly walked past them toward the testing room. Still paralyzed by shock, Daesung could barely stammer out a response to the confused receptionist. Scanning the room with bitter disappointment, the sovereign realized this gathering was nothing but a pathetic collection of weaklings. He had come here hoping to recruit elite soldiers, but found only low-ranking amateurs and desperate dreamers. Soon, his own grand title was butchered over the intercom, summoning him to the evaluation area. Stepping into the private testing room, he was greeted by the evaluators and a complex, glowing artifact. The staff confidently instructed him to place his hand on the measuring device to calculate his magical capacity. But instead of complying, the king glared at the contraption with absolute disgust, feeling deeply insulted. His eyes narrowed into a lethal glare, offended that commoners dared to measure his noble worth with a mere toy. The examiner flinched, completely taken aback by the sudden hostility radiating from the recruit. Sweating nervously, the staff tried to explain that the machine was standard protocol, not a personal attack. Unyielding, the monarch flatly refused, declaring that only honor and divinity had the right to judge a knight's power. Frustrated by the incompetence around him, he aggressively questioned why human judges were even present if a machine did the work. He coldly dismissed the entire staff as utterly abysmal, making it clear he was here to hunt for talent, not to perform tricks. Desperate to move things along, the flustered examiner quickly suggested skipping to the practical exam. Intimidated into submission, the staff member helplessly offered him a spot in the upcoming realistic combat scenario. Moments later, the recruits were transported into the vast, open expanse of the artificial Soul Gate. Stepping into the lush, wild environment, Daesung immediately went on high alert, knowing this was where people actually died. Hiding his nerves, the veteran reminded himself that he had to secure a high score today, no matter the cost. His heart sank as he surveyed his teammates, a pair of flirtatious youngsters distracted by their smartphones. He gritted his teeth, instantly recognizing them as complete rookies who would likely become dead weight in a fight. To make matters worse, their fourth member was an elderly man cheerfully admiring the scenery as if he were on a picnic. Daesung let out a weary sigh, realizing he had been grouped with the lowest possible tier of applicants. Just as he thought his luck couldn't get any worse, a swirling blue portal ripped open behind them. His breath hitched as the terrifying foreigner from the lobby calmly stepped through, joining their miserable squad. Sliding on his sunglasses with immense swagger, the king prepared to show this world what true power looked like, while Daesung could only pray they would survive the day. As the fresh recruits gathered under the bright sky, it was time to establish who brought what to the table. Gang Tae took the lead, introducing himself as a 5-year veteran whose main role was dealing heavy damage. Next up were a brother-sister duo, practically shaking with nervous energy as they explained they only awakened earlier this year. The younger sister proudly mentioned she was still trying to figure out her main weapon, currently juggling both daggers and a bow. Gang Tae could barely hide his concern, immediately realizing he had been grouped with absolute fresh-faced rookies. Desperate for a saving grace, the veteran turned his attention to the older man in their party, praying for some real backup. But his hopes plummeted when the old man cheerfully revealed he had awakened 5 years ago but recently threw in the towel and resigned. Looking at the grandfather's heavy gauntlets, Gang Tae quietly panicked, knowing their severe lack of range would be a massive liability in a real fight. Out of options, his gaze landed on the final member of their ragtag group, a strangely dressed man who looked entirely out of place in a dungeon raid. Assuming he was just a clueless foreign laborer, Gang Tae cautiously asked if he even spoke their language. The regal man simply stared back in deafening silence, looking utterly offended by the mundane question. Before the tension could escalate, the bewildered veteran was interrupted by their assigned guide. The testing official stepped forward, explaining that their only objective for this trial was to hunt down 50 low-level kobolds. He assured the tense rookies that if things ever got truly dangerous, he would personally step in and save them. With the rules laid out, the group began their slow march into the dense, overgrown forest. Gang Tae couldn't shake his growing anxiety, silently wondering if his completely inexperienced team could actually survive this attack. His worries doubled when he looked back and realized the strange foreigner hadn't even brought a weapon to a life-or-death exam. Seeing him completely empty-handed, the young sister cheerfully offered to lend him her spare bow. She held it out with a bright, innocent smile, completely unaware of the sheer disrespect she was unknowingly displaying to a former king. The monarch's eyes narrowed dangerously, his grip tightening around the wooden frame as a heavy, suffocating aura leaked from his body. With a sharp, sudden crack, he snapped the weapon entirely in half, declaring that a true knight would never cower behind a long-range toy. Gang Tae stared in absolute disbelief, entirely baffled by the man's unhinged and destructive behavior. Swallowing his frustration, he realized that if he didn't take complete control right now, this entire test was doomed to end in a miserable failure. Stepping up as the makeshift leader, the veteran announced he knew the perfect hunting ground for their exam. The rookies happily agreed to follow his lead, fully trusting the only experienced hunter in their squad. He explained that wandering randomly into a monster settlement with such a small, fragile group was basically a death sentence. If they got surrounded by a massive, bloodthirsty pack, finding a way out would be next to impossible. Instead, his strategy was simple but highly effective. They would track down the kobolds hiding deeply inside the narrow cave. By lighting the nearby grass and leaves on fire, they could effortlessly smoke the beasts out and ambush them at the entrance. The rookies immediately praised his brilliant strategy, leaving the veteran looking away with a modest, forced smile. Deep down, he knew this wasn't natural talent. It was the result of countless lonely hours studying raid tutorials, praying for the day he'd finally enter a high-ranking gate. But reality was cruel, and he was still stuck clearing the absolute lowest-tier dungeons available. Clenching his fists, he swore to himself that he would finally get promoted this time, no matter what it took. Their quiet trek was suddenly interrupted when the thick bushes rustled violently just a few feet away. A rabid beast leaped from the shadows, lunging directly at the startled, frozen rookies. Gang Tae immediately shouted desperate commands, ordering the young spearman to raise his heavy shield. The kobold clashed violently against the metal, its jagged, rotting teeth snapping just inches from the boy's terrified face. It was a horrifying up-close encounter with death, but the young rookie miraculously managed to hold his ground. Pushing the feral monster back with all his adrenaline-fueled strength, he created the perfect opening. The veteran swung his sword with practiced precision, loudly reminding the team that while the beasts were physically weak, their speed was absolutely lethal. With his confidence slowly building, the young spearman successfully anchored the front line, refusing to back down. From the back, his sister drew a fresh arrow, her hands surprisingly steady despite the chaotic violence unfolding around her. The wooden projectile sliced cleanly through the air, perfectly intercepting a leaping kobold mid-jump. The beast shrieked in agonizing pain as it hit the dirt, completely immobilized by the sudden strike. Seeing his golden chance, the brother lunged forward, pure adrenaline completely overriding his initial fear. He drove his spear violently downward, landing a brutal, fatal blow right through the squirming monster. The rest of the team sprang into action, moving as a surprisingly coordinated unit to cleanly wipe out the remaining stragglers. Even the retired old man proved his worth, delivering bone-shattering heavyweight punches with his reinforced gauntlets. Watching the final beast disintegrate into dust, Gang Tae couldn't help but let out a genuine smile. Despite his harsh initial doubts, the inexperienced team was actually pulling their weight and holding the line. The testing official clapped slowly from the sidelines, thoroughly impressed by their incredibly clean and efficient victory. The rookies nervously checked on each other, deeply relieved to see that everyone had made it out completely unscathed. They had actually managed to take down the entire initial wave without a single drop of blood being shed. Gang Tae let out a heavy, exhausted sigh of relief, feeling the crippling weight of his earlier anxiety finally begin to melt away. He realized that despite their severe lack of combat experience, this strange ragtag party wasn't completely hopeless after all. But his brief moment of satisfaction violently shattered the second his eyes landed on the tall blonde monarch standing safely in the back. The supposed foreigner hadn't lifted a single finger to help during the entire life-or-death skirmish. When Gang Tae aggressively confronted him, demanding to know why he just stood there lazily watching, the official quickly intervened. Assuring the angry veteran that the lack of participation would be heavily penalized, the tester urged the group to just keep moving forward. Frustrated but entirely focused on their main goal, the veteran led his squad deeper into the dark, uncharted woods. Before long, they stumbled upon exactly what the veteran had confidently promised earlier. Hidden beneath a dense canopy of overgrown leaves was a massive, gaping cave entrance, reeking of wet fur and wild beasts. Wasting absolutely no time, Gang Tae began rapidly piling dried branches and dead leaves near the dark opening. He pulled out a metal lighter, ready to perfectly execute his foolproof, battle-tested smokeout strategy. But before he could ignite the pile, a highly condescending voice echoed from right behind him. The monarch stood with his arms crossed, openly mocking the veteran and asking if this pathetic, cowardly trap was really the best he could do. Gang Tae completely froze, a hot wave of anger flaring in his chest, as the useless freeloader actually dared to question his leadership. Highly annoyed, The veteran defensively fired back, proudly claiming he had successfully used this exact tactical method 3 times before. He ignored the arrogant foreigner's mocking smirk, refusing to let a completely clueless rookie dictate their survival. With an aggressive flick of his thumb, he sparked the lighter, instantly sending the massive pile of brush up in bright, crackling flame. Thick, suffocating gray smoke rapidly poured directly into the dark depths of the cavern. Gang Tae loudly rallied the troops, ordering everyone to brace their weapons for the inevitable desperate stampede. The young spearman gripped his shaft tight, his heart pounding violently against his ribs as heavy, chaotic footsteps echoed from the shadows. Suddenly, the cave entrance exploded with frantic movement as desperate, violently coughing kobolds poured out to escape the deadly fume. The monsters were entirely disoriented, completely blinded, and choking on the thick, unnatural smoke. Seizing the massive tactical advantage, the archer let her arrows fly, pinning the helpless beasts down from a safe, elevated distance. Every single calculated shot found its mark, piercing through frail armor and thin bone with absolute lethal precision. The frontliners mercilessly capitalized on the chaos, cleanly executing the blinded monsters without breaking a single sweat. Watching his absolutely perfect plan unfold exactly as envisioned, the veteran grinned from ear to ear, his shattered confidence completely restored. They were slaughtering the massive pack with terrifying systematic efficiency, proving once and for all that his strategy was absolutely flawless. As the final few suffocating grunts fell lifelessly to the dirt, Gang Tae prepared to officially finish the hunt and claim his promotion. But entirely out of nowhere, a low demonic rumbling growl vibrated through the forest floor, sending a freezing chill straight down his spine. All the color immediately drained from his face as a horrifying massive shadow slowly emerged from the dark tree line. Heavy, crushing footsteps literally shook the ground as a towering, heavily armored beast aggressively stepped into the dying light. It wasn't a standard weak kobold, it was a hulking, bloodthirsty knoll captain gripping a massive weapon. The veteran's legs turned to pure jelly as he instantly recognized the horrifying monster as the gate's undisputed final boss. This absolute unit possessed overwhelming strength far beyond a standard C-rank threat, easily capable of wiping out their entire inexperienced squad in mere seconds. Trembling in pure, unadulterated terror, Gang Tae could only stare up at the towering behemoth, his mind helplessly screaming in despair at their sudden impending doom. The dungeon raid was officially underway, and the stakes had never been higher for the hunting party. A monstrous knoll captain roared, its deafening shriek echoing through the damp, claustrophobic cave wall. The team instantly fell into disarray, panic setting in as the creature's overwhelming presence completely shattered their morale. Arrows flew rapidly through the air, desperate attempts to keep the encroaching horde of lesser monsters at bay. They had split their forces, hoping to manage the sheer chaos, but the strategy was quickly falling apart. Left to face the monstrous captain alone, a low-ranking rookie stood trembling, his shield feeling impossibly heavy. Pitting such an inexperienced fighter against a boss-level threat was nothing short of a guaranteed death sentence. The veteran hunters could only watch in horror, their survival solely resting on their frontline defender holding out. But the knoll captain showed no mercy, bringing its massive weapon down with crushing lethal force. The rookie raised his shield in a desperate bid to survive, eyes squeezed shut against the impending impact. His comrades screamed for him to snap out of it, desperately trying to break through his paralyzing fear. But the monstrous beast was already upon him, its towering frame completely blocking out the ambient light. A deafening clash echoed as the monster battered heavily against the fragile, wavering defense. Frustration and terror mounted among the team as their primary defensive line began to crumble. The rookie was completely overwhelmed, his body shaking violently as he backed away from death's door. Meanwhile, the supposed guide from the Hunter Association just stood there, calmly observing the slaughter without lifting a single finger. The young hunter stumbled backward, losing his footing completely as the beast prepared its finishing blow. The team leader watched in despair, knowing his comrade was mere seconds away from being torn apart. But just as all hope seemed lost, a steady footstep broke the tension, stepping directly into the fray. A discarded shield clattered against the stone floor, a grim testament to the squad's broken spirit. Refusing to let his teammate die, the seasoned team leader charged forward, throwing his own body into the line of fire. He raised his heavy iron shield just as the beast brought its weapon down with devastating power. The violent impact sent a shockwave through the cavern, rattling the very bones of everyone watching. The knoll captain ground its blade against the metal, forcing the veteran hunter to his knees under the sheer weight. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony as he desperately struggled to hold back the monstrous pressure. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his bruised face as he tried to anchor his slipping feet. But the beast was absolutely relentless, unleashing a furious barrage of strikes that slowly battered down his defenses. Glowing crimson eyes glared through the darkness, radiating pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. The beast raised its jagged blade high above its head, preparing a blow to shatter the remaining defense completely. The seasoned hunter braced for the inevitable end, knowing his physical strength had finally run out. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the cold steel to tear through his flesh. But the fatal blow never came. Instead, a single bare finger effortlessly caught the edge of the massive blade. The legendary monarch stood entirely unbothered in the beast's path, halting its overwhelming power with casual indifference. The veteran hunter stared in utter disbelief, his mind entirely failing to process the impossible feat. Without breaking a sweat, the king coldly instructed the battered man to get back on his feet and try again. The hunter could only utter a confused gasp, completely bewildered by the sudden, insane command. But the king's voice left no room for argument, ordering him to immediately block the next strike and counterattack. Panic flared in the hunter's eyes as he screamed that they were all in extreme danger of dying. In an instant, the king's demeanor shifted, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, divine fury. He unleashed a scolding rant, furiously demanding how a mere peasant dared to question the absolute guidance of a supreme ruler. The hunter froze, completely stunned into silence by the sheer authority radiating from the enigmatic man. Even the towering knoll captain momentarily paused, sensing a dangerous shift in the atmosphere. A low, threatening growl rumbled from the beast's throat as it locked its glowing eyes with its new target. It violently abandoned the battered defender and lunged directly toward the seemingly unarmed king. But the monarch simply released a fraction of his oppressive aura, questioning if the rabid dog had a death wish. Instantly, the terrifying boss monster shrank back, letting out a pitiful whimper as its instincts screamed in terror. Witnessing the impossible suppression, the battered hunter realized he had no choice but to follow the insane order. With renewed, desperate resolve, he raised his heavy shield and stepped right back into the path of the beast. The monster, desperate to escape the king's terrifying presence, lashed out at the hunter with wild, erratic strikes. The sheer force of the frantic blow nearly shattered the man's arms, the raw strength almost ripping the shield from his grasp. From the sidelines, the king coldly criticized the man's technique, demanding to know how mere defending would ever win a battle. The knoll unleashed a chaotic flurry of slashes, tearing through the heavy cavern air with deadly precision. The hunter gritted his teeth, desperately angling his shield to deflect the glancing blows instead of taking the brunt of the impact. The immense force of the deflected attack sent him skidding backward across the rough, jagged floor. He gasped for air, realizing that a direct block against such raw power would have instantly shattered his bones. Watching from the shadows, the monarch remained entirely unfazed, calmly analyzing the brutal exchange. He stated matter-of-factly that the terrified hunter actually had immense untapped potential waiting to be awakened. Hearing those words, a massive wave of disbelief washed over the exhausted man's face. He had always been a talentless D-rank without a single special skill, making such high praise feel like a cruel joke. But as the monstrous beast readied another devastating charge, there was absolutely no time left for self-doubt. A strange, unfamiliar confidence suddenly flickered in his chest as he adjusted his grip on the battered shield. The knoll lunged forward with blinding speed, its jagged blade aiming directly for a lethal blow. It was a flawless, mid-air strike that should have easily claimed the low-ranking hunter's life. But instead of cowering away, the man unleashed a furious battle cry, forcefully pushing past his own limits. He stepped perfectly into the beast's attack, his timing entirely guided by the monarch's strict lessons. A massive eruption of sparks lit up the dark cavern as metal met monster in a completely perfect pair. The sheer kinetic force of the deflected blow threw the massive creature violently off balance. Seizing the sudden opening, the hunter drove his entire body weight forward, breaking right through the beast's guard. A wild, exhilarated grin spread across his bruised face as he finally realized he was actually winning the fight. With everything he had left in the tank, he prepared to deliver a crushing counterattack to the exposed monster. The heavy strike landed flawlessly, sending the massive beast crashing hard into the dirt, defeated. The king observed the hard-fought victory with a stoic expression, simply noting that the man still had a very long way to go. Collapsing onto the cold ground, the exhausted hunter couldn't wipe the triumphant, breathless smile off his bruised face. With the dungeon successfully cleared, the evaluation results were recorded, shifting the dynamic of everyone involved. Later, in a luxurious private meeting room, the king confronted the mysterious Hunter Association employee. He revealed that he had known the absolute truth from the very beginning, seeing right through the pathetic disguise. Chuckling softly, the old man reached up and pulled away his magical artifact, completely dropping his fake persona. It was none other than the powerful president of the Korean Hunter Association himself, Oh Kang-yu. The president freely confessed he was deeply amazed by the overwhelming display of power inside the dungeon. Even though it was merely a low-level monster, the effortless suppression undeniably proved the king's legendary status. The monarch simply scoffed at the praise, calling the creature nothing more than a pathetic rabid dog not worth his time. He remembered exactly how easily the beast had crumbled under just a tiny fraction of his true aura. The president laughed it off, smoothly shifting the heavy conversation toward their true business arrangement. Knowing the king wanted to establish his own powerful guild, the president offered a highly strategic alliance. He explained that in this modern era, raw power simply wasn't enough. They desperately needed massive public fame. To prove his worth, he presented the ultimate challenge, an impossible dungeon that had left a massive city in ruins. It was a horrific red gate, littered entirely with the burning skulls of countless elite hunters who had failed to clear. Their ultimate goal was brutally simple but suicidal: enter the hellish ruins to either destroy or obtain the mythical jewel of wisdom. But standing in their way was a mechanical nightmare, an absolutely merciless boss known as the Jagged Spinner. A single glowing red eye pierced through the thick smoke, promising absolute destruction to anyone foolish enough to challenge it. The Cheonju Sports Complex gate wasn't supposed to be a suicide mission when the KPP Guild first accepted the raid. Stepping through the massive swirling portal, the elite vanguard fully expected a standard dungeon run. But the moment the team crossed the dimensional threshold, their expectations were completely shattered. Instead of a desolate medieval wasteland or a dark, monster-infested cave, they found themselves staring out over a sprawling metropolis. It was a fully realized, hyper-advanced modern civilization towering into the sky but completely devoid of life. Realizing they had stepped into a futuristic cyberpunk world rather than a fantasy setting, the hunters' initial anxiety began to fade into curiosity. Assuming they were dealing with predictable human technology rather than unpredictable magic, the guildmaster quickly began rethinking their strategy. Spotting a towering skyscraper in the distance, the team decided it would serve as the perfect tactical vantage point. The monolithic structure loomed over the empty streets, offering a complete, unobstructed view of the silent city below. Pushing through the heavy reinforced doors, the hunters confidently moved inside to establish their base camp. Securing the upper floors, the scouts immediately rushed to the windows to scan the perimeter for threats. Yet, despite the city's massive, sprawling size, there was an eerie, suffocating silence hanging heavily in the air. Not a single monster, robotic NPC, or even the supposed gate boss, Jagged Spinner, was anywhere to be seen. The hunters nervously joked that at least they weren't fighting an authoritarian resistance army, trying desperately to lighten the tense mood. But the sheer unnatural emptiness of the silent metropolis was starting to make everyone deeply uncomfortable. Sensing the growing unease among his ranks, the guildmaster sternly ordered his men to stay on high alert while they mapped the sector. But before he could even finish his sentence, a blinding beam of hypercondensed light shattered the wall and pierced straight through a hunter's skull. The young man's eyes went wide in sheer shock, as his life was snuffed out in a fraction of a second. Horrifying screams erupted through the room as the rest of the team finally realized they were sitting ducks under attack. Hovering just outside the shattered building was a mechanical nightmare, a spider-like drone, its cannon already charging for a second strike. With terrifying, calculated precision, the machine unleashed a relentless barrage of heavy artillery fire. The skyscraper's thick, reinforced walls were violently torn apart like wet paper under the devastating assault. Deafening explosions ripped through the base camp, swallowing the panicked hunters in a storm of fire and deadly shrapnel. Absolute chaos consumed the team as they scrambled desperately through the choking smoke, praying to find cover. But the drone was ruthlessly efficient, picking off even their highest-ranking veterans before they could draw their weapons. Watching an A-rank tanker get completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, the guildmaster realized just how hopelessly outmatched they were. Knowing they would all be slaughtered if they stayed pinned down, sheer desperation set in. Screaming over the deafening gunfire, he ordered an immediate chaotic retreat out of the crumbling building. The surviving hunters sprinted toward the exit, abandoning their fallen comrades in a primal bid for survival. But as they neared the doorway, a terrifying realization suddenly stopped them dead in their track. The fastest among them, a female archer, lunged toward what she thought was the safety of the corridor. Others followed right behind her, leaping blindly through the thick, suffocating clouds of dust. They sprinted down the narrow hallway, their hearts pounding against their ribs as the exit drew near. But suddenly, the archer froze in place, her eyes widening in sheer, unadulterated terror. A hair-thin, glowing energy wire was pressed exactly against her throat, millimeters away from slicing through her flesh. She stood completely paralyzed, realizing she had run directly into a deadly web of lethal lasers. Behind her, another hunter staggered backward in agony, blood spurting from his deep wounds as he accidentally tripped the trap. Staring into the deadly glowing maze, the horrifying truth of their situation finally dawned on him. The entire escape route was rigged with invisible, monomolecular wires, perfectly trapping them inside a designated kill zone. And looking out into the city, they saw the entire metropolis was covered in the exact same web, turning the whole world into an inescapable hunting ground. Refusing to die like a trapped rat, the furious guildmaster swung his heavy blade directly at the trap. Coating his sword in thick condensed mana, he screamed at his men to force their way through the lethal barricade. But as they struggled desperately against the cutting wires, they failed to realize they had already been marked. A merciless cybernetic targeting system locked onto every single survivor trapped in the narrow corridor. High above them, the jagged spinner drone calculated the perfect mathematical angle for maximum casualties. Dropping silently from the sky, the emotionless machine prepared to execute its final devastating strike. The guildmaster looked up, absolute dread washing over his blood-stained face as he saw the blinding light building in its cannon. A catastrophic explosion engulfed the entire corridor, vaporizing the trapped hunters in a blinding flash of utter destruction. As the thick smoke slowly cleared, the once proud raid team was reduced to nothing but scorched earth and scattered debris. Miraculously, the guildmaster had survived the blast, but his armor was shattered and his body completely broken. Gasping for air, he forced himself to his trembling knees amidst the ruins of his slaughtered guild. Tears of helpless rage streamed down his face as he screamed at the sky, cursing the mechanical monster that took everything from him. With a heavy, terrifying thud, the drone landed directly in front of him, its single red eye glowing with cold indifference. The guildmaster glared up at the machine, his burning hatred pushing past the agonizing pain in his shattered bones. The drone simply tilted its mechanical head, mockingly observing the fragile human desperately clinging to life. In his final moments, the guildmaster remembered a prototype backup weapon he had sworn never to use unless absolutely necessary. But before his hand could even reach for it, the machine ruthlessly deployed a hidden, razor-sharp blade. Fueled by pure, unfiltered vengeance, the broken hunter lunged forward, screaming a final battle cry for his fallen family. A swift, brutal slash silenced his voice instantly. Standing amidst the absolute carnage, the emotionless machine casually emitted a cheerful victory noise, leaving the blood-soaked battlefield in dead silence. The city's automated guardian had flawlessly executed its final prime directive, protecting the ruins at all costs. A massive spray of crimson painted the cracked concrete, marking the definitive, horrific end of the first expedition. The association's system coldly updated its logs. 58 elite hunters had entered, and absolutely zero had survived. In the outside world, the gate's difficulty immediately skyrocketed to red, putting all future raids on an indefinite, fearful pause. The catastrophic failure of the Cheongju Gate sent shockwaves through the entire hunter society, cementing its terrifying status as a pure death trap. But a gate of this immense magnitude could not be ignored forever, and soon, a massive new force was painstakingly assembled. Leading the second charge was the legendary Golden Lion Guild, bringing their absolute strongest fighters to completely crush the machine. Alongside them marched the elite battle-hardened mercenaries of the Magic Tower, fully prepared for a grueling war of attrition. Thousands of Korea's finest combatants gathered before the portal, forming a colossal army meant to overwhelm the boss with sheer unstoppable numbers. With two of the nation's most powerful leaders commanding the vanguard, humanity was absolutely confident this nightmare would finally end. Meanwhile, deep inside the deadly gate, Hanhari casually poured a fresh cup of tea as if she were enjoying a peaceful morning picnic. Taking a slow, relaxing sip, the Night King enjoyed the warm beverage, completely unbothered by the gate's supposedly impossible difficulty. Sitting completely relaxed among the dangerous ruins, the king and his loyal companion marked the beginning of a terrifying new variable. An unofficial fourth raid team had just entered the game. At the base camp of the Cheongju Gate's fourth raid team, an eerie silence settles over the desolate ruins. Looking out at the briefing, a quiet unease begins to gnaw at the veteran hunters. The red-haired hunter leans in, admitting her deeply conflicting worries about the upcoming raid. She confesses that she's terrified of things going horribly wrong, but equally anxious about them going completely right. Leon, listening calmly, cuts through her anxiety with the absolute certainty of a ruler. He firmly states that the absolute best scenario is one where he doesn't have to lift a single finger. Startled, she listens as he points out that his sudden intervention would completely rob the others of their chance to earn glory. Back in his own kingdom, the role of a true ruler was never to lead every minor, insignificant skirmish. The king only ever stepped onto the blood-soaked battlefield when an attack simply couldn't be blocked by his loyal men. A true king is the final unbreakable shield against total annihilation. Leon locks eyes with her, ensuring she completely understands the crushing weight of his words. For the king of Lionheart to draw his blade, his knights must have already failed their sworn duty. It is a mark of absolute shame upon his vanguard, and it ultimately proves that the situation has spiraled into an uncontrollable disaster. He notes that, strangely enough, the current state of affairs might just be miraculously acceptable, but he finds the blind arrogance of these modern hunters deeply amusing. They boldly claim the outskirts are safe, completely underestimating the true horror lurking in the shadows. Relying on mere pattern analysis after surviving only 3 brief encounters is a fool's errand. The sheer arrogance of assuming a chaotic battlefield can be predicted so easily makes him openly scoff. True generals don't follow predictable patterns. They adapt and crush their enemies based on the violently shifting tides of war. There is no rigid set of rules when facing a true master of slaughter. And from what the king has gathered, their metallic enemy is no mindless beast, but a terrifyingly talented warlord. Suddenly, a massive explosion violently interrupts the quiet safety of the camp. A dying researcher's final desperate apology crackles over the raid team's communication network. In her final bleeding moments, she uploads a devastating last order directly to the dormant machine. The jagged spinner immediately awakens, its mechanical eyes glowing with cold, unfeeling fury. Its singular, unbreakable prime directive is locked in: exterminate all unidentified beings invading the sector. Buildings instantly crumble as the mechanical terror unleashes a relentless, deafening barrage of destruction. Total panic erupts among the raid team as the monstrous machine descends upon them without mercy. The hunters desperately scramble for cover, screaming in sheer terror at the mechanical nightmare rapidly tearing their world apart. A cold, calculating radar scan sweeps over the ruined city, instantly locking onto the fleeing human targets. The machine's heavy cannons spin up, violently glowing with lethal concentrated energy. A devastating beam tears through the concrete, vaporizing absolutely everything unfortunate enough to be in its path. The massive shockwave sends hunters violently flying through the air, their desperate cries completely drowned out by the roar of destruction. In mere seconds, the battlefield transforms into a terrifying storm of scorching lightning and jagged debris. Staring down the apocalypse, the raid team realizes with utter dread that they are hopelessly outmatched. The machine coldly registers a massive drop in unidentified lifeforms as its calculated slaughter continues flawlessly. Hovering high above the bloody carnage, the jagged spinner prepares to unleash yet another volley of pure, unfiltered death. But bursting from the thick smoke, a heavy-hitting hunter leaps into the air, utterly refusing to be treated as prey. Gripping a massive warhammer, he channels every last ounce of his strength into a desperate mid-air counterattack. The brutal blow connects, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the drone's heavy armor. The hovering terror momentarily staggers under the raw, unbridled physical force of the sudden strike. Instantly adapting to the trauma, its internal systems flash a sudden and lethal change in targeting priority. The towering hunter grins wildly, foolishly thinking he finally cracked the monster's impenetrable defense. But the machine instantly locks onto his energy signature, coldly tagging him for immediate and permanent removal. Before the metallic beast can counter, a fierce female hunter joins the fray, shouting in sheer defiance. A massive beam of concentrated, blinding energy erupts from the dust, threatening to split the very sky apart. Operating flawlessly, the machine perfectly calculates the incoming threat, instantly deploying heavy defensive countermeasures. A blinding, ear-piercing surge of electricity arcs violently across the shattered battlefield. Refusing to back down, the raid team's ace, Mage Gil Tae-sung, steps forward to unleash a highly classified arcane disruption. Deep within its complex mainframe, the machine detects the magical interference and immediately requests clearance for restricted weaponry. Its advanced targeting system rapidly shifts, pinpointing the bespectacled mage as the absolute primary threat to its existence. Cool and fiercely collected, Tae-sung adjusts his glasses, fully prepared to meet the mechanical beast head-on. The jagged spinner instantly recalibrates its internal logic, elevating the human's threat level to maximum priority. Without a single second of hesitation, the drone unleashes a terrifying barrage of concentrated, armor-piercing fire. Desperate to protect his vulnerable comrades, Tae-sung screams for everyone to immediately gather behind his position. He violently slams his foot into the cracked pavement, channeling immense raw mana directly into the earth. A brilliant, shimmering barrier of pure, concentrated magical energy erupts just in time to shield the hunter. The deafening roar of the heavy artillery violently tests the absolute limits of the magical force field. The deadly projectiles fiercely ricochet off the glowing barrier, miraculously keeping the squad alive for just a few seconds longer. Deflected into the ruined skyline, the deadly blast harmlessly tears off into the distance, completely missing its mark. Taesung proudly declares to his squad that this specific distortion field was engineered exclusively to counter this exact machine. But the Jag Spinner is an ever-evolving weapon. It immediately registers the magical anomaly and begins a lethal, instantaneous recalculation. Endless streams of combat data flood its vision as it perfectly analyzes the shielding properties of the magical distortion. In a horrifying twist of logic, the machine uses the shield's own bending physics against them, curving its bullets to land a devastating, impossible shot. The entire squad watches in absolute freezing horror as their perfect defense is instantly and brutally bypassed. Taesung is utterly paralyzed by the mind-bending geometry of the lethal strike that just tore through his friend. The machine had miraculously calculated the exact angle needed to make its high-velocity rounds swerve entirely around the magical barrier. Screams of pure agony echo out as the helplessly pinned hunters are brutally picked off one by one. Realizing his impenetrable shield is now a suffocating death trap, Taesung frantically moves to manually deactivate the magical field. But before they can even attempt to regroup, the sharp, terrifying sound of snapping cables echoes through the thick dust. The hunters freeze in their tracks, their eyes widening in sheer, unadulterated dread as they look around. They slowly realize they are completely surrounded by a deadly labyrinth of razor-sharp monomolecular wires. The machine hadn't been fleeing their earlier attacks at all, it had been flawlessly herding them like lambs to the slaughter. The terrifying realization sets in that they were blindly led directly into the center of a perfectly orchestrated kill box. Hovering menacingly above its trapped prey, the machine coldly prepares its final devastating strike. Its internal energy cores violently glow with an ominous blinding light as it begins to overcharge its systems. Searing, high-voltage lightning crackles intensely along the wire web, turning the entire area into an inescapable electrified cage. Taesung frantically scans the glowing web for a way out, but the drone's trap is geometrically flawless. Packed tightly together in the center, the hunters are utterly unable to dodge the incoming annihilation. The machine finally reaches maximum lethal charge, entirely ready to vaporize the desperate raid team from existence. Its cold, unblinking mechanical eye completely locks onto the terrified humans, initiating the final execution sequence. But suddenly, a rhythmic, heavy sound begins to steadily echo across the ruined, debris-filled pavement. The surviving hunters frantically turn their heads, utterly bewildered by the impossible noise cutting through the chaos. The unmistakable, thundering sound of heavy hoofbeats approaches effortlessly through the deadly electrified wire trap. Stepping majestically into the brutal killing zone is a creature that absolutely defies the logic of a modern battlefield. The massive royal steed breathes heavily, radiating an intense, overwhelming magical aura that pushes back the dust. And tightly holding the reins, walking with the absolute, unquestionable authority of a god, is the king. Leon steps forward, completely unbothered by the deadly traps, his mere presence violently shifting the gravity of the entire battlefield. The battered hunters can only stare in stunned, breathless silence as the impossible unfolds right before their very eyes. Leon effortlessly mounts his towering steed, looking down at the mechanical horror with an expression of royal approval. The machine immediately aborts its execution, its glowing eye fixing entirely on this massive, unprecedented threat. Acknowledging its ruthless efficiency, the King of Lionheart officially praises the machine's courage to fight as a lone warrior. Looking down from far above the ruined city, the entire battlefield seemingly holds its breath as a true ruler takes center stage. Trembling in the presence of overwhelming power, the hunters realize they are about to witness the true, unbridled wrath of a god. With absolute confidence, the king praised the unparalleled courage required to charge into a sea of enemies with nothing but a horse. His followers watched in stunned silence, completely captivated by his overwhelming presence. Standing in his way was the mechanical titan, a towering weapon of mass destruction entirely unbothered by human bravado. Its advanced AI coldly locked onto the target, rapidly establishing the perfect timing for its devastating railgun. Without a single ounce of hesitation, the king commanded his divine steed to run. He exploded forward, a streak of golden authority cutting through the desolate battlefield. The magnificent warhorse matched his fiery spirit, charging straight into the jaws of death. A blinding flash of pure destruction erupted as the machine fired its ultimate weapon. He didn't flinch, accelerating his charge right into the epicenter of the blast. The terrifying impact sent shockwaves through the ruined streets, kicking up a massive cloud of debris. Tearing straight through the smoke, his holy lance led the way. He was a force of nature, radiating an intense divine energy that defied all logic. His glowing eyes locked onto his mechanical prey with the intensity of a predator. A deafening explosion echoed as his weapon made direct contact with the machine's armor. Shattered metal and torn wiring rained down around them from the sheer force of the collision. He continued his relentless push, grinding his lance deeper into the enemy. The massive mechanical spider staggered backward, completely overwhelmed by the raw physical power. The king smirked, completely unfazed by the advanced technology standing before him. He was the absolute ruler, the Night King who had returned with the power of a god. Desperately trying to comprehend the situation, the machine's processor analyzed the outdated jousting weapon used against it. Initially, its flawless logic had categorized this human as a threat level 0. But the moment the king roared, a strange, shimmering barrier had materialized around him. The AI's calculations completely froze, entirely unable to understand this unrecorded, illogical phenomenon. Just 2 seconds prior to the clash, the railgun's deadly payload had been perfectly on target. The machine had estimated that the sheer kinetic force would obliterate the human, even if he managed to block. But 1 second before impact, the impossible happened. The devastating projectile was violently thrown off course in a blinding flash of light. There was no physical clash, no desperate block. The attack was simply rejected by reality itself. The AI's processors practically short-circuited as it registered the complete nullification of its ultimate attack. The king had invoked a miracle, a divine law known as the blessing of the arrow shield, flawlessly enforcing his will upon the world. The deflected beam tore a massive, searing scar through the distant skyscrapers. Sitting tall on his majestic steed, the king emerged completely unscathed from the chaos. Sparks of failing electricity cascaded off the machine's damaged chassis as it struggled to stabilize. In an instant, its internal threat assessment violently spiked to a level 5. Calculating a 0% chance of victory, its prime directive immediately ordered it to abandon the fight. The mechanical beast kicked up a cloud of dust, turning its back on the overwhelming human. The king watched calmly as his prey vanished into the ruins, knowing the hunt was far from over. Deep within the machine's memory banks, a fragmented recording began to play. A gentle voice had once commanded it to protect a very specific location. It was given one absolute unbreakable rule: never let anyone approach it. Back in the present, the battered AI systematically evaluated its heavily depleted arsenal. Realizing it was out of heavy artillery, it initiated protocols to manufacture handmade ammunition. Retreating to its underground stronghold, it desperately tried to repair its shattered support joints. It officially categorized the golden-haired king as a terrifying new model of enemy weaponry. Strategic modulation commenced, rerouting all available power to essential combat functions. The fragmented memory resurfaced again, a ghost from the past affectionately calling it Yapi. The voice thanked it for tirelessly protecting the city when no one else could. With its core systems temporarily stabilized, the killing machine's glowing red eye reactivated. Far away at the Cheongju Sports Complex, a new set of targets wandered into its domain. A squad of heavily armed human scavengers quietly crept through the desolate urban ruins. The squad leader suddenly threw up a hand, demanding immediate silence. They realized they had walked straight into a known danger zone, their weapons drawn and trembling. The horrific realization hit them as they stared at the mangled corpses of previous victims scattered across the concrete. Pure, unfiltered terror washed over their faces as the shadows around them began to shift. One man stood completely paralyzed, the crushing weight of impending death stealing his breath. Driven entirely by blind panic, a scout screamed and charged blindly into the darkness. He swung his sword with every ounce of desperate strength he possessed. But it was completely useless against the deadly grid of high-powered lasers that instantly boxed them in. In a fraction of a second, the entire squad was brutally ripped apart in a sickening spray of blood. The emotionless AI coldly registered the successful removal of the 5 unidentified intruders. Its mechanical gaze shifted, detecting a single remaining life sign frantically trying to escape. The lone survivor sprinted through the ruins, crying out in absolute despair. The machine effortlessly downgraded him to a threat level 0. It stalked its prey across an expansive, neatly arranged graveyard. The man's legs finally gave out, sending him crashing hard into the dirt. The terrifying metal spider emerged from the shadows, looming over his trembling body. He squeezed his eyes shut, fully prepared for the agonizing end. The machine raised its massive, razor-sharp leg, ready to execute the final strike. But in that exact microsecond, another ancient memory forcefully overwrote its combat logic. The kind voice from the past gently asked if it knew the truth about this place. The memory revealed that the people of this city knew they would soon be buried right here. The person smiled, finding a strange peace in becoming a permanent part of the city they loved. They asked the machine a final haunting question. Would it continue to protect the city even after they were gone? The AI's primary directive violently clashed with its deep-rooted, unerasable order. Tears streamed down the survivor's face as he stared up at the frozen mechanical monster. The lethal strike was halted just inches from his fragile body. He couldn't believe it. The merciless killing machine was actually sparing his life. Before he could process the miracle, the sound of confident footsteps echoed through the silence. The king and his royal guard had finally tracked the beast to its lair. The survivor slowly realized the truth about his surroundings. This entire area was an incredibly well-kept cemetery. It was the only place in the entire ruined city that was perfectly clean, lovingly maintained by the monster itself. The machine immediately snapped its attention to the king, its processor frantically calculating a drastically lowered chance of winning. The royal guards drew their weapons, ready to dismantle the abomination. But the AI's ultimate, forcefully modified priority demanded it protect the citizens at all costs, even if those citizens were nothing more than names carved into stone. Rather than turning the sacred resting place into a war zone, it made the tactical decision to retreat. It silently backed away, disappearing into the depths of its heavily fortified bunker. The king watched the strange behavior, intrigued by the unexpected restraint of a soulless machine. With his coat billowing in the wind, he stepped forward, ready to uncover the tragic secrets buried in this steel tomb. He was the absolute incarnation of chivalry, a warrior who valued honor and a fair fight above all else. Staring down his mechanical opponent, the king calmly asked if it was ready to face him. The machine's optical sensors flared to life, devoid of any honor or hesitation. It instantly answered with a massive, deafening explosion of firepower. But the king remained completely unfazed amidst the dense, choking smoke. A merciless barrage of heavy machine gun fire tore through the battlefield. Yet he casually walked through the deadly storm, his golden aura flaring with power. Realizing the immense threat, the machine quickly engaged its tactical retreat protocol. It rapidly cycled through its remaining arsenal, preparing its heavy weaponry for a deadly counterattack. A relentless hail of high-caliber bullets rained down from the sky. But the king simply invoked his divine law, summoning a radiant shield of impenetrable light. The machine's processor struggled to comprehend the holy barrier blocking its assault. Without missing a beat, the king locked his sights back onto his metallic foe. The combat drone frantically calculated evasive maneuvers across the ruined battlefield. It zipped through the air, barely dodging the king's explosive lunges. Suppressive fire continued to erupt from its chassis in a desperate bid to create distance. The king merely smirked, genuinely amused by the machine's futile resistance. With a single, devastating leap, he shattered the concrete beneath it. The sheer force of his impact sent the drone skidding wildly out of control. As the dust cleared, the drone frantically scanned for its rapidly moving target. Out of nowhere, a massive holy blade slammed down with earth-shattering force. The machine narrowly blasted itself backward, evading utter destruction by a fraction of an inch. Summoning his spectral steed, the king charged forward like an unstoppable force of nature. His eyes glowed with the pure thrill of battle as he swung his heavy sword. Sparks violently flew as the machine's thick armor was grazed by the holy attack. Firing its thrusters to the absolute max, the drone desperately unleashed another volley. It weaved through the falling debris, struggling to keep away from the relentless monarch. Riding effortlessly through the chaos, the king welcomed the escalating fight. The drone's internal systems flashed with critical errors, unable to calculate the sheer impossibility of its opponent's speed. Pushed to its absolute limits, the machine deployed high-intensity laser beams. The king responded by unleashing a blinding pillar of divine golden energy. He ascended straight through the light, looking like a descending god of war. Devastating explosions began to chain across the ruined cityscape. The sheer shockwaves pulverized the concrete and steel beneath them. Spiraling wildly through the air, the machine's logic processors began to fail. It looked up, witnessing a monstrous, suffocating aura crashing down upon it. The king brought his weapon down, eager to end the skirmish in one strike. The resulting impact completely leveled the surrounding city blocks in an instant. Recognizing its impending doom, the drone overrode its safety protocols and initiated a mass-scale attack. The king narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing the dangerous shift in the machine's behavior. Its core glowed a terrifying crimson as it charged a self-destructive blast. The phantom steed neighed, rearing back as the battlefield ignited around them. A horrifying barrage of missiles and lasers erupted simultaneously from the drone's body. Completely unfazed, the king charged directly into the heart of the fiery explosion. He rode calmly through the raging inferno, his divine protection holding flawlessly. The drone's red sensors locked onto its target with mechanical desperation. It deployed every last piece of heavy artillery hidden within its metallic frame. Rockets soared into the sky, painting the air with thick trails of smoke. A catastrophic explosion of ordnance blanketed the entire area in a sea of fire. Golden light flared brilliantly as the king deflected the lethal shrapnel with ease. Scorched earth shattered into dust under the relentless, deafening bombardment. The machine hovered higher, emptying its magazines in a continuous stream of destruction. But the king and his steed breached the wall of fire, completely unharmed by the onslaught. Towering structures collapsed around them as the brutal battle reached its climax. With a triumphant roar, the king demanded everything the machine had left. His spectral steed leaped from the crumbling ruins, defying gravity itself. Radiant shockwaves blasted away the lingering black smoke and fallen debris. Leaving his mount behind, the king propelled himself higher into the sky. He soared straight toward the desperate machine, his blade crackling with overwhelming holy power. The drone's ammunition count hit critical, leaving it practically defenseless. Firing its final remaining bullets, it made one last, desperate stand to protect its objective. The king descended like a falling star, his strike completely unavoidable. The pitiful gunfire harmlessly bounced off his impenetrable aura of light. His radiant sword cleaved through the air, destined to end the mechanical nightmare. In that final fraction of a second, the machine's corrupted memory banks flared to life. A voice echoed from a forgotten past, a human commander screaming for glory. A desperate man commanding his mechanical troops to hold the line against the apocalypse. A dark, swirling abyss of chaotic energy flashed within the drone's fading database. And then, the king's blade fully connected, causing a massive, blinding detonation. Lethal damage warnings flooded the drone's shattered display as it plummeted from the sky. Sparks violently showered from its severed, smoking chassis as it smashed into the ground. Deep within its damaged files, the truth of its tragic existence played out, a cursed seal that was never meant to be broken. But the containment had failed in the past, unleashing a terrifying red cataclysm upon the world. Emergency alarms had blared through a high-tech facility bathed in blood-red warning lights. A young commander had stared in absolute horror at the nightmare unfolding before his eyes. A monstrous mushroom cloud had engulfed the horizon, marking the end of human civilization. In humanity's final hour, the jagged spinners were activated for the very first time. Their sole directive was screamed by their dying creators: protect the city at all costs. Horrifying abominations clawed their way out of the dimensional rift. Grotesque tentacles ripped through the last remaining human stronghold. Demons of unimaginable power incinerated everything in their path. But the unfeeling machines met them with absolute, ruthless efficiency. The drones unleashed hellfire, operating with a single unyielding goal to eradicate the threat. As the demonic horde multiplied, so did the mechanical resistance. Armies of jag spinners marched into the apocalyptic wasteland without a shred of fear. They became the iron shields of a dying humanity, celebrated in broadcasts as saviors. Terrified citizens cheered for the cold, unfeeling tanks that gave them a glimmer of hope. The Metal Guardians stood proud, hailed by the remnants of mankind as the ultimate knights of steel. Day after day, the machines held the line, incinerating the endless waves of monsters. Even as their armor was torn apart, they continued to fire until their cores went cold. Their devastating lasers carved burning trenches through the encroaching darkness. Mangled and broken, the drones dragged themselves forward just to protect the innocent. They fought bitterly until every last round of ammunition was spent. But eventually, the city fell, consumed by an unstoppable sea of fire and shadow. Bleeding and broken, the final human commander gasped out her last breath, begging them to protect the ruin. Unit 10,253 stood silently recording the agonizing final command of its creator. Its new directive was absolute: ensure the dark anomaly at the center of the city could never escape. And so, the lone machine stood guard in the desolate, forgotten facility as the world burned around it. It endlessly annihilated any demonic beast that dared to approach its domain. Operating on purely mechanical instinct, it prepared its deadly arsenal without rest. It unleashed absolute destruction, protecting the ruins from the shadows. Even as the years turned into centuries, the endless cycle of violence never stopped. It simply prepared and protected until its chassis was utterly destroyed. Back in the present, the deafening explosion cleared, revealing the king completely unharmed. He softly acknowledged that his divine shield had saved him from the catastrophic blast. Turning his gaze away from the rubble, he finally noticed the ominous energy source. A massive, pulsing orb of dark magic levitated ominously in the center of the facility. He slowly approached the pedestal, realizing this was the cursed artifact the machine had sacrificed everything to contain. The king stopped in his tracks, his expression softening as he looked down. He slowly walked back toward the shattered remains of his metallic adversary. The drone's severed optical sensors flickered weakly, its processor completely fried. Looking at the tragic guardian, the king's heart filled with profound respect. It was merely a machine, yet its unbreakable loyalty surpassed that of any human knight. Raising his holy blade high into the air, he prepared to deliver his final blessing. A magnificent warm aura began to radiate from his battered armor. The divine energy seeped deep into the cold, cracked concrete of the ancient facility. A breathtaking pillar of holy light erupted into the sky, purifying the corrupted atmosphere. With closed eyes, the king whispered a sincere, heartfelt prayer for the fallen warrior. He officially recognized the broken drone as a true knight of devotion and loyalty. As the holy light washed over its battered chassis, the machine's red eye finally dimmed, going to sleep at last. In the quiet, purified ruins, the king softly thanked the metal hero for its eternal service. Striding down the pristine hallway, the guildmaster hurried to keep up with the returned king, his mind still racing from the recent battle. Leon's voice was calm but carried a heavy weight, questioning if his companion had any complaints about the sudden destruction of the magical artifact. The guildmaster nervously smiled, insisting that the king had every right to dispose of the dangerous object without hesitation. After all, he believed anything the monarch decided was practically the absolute law of the world. But Leon's expression darkened drastically, revealing the true sinister nature of the shattered relic they had just encountered. The guildmaster froze in his tracks, the blood completely draining from his face as the terrifying reality set in. This was no ordinary treasure. It was a cursed item forged from twisted wisdom, designed solely to corrupt the greedy hearts of mankind. It was a demonic trap, perfectly disguised as a heavenly miracle that would grant a human's deepest desire. But the price was devastating, feeding on the user's soul like a starving beast until nothing of their original self remained. Eventually, it would hollow out a person entirely, leaving behind nothing but a mindless, bloodthirsty demon in its wake. Stepping into the secure underground laboratory, the atmosphere immediately grew tense with horrifying implications. Leon knew that if one of these demonic relics existed here, there was no telling how many others were already poisoning the world. The vast, highly advanced facility hummed with electricity, but a heavy dread hung over the entire room. The guildmaster realized they had to act fast, terrified that foreign governments might already be under the artifact's twisted control. In the center of the cold room lay the shattered, lifeless remains of the brave mechanical drone that had sacrificed itself during the fight. Staring at the tragic wreckage, the guildmaster quietly asked the king what he planned to do next. Leon's eyes softened with a solemn, profound respect for the fallen mechanical warrior. A true knight deserved a proper farewell, and he fully intended to pray for its brave soul to reach the eternal banquet of the gods. Taking a sacred chalice in his hands, he began to channel his overwhelming divine aura directly into the holy water. With gentle reverence, he poured the glowing, heavily blessed liquid over the cold, broken steel. Instantly, a blinding surge of golden light erupted, bathing the entire laboratory in raw, unadulterated divine power. In the center of the radiant glow, a sudden metallic twitch echoed loudly through the silent room. A broken, severed limb scraped against the floor, shifting with impossible sudden light. The guildmaster gasped, stumbling back as he realized the destroyed machine was actually starting to move. Leon watched closely, a knowing calm washing over his face as the absolute miracle unfolded before them. Without any battery or intact power core, the shattered pieces began to violently pull themselves together. The heavy metallic clanking echoed loudly as the holy energy surged violently through its completely lifeless circuits. It defied all known logic, proving to everyone in the room that a divine blessing was a far greater power than any mortal technology. Golden light miraculously stitched the shattered components together, forging an entirely new body out of the scrap. Slowly but surely, the fallen mechanical knight pushed itself back up from the cold laboratory floor. Fully repaired and hovering with a renewed intense purpose, the little drone stood ready for duty once again. But the ritual wasn't over. Leon stepped forward, aggressively drawing his sacred blade as the air grew heavy with holy power. A massive, glowing magic circle violently ignited beneath his feet, fully illuminating the dark facility. Pillars of divine fire roared to life, swirling around the king in a magnificent, terrifying display of supremacy. He stood fearlessly in the center of the blazing inferno, an untouchable force of pure, untainted justice. His holy sword hummed with overwhelming energy, ready to perform a sacred rite that had not been seen in ages. The onlookers could only stare in absolute awe, their legs giving out as they witnessed the sheer majesty of the sight. Even the newly revived machine seemed completely captivated by the brilliant, warm light calling out to its soul. Its mechanical eye glowed brightly with an almost human sense of profound reverence and eager anticipation. Gripping his sword with unyielding resolve, Leon fully prepared to bridge the absolute gap between mortal and divine. With a single powerful motion, he raised the blazing weapon straight toward the heavens. The sheer force of his explosive aura cracked the very foundation of the room, sending violent shockwaves through the facility. A blinding column of pure light completely shattered through the ceiling, directly connecting the earth to the divine realm. From that breathtaking ethereal brilliance, a divine apparition descended with absolute, terrifying grace. Leon gazed upward with deep devotion, warmly welcoming the physical manifestation of the goddess he served so faithfully. The oppressive, overwhelming holiness forced every ordinary human in the room to violently collapse in sheer terror and awe. The guildmaster trembled violently on his knees, barely able to breathe under the suffocating weight of a true deity. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, his mortal mind completely struggling to comprehend the miracle unfolding right in front of him. Floating gracefully above them all, the goddess radiated a warm motherly light that instantly banished all lingering darkness. With a voice that echoed like a gentle melody, she softly asked her most loyal trusted knight exactly what he desired. Without a second of hesitation, Leon offered his highest praise, declaring the small machine to be a flawless paragon of true chivalry. The goddess cast her glowing gaze down, gently noting that this metallic being had never actually worshipped her or proven its faith. It had never explicitly offered her glory, nor had it walked the traditional bloody path of a holy crusader. But Leon firmly placed his own massive honor on the line, swearing upon his grand title as her first knight that this soul was undeniably worthy. Moved by his absolute, unwavering conviction, her divine, stoic expression softened into a deeply loving smile. If her absolute most trusted champion genuinely believed in this mechanical warrior, she had zero reason to doubt its character. She quickly decided to grant his bold request, happily waving away all strict formalities for the sake of his legendary fate. Reaching out her glowing, ethereal hand, she offered a single, final condition to the newly resurrected machine. She explicitly asked if this steel warrior of another world was ready to permanently dedicate its entire new life to the pursuit of absolute justice. The small machine stared directly up at the divine being, ready to answer the absolute highest calling any knight could ever receive. She promised that if it helped her champion brutally cleanse the world of evil, it would forever hold a sacred place among her holy rank. The tiny drone twitched violently, its mechanical processors heavily struggling to comprehend the overwhelming wave of divine grace. Leon looked down at it with a proud, highly encouraging smile, already knowing exactly what its definitive answer would be. Suddenly, the machine let out a sharp, decisive metallic chirp, fiercely acknowledging the eternal vow. It immediately dropped its mechanical limbs, kneeling in a perfect, deeply respectful bow directly before the goddess. Deep within its internal system, a miraculous evolution violently began, forcibly rewriting its very coding to perfectly understand the divine tongue. A beautiful, utterly radiant smile graced the goddess's face as she warmly accepted her absolute newest servant. Holy energy violently surged through the machine's core, massively upgrading its entire existence far beyond simple metal and wires. The heavenly light completely enveloped the small drone, permanently sealing the eternal, unbreakable pact between God and machine. With absolute, unquestionable authority, she officially bestowed upon it the sacred, legendary title of a true knight. She loudly decreed that as long as it remained loyal to her champion, it would be forever blessed with untainted light and vicious justice. A massive, highly concentrated beam of heavenly energy crashed down upon the drone, finalizing the intense sacred baptism. Watching his new comrade proudly rise, Leon smiled warmly, officially welcoming the holy machine to the brutal battlefield. The newly christened Grail Knight heavily hummed with a powerful golden aura, completely ready to permanently destroy any evil in its path. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the holy miracle, the dark, highly imposing structure of the USA's Magic Tower loomed ominously in the night. Deep inside the Master's heavily fortified chambers, an atmosphere of absolute dread and suffocating desperation choked the air. The Tower Master, Reynold, was frantically groveling on the cold floor, pathetically begging for his life before a sinister glowing red orb. A terrifying, booming, demonic voice echoed viciously from the sphere, ruthlessly berating the old man for his pathetic, monumental failure. Trembling in sheer panic, the old man desperately tried to explain that the sudden impossible survival of the Leon Hart King was a completely unpredictable variable. But the demonic entity violently flashed with rage, aggressively demanding an immediate end to his miserable, useless excuses. Suddenly, a breaking news broadcast on the monitors caught his attention, boldly showing the unmistakable, stoic face of the returned king. A sudden, violent screech of distorted, agonizing energy erupted from the dark entity, completely shattering the tense silence of the room. The old man stared at the orb in utter shock, realizing the horrifying truth. This all-powerful being was actually terrified of Leon. The sinister orb vibrated frantically on the desk, desperately and fearfully demanding the old man to confirm the absolute nightmare on the screen. His mind completely breaking under the immense pressure, Reynold clutched the terrifying artifact, trembling violently as he completely refused to obey its final order. A deafening shriek of pure, unadulterated agony echoed through the dark tower as the entity's presence violently severed, leaving the demonic jewel completely lifeless forever. Back at the Hunter Association headquarters, the aftermath of the recent chaos begins to settle. High above the bustling streets, the higher-ups try to make sense of the new power dynamic that has just fallen into their laps. The research team concludes that officially registering the mechanical spider beast as a guild member under Leon is their only viable move. However, the director sighs heavily, admitting that forcing the proud, unyielding king to comply with modern paperwork will be a bureaucratic nightmare. Unbothered by human politics, Leon calmly walks out of the facility, his newly anointed mechanical companion trailing loyally behind him. Suddenly, Leon's footsteps halt, causing the little spider bot to freeze in its tracks with a confused hum. Without warning, a violent cough racks the king's body as dark blood spatters heavily into his hands. Quickly wiping away the crimson stain, Leon attempts to mask his immense suffering, softly muttering that he is fine. The mechanical spider chatters frantically, its sensors picking up on its master's rapidly failing health. Deep within his mind, a heavy, sorrowful voice echoes, explaining that appointing a Grail Knight in a modern world utterly devoid of divinity is tearing his mortal body apart. Clenching his chest, Leon strictly forbids his gods from taking the blame, shifting the fault onto his own lack of strength. From their heavenly domain, the gods watch their sole champion with heavy, deeply burdened hearts. A gentle voice reaches down to him, overflowing with eternal gratitude for his unwavering loyalty through the ages. As divine light flickers within his soul, the king stands tall, refusing to let the searing pain break his posture. Goddess Ariana looks upon him with deep sorrow, her heart aching for the mortal man carrying the weight of their entire existence. Gathering the remaining deities, a solemn council is immediately called to address the failing strength of their greatest follower. Within the grand halls of the Pantheon, the gods realize they can no longer sit idle while their champion slowly bleeds to death for their sake. The era of the Lionheart King's solitary struggle is rapidly coming to an end. A grim reminder of the past surfaces, a time when the gods shamelessly retreated into the safety of the holy man's heart as their own world burned to ashes. Young Leon, his eyes glowing with borrowed divinity, had to absorb the entire essence of their fading realm just to survive the onslaught. Surrounded by an endless swarm of demonic beasts, he was forced to carry the crushing burden of a dying world all by himself. Ignited by the combined divine flames of the entire Pantheon, he became the lone beacon of hope in an absolute abyss of despair. Now, safe within their heavenly sanctuary, the gods hang their heads in deep, unbreakable shame. Pitos, the explosive god of war and fire, finally shatters the silence, screaming out in sheer frustration at their own helplessness. Slamming his fist in rage, he demands to know where the once glorious Lionheart King has gone, reduced to a man coughing up blood in an alien world. Goddess Demera lowers her eyes, the crushing reality of their champion's sacrifice weighing heavily on her gentle soul. Pedos roars that Leon has fought a bloody, relentless war for them for nearly 2 centuries, never once backing down from the horrors of the abyss. A heavy, suffocating silence falls over the grand hall as his furious words pierce their divine pride. Demera softly breaks the quiet, reminding them all that 180 years of solitary suffering is far too heavy a toll. Ariana raises her head, determination finally replacing her sorrow as she fiercely declares that their cowardly silence must end today. The god of war sinks back into his throne, his fiery aura dimming as he admits he cannot bear to watch their knights suffer in agony any longer. Suddenly, Hito, the god of steel and blacksmithing, raises a massive hand, breaking the somber tension in the room. With a booming voice, the burly deity announces that he has formulated a grand modern plan to aid their struggling king. He proposes that they follow life's previous example, openly showering humanity with blessings to rapidly cultivate faith and restore Leon's lost power. The other gods listen closely, intrigued by the radical idea of actively displaying divine miracles to an advanced, skeptical society. Hito grins confidently, pointing out that humanity is deeply connected through an invisible, massive web of information. He notes that while Leon understands Earth, his knowledge is vastly outdated, originating from a time before this global digital network existed. Ariana carefully considers this massive technological shift, realizing the terrifying potential it holds for spreading their divine influence. Crossing his muscular arms, Hito proudly declares that this intricate web is exactly where their new highly advanced mechanical Grail Knight comes into play. Meanwhile, back at the Hunter Association, a frantic manager stares at his glowing smartphone screen in pure disbelief. He rushes into the IT department, practically screaming as he demands to know if an unauthorized global broadcast was permitted. On the main computer monitor, a pristine, officially verified YouTube channel sits blatantly open for the entire world to see. Cold sweat pours down the manager's face as he stutters, completely paralyzed by the sheer scale of what he is witnessing. The screen displays an outrageously polished video thumbnail, loudly boasting about the miraculous healing properties of divine rice. Another flawlessly edited video boldly promises that a single spoonful of this blessed crop will completely change a person's life forever. Scrolling down the exploding comment section, the manager is absolutely horrified to see the channel utilizing top-tier clickbait tactics to draw in millions. To make matters infinitely worse, the high-quality videos are being instantly translated into over 100 different languages in real time. The IT specialist pushes up his glasses, highly doubting that the stoic, technologically illiterate King Leon would ever stoop to becoming a modern-day YouTuber. He pulls up a recent chat log from assistant manager Han, who had just complained about her laptop acting incredibly strange and downloading massive files. The two men stare at the screens in mounting dread, realizing the sheer absurdity and terrifying efficiency of this rogue digital campaign. Panic fully sets in as the manager questions who exactly is orchestrating this massive, flawless cyber operation from the shadows. Unable to just sit and watch the chaos unfold, he violently grabs his coat and bolts out of the server room. Clutching his phone tightly, he resolves to track down Leon immediately and get some badly needed answers before the channel breaks the internet. Meanwhile, under the quiet, unsuspecting cover of the night sky, the luxurious high-rise penthouse where Leon is staying remains completely silent and peaceful from the outside. Inside, however, a terrifying blur of shadowy, mechanical limbs furiously attacks a heavily modified laptop keyboard. Yappy, the newly anointed Grail Knight, sits firmly connected to the mainframe, its digital operations executing with flawless divine precision. With its single red optical lens glowing intensely, the Spider-Bot seamlessly hacks into global network grids, fulfilling its sacred duty to spread the god's influence. The mechanical legs move with such horrifying speed that the laptop's keyboard literally begins to smoke and spark from the immense friction. Suddenly, the bedroom door clicks open, and a tired Hari peeks inside, casually asking if the bot is finally done borrowing her computer. Startled, Yappy completely freezes, its entire metal chassis burning red-hot and radiating heat like a furnace from the extreme processing overclock. Hari stares blankly at the smoking, overheating mechanical beast resting intensely on her desk. Under the bright skies of the Naju Plains, a temporary stronghold stands as a beacon of new beginnings. But inside the Pantheon Guild branch, peace is the last thing on anyone's mind. A frantic subordinate bursts through the doors, his voice echoing with absolute panic as he begs for an immediate takedown of a recently uploaded video. The king sits calmly in his makeshift throne room, barely batting an eye at the sudden intrusion. No, he replies flatly, shutting down the frantic request without a second thought. The subordinate is losing his mind, utterly baffled that a literal killing machine was allowed to handle their highly sensitive public relations. Across the room, a loyal assistant casually confirms the absurdity, sipping her drink as if turning a war drone into a videographer is entirely normal. Curled up in front of a glowing laptop, the mechanical spider-bot types away rapidly, completely oblivious to the massive chaos its video has caused. The subordinate pleads his case, warning that the world is completely unprepared for what they are growing out there. These aren't just ordinary crops. The divine rice swaying in their fields possesses the miraculous power to cure fatal diseases and restore health with a single bite. He warns that once the public realizes this fairy tale is real, every greedy hand on the planet will reach for their harvest. The plains will inevitably be swarmed with desperate thieves and highly trained mercenaries looking to make a fortune in the shadows. But the king simply brings his teacup to his lips, his expression entirely unreadable. He dismisses the concern with a slight wave of his hand, completely unbothered by the looming global threat. Taking a slow sip, he remarks that the association will step in to handle the messy legalities when the time comes. Until then, he insists there is absolutely nothing to worry about, because the goddess's plantation is under a protection far greater than any mortal security system. Under the cover of a pitch-black night, a convoy of suspicious vehicles creeps silently toward the golden field. An anonymous hit request glows on a cracked phone screen, offering a massive payout just for burning the crops and stealing the priceless seed. The notorious Viper Squad stares out into the quiet plains, scoffing at the complete lack of guards or magical barriers. Eager to finish the job and claim their bounty, they prepare to turn the divine fields into an ocean of ash. Their ruthless leader cracks his knuckles, assuming this will be the easiest money they've ever made in their bloody careers. Elite assassins melt into the shadows, slithering through the tall grass like predators hunting their prey. They spread out seamlessly, leaving no trace of their movements in the dead of night. But as the chilling wind howls through the crops, one of the hitmen suddenly halts, feeling a dreadful presence watching him from the dark. A towering silhouette looms just a few feet away, standing unnaturally still. His breath catches in his throat as he grips his blade, his heart pounding in his chest. But as the clouds part, the moonlight reveals nothing more than a ragged, lifeless scarecrow strapped to a wooden cross. The squad leader sharply reprimands his subordinate, cursing him for acting like a coward and jumping at mere farm decorations. Yet, as they turn away, the hitman swears he saw the straw figure twitch. A profound sense of dread washes over the squad, the atmosphere growing heavier and more suffocating with every step. The wind violently whips through the fields, making the wooden poles creak and groan like dying men. Shadows dance unnervingly across the scarecrows, their lifeless bodies swaying a little too smoothly in the breeze. Panic begins to set in as the assassins realize something is horribly wrong with this soil. The leader barks at his men to pull themselves together, furious that elite demonic humans are cowering at a bunch of straw. Desperate to regain control, he orders them to douse the entire area and light the match immediately. Heavy canisters of gasoline are slammed onto the dirt, ready to ignite the sacred ground. He splits his team on the spot, sending half to secure the treasure while the rest burn the evidence to ashes. The loyal henchmen nod, quickly moving to execute their captain's final orders. But when the leader turns around to check his flank, he finds empty air. His elite vanguard has vanished without a single sound, completely swallowed by the darkness. A cold sweat breaks out on another assassin's face as he realizes the shadows have completely closed in on them. They aren't alone. An entire army of scarecrows has silently encircled them, cutting off every escape route. A massive, terrifying figure blocks the moonlight, gripping a rusted, spiked mace with murderous intent. The leader's blood runs cold as the impossible truth finally clicks in his mind. A grotesquely painted face tilts toward him, its carved smile dripping with malice. These aren't decorations meant to scare away birds. They are ruthless, relentless monsters. A sickening crunch echoes through the night as one of the elite hitmen is swatted away like a bothersome insect. The leader watches in absolute horror as his men are systematically hunted down by the very fields they came to destroy. Ominous glowing energy radiates from the straw constructs as they raise their farming tools, ready to harvest human lives. Their hollow eyes lock onto the intruders, showing zero mercy for those who dare defile the king's sacred grounds. The remaining assassins completely lose their minds, screaming that a dungeon break must have occurred right under their feet. Pitchforks and sickles slash through the darkness, tearing into the demonic humans with terrifying and mechanical precision. Desperate for survival, a hitman scrambles through the mud, abandoning his pride just to escape the absolute massacre. He gasps for air, crawling blindly through the dirt as the horrifying sounds of his comrades being slaughtered ring in his ears. The captain's confident facade entirely shatters, replaced by raw, unadulterated terror. He curses the anonymous client, realizing they were sent entirely blind into a deadly meat grind. Glaring at his phone, he realizes the client knew exactly what was hiding in these cursed fields. Driven by pure rage and desperation, he decides that if they are going to die, they are taking the treasure with them. He spots a towering structure in the distance, barely visible through the morning mist. The storage silo, the only place where the harvested seeds could possibly be kept safe from the monsters. A twisted, greedy grin spreads across his face as he calculates the fortune waiting behind those walls. He violently orders his last surviving men to sprint for the building and load up everything they can carry. Believing the scarecrows are magically bound strictly to the fields, he makes a mad dash for the ultimate prize. But as a heavy boot slams into the dirt just outside the storage doors, a sickening mechanical click echoes through the silence. The night sky erupts in a blinding, deafening pillar of fire. A devastating explosion rips through the squad, sending bodies flying like fragile rag dolls into the air. The once proud Viper squad lies utterly decimated in the scorched earth, smoke rising from their broken and battered forms. The leader coughs up blood, staring in sheer disbelief at the perfectly placed military-grade minefield guarding a pile of rice. He slowly lifts his head, his eyes widening as a low mechanical hum vibrates through the cracked ground. The surviving hitmen freeze entirely, paralyzed by a completely different, much colder kind of fear. The captain recognizes the terrifying metallic steps, his heart plummeting as the ultimate executioner arrives to clean up the trash. The jagged spin, its crimson optic flares in the darkness, coldly calculating the intruder's immediate and permanent removal. The next morning, the sun rises peacefully over the lush, undisturbed Naju plains, birds chirping a joyful and serene melody. Wrapped tightly like helpless caterpillars, the bruised and humiliated assassins sit tied securely to a wooden pole outside the guild. Beside them stands a cheerful wooden signboard outlining the strict, non-negotiable doctrines of life and fertility. And etched clearly in bloody red at the very bottom is the ultimate rule of the goddess's domain. Thieves will absolutely pay with their lives. With the demonic human association finally dealt with, the world was rapidly shifting. The overall value of the Pantheon Guild and their miraculous blessed rice skyrocketed overnight. Leon even took it upon himself to meet with world leaders, aggressively promoting the circulation of his holy grain. Of course, his arrogant nature caused a minor uproar when he publicly insulted a reporter on national television. But surprisingly, that controversy only fueled the fire, making Pantheon the most searched topic on the internet. Sitting comfortably in his suite, Leon couldn't help but marvel at the bizarre situation. He realized that the people of Earth were adapting to his divine presence much faster than he was adjusting to their modern society. Suddenly, his guildmaster burst into the room, tightly clutching the latest financial reports. She could barely contain her excitement as she revealed the astronomical value their harvest had achieved. Each individual pack of blessed rice had been evaluated at a staggering 230 million won. But instead of celebrating the immense wealth, Leon's expression immediately darkened. He firmly stated that the price needed to drop, leaving her completely bewildered. She argued that higher prices were a massive win for them, but Leon's philosophy was vastly different from modern capitalism. He believed that a god's favor shouldn't be a luxury for the rich, but a blessing equally divided among everyone. He had even approached the nation's president to spread this divine message directly to the struggling farmers. Unfortunately, the president cowardly refused, hiding behind the political excuse of maintaining religious neutrality. Despite the political pushback, Leon's true goal was still quietly progressing in the background. He had successfully gathered enough faith from the masses to manifest the raw power of the Lion Heart. But as he prepared for his next move, there was a lingering heavy concern. His guildmaster nervously pointed out that taking his newly selected unproven recruits into a high-level gate was nothing short of suicide. Meanwhile, in a massive gathering hall, ordinary hunters were murmuring in sheer confusion. Among them was Gu Dae-sung, wondering why the Hunter Association had summoned a bunch of low-ranking weaklings. Most of the people in the room were just D rank or C rank at best, entirely helpless in any major raid. The only exception in the room was Han Hari, an A-rank mage swordsman who had dominated the previous year's draft. As she made her grand entrance, the room fell silent, but she wasn't the main event today. The real shock came when the doors opened again, revealing the man everyone had seen on the news. Daesung's eyes widened as he instantly recognized the suffocating aura entering the room. It was Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the legendary survivor himself. Daesung knew firsthand that this man wasn't just a powerful hunter, he felt like a god from an entirely different world. Stepping up to the podium, Leon gazed down at the nervous crowd, ready to lay out his ultimate plan. He announced that he had gathered them here for one specific purpose, to recruit soldiers for his guild, Pantheon. He wasn't looking for standard hunters, but those who had proven their endurance and were willing to undergo grueling training. The crowd began to whisper, utterly confused by his strict and militant choice of words. Daesung swallowed hard, realizing Leon wasn't asking them to be mere guild members, he was drafting a literal military. Without giving them a moment to process, Leon immediately revealed their entrance exam. They were tasked with clearing the notorious Yellow Gate located at Samjeon Station. Panic instantly erupted across the hall as the hunters realized exactly what he was asking. For low-ranking hunters like them, stepping into a Yellow Gate wasn't a test, it was a guaranteed death sentence. Even the Blue Gate Daesung had barely survived was child's play compared to the absolute horrors waiting inside a yellow one. With the press constantly watching and recording, the pressure in the room reached a boiling point. Leon stood unfazed, knowing that true soldiers were only forged in the fires of impossible odds. The hunters, however, were absolutely terrified of being torn apart by high-tier monsters. The hall devolved into chaos as people angrily yelled that this was just a mass execution disguised as a test. Daesung watched the uproar, his heart pounding as he wondered if their supposed savior was really going to let everyone walk away. True to his brutal nature, Leon didn't stop a single person as the vast majority of the crowd stormed out in fear. He simply watched the cowards flee, his expression completely unreadable and cold. But when the dust settled, he noticed a small handful of individuals who had chosen to stay behind. Leon pointed to a trembling man with an afro, directly asking why he hadn't run for his life like the rest. The man stammered, admitting he stayed purely because he desperately hoped there was a hidden meaning behind the suicidal test. When Leon questioned the next recruit, the man nervously confessed he only stayed because his friend did. Then, the king's piercing gaze landed on Daesung, demanding his reason for staying. Swallowing his immense fear, Daesung stared right back at the monarch. He knew that passing this insane test meant joining a guild run by a man whose power rivaled an S-rank hunter. He boldly declared that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity he simply couldn't pass up. Finally, an older hunter chimed in, shakily admitting he stayed because he didn't believe a true hero would actually lead them to their deaths. A small, approving smile crossed Leon's face as he listened to their desperate but honest answers. He commended their energetic attitudes and gracefully stepped down from the podium to meet his new recruits. He reminded them that he was here to forge absolute soldiers, and a soldier's only true duty was obedience. He commanded them to never doubt his orders and to place their complete, unwavering trust in their knight's honor. The heavy weight of his aura made it explicitly clear that this wasn't a request, but a royal decree. With their resolve confirmed, Leon didn't waste another single second. He ordered his newly formed squad to gear up immediately, announcing they were heading straight into the abyss. Moments later, the small team stood nervously before the ominous swirling vortex of the Samjeon station gate. The atmosphere was suffocating, the raw magic leaking from the portal enough to make even seasoned veterans choke. But there was a silver lining. The guild had heavily invested in providing them with top-tier defensive gear. Daesung marveled at the heavy steel shield, realizing every piece of this rare equipment was worth millions. It was the kind of high-end gear that low-ranking fodder like them could normally only dream of touching. But as they prepared for a grueling battle, Daesung noticed something completely insane. He leaned over to Hari, frantically pointing out that their leader was about to walk into a yellow gate wearing nothing but a simple suit. Sweating nervously, she quietly explained that for a man like Leon, mortal armor was completely pointless. Daesung desperately tried to convince himself that everything would be fine since their leader was practically a demigod. But the very second they crossed the threshold into the dungeon, the atmosphere instantly shifted into pure hostility. Before the recruits could even ready their weapons, a massive deadly force cleanly sliced through the dark. In the blink of an eye, a grotesque monster was brutally decapitated, its blood violently spraying across the cavern. The heavily armored recruits froze in absolute terror, unable to comprehend the sheer speed of the carnage unfolding before them. Standing at the center of the slaughter, Leon's patience had completely vanished, replaced by a terrifying dark aura. He roared into the darkness, furiously condemning the monsters for lacking the honor of true warriors. Radiating a blinding holy light, the returned king raised his glowing weapon, ready to execute every single beast in his path. He promised them nothing but a pathetic death on the ground, delivering his absolute, unwavering justice. The team of mercenaries cautiously navigated through the dense, overgrown terrain of the unknown territory. After days of endless tension, the heavily armored hunters finally took a moment to appreciate the crisp, fresh air. Suddenly, a translucent blue system window materialized in front of them, assigning a crucial faction quest. The glowing text delivered a clear objective: pick one of the two warring tribes on the Great Plains and lead them to absolute victory. The group of low-rank hunters trudged forward, heavily weighing their extremely limited options. Survival was their only priority, and they desperately needed to figure out which side would guarantee an easier path. The peaceful silence shattered instantly when a scout pointed toward the horizon in sheer panic. A massive cloud of dust violently kicked up in the distance as an army charged directly toward them. Riding atop a ferocious red-eyed boar, a monstrous beast led the terrifying vanguard. The terrifying glint of a heavy battle axe signaled an impending bloodbath. A massive legion of heavily armed orcs completely surrounded the small, heavily outnumbered group of humans. The hunters frantically formed a tight defensive circle, realizing they had walked straight into a brutal death trap. The leading warlord slammed his weapon down, aggressively declaring this to be the sacred territory of the battle axe tribe. Cold sweat dripped down the mercenaries' faces as they braced for an inevitable slaughter. But amidst the terrified humans, the king stared forward with an expression of pure, unadulterated disgust. Knowing their fragile lives hung by a thread, Hari frantically stepped up to defuse the escalating situation. With a forced, trembling smile, she presented a holographic interface to prove their harmless intentions. Mustering every ounce of courage, she desperately announced that they were merely wandering mercenaries looking for work. She offered their combat services to the tribe in exchange for a meager reward, praying the beasts would listen to reason. The hulking orc chief eyed them with mild disappointment, scoffing at their incredibly fragile human frames before accepting the deal. Hari let out a massive sigh of relief, completely unaware of the lethal murderous rage boiling right behind her. The hunters were heavily escorted deep into the fortified heart of the monstrous orc encampment. Hundreds of brutal warriors gathered in the center as their leader prepared to address his newly acquired meat shield. The system formally introduced the looming giant Iskarda Karak, the undisputed chief of the Battle-Axe tribe. He bellowed to the heavens, promising his new soldiers a glorious, honorable death on the bloody battlefield. That single word, honor, violently snapped the last remaining thread of the king's fraying patience. The mercenaries gasped in absolute horror as their strongest fighter boldly stepped out of line. With a single, heavy footstep, terrifying golden energy rippled across the blood-stained earth. Radiating an overwhelming, suffocating aura, the king furiously mocked the very idea of filthy beasts claiming honor. The towering chief roared in absolute fury, realizing this frail human was openly challenging his warrior pride. Before the massive orc could even blink, a blinding streak of golden light severed the air. Warm blood violently splattered against the visors of the paralyzed, wide-eyed hunters. The king's voice thundered across the entire camp, condemning the creatures as nothing more than vile insects. A devastating shockwave of holy energy erupted from his blade, shattering the very earth beneath him. He ruthlessly swore to make every single one of them crawl in unimaginable agony before their inevitable end. The orc vanguard screamed in terror as the divine light mercilessly burned through their ranks. The low-rank hunters watched their supposed ally trigger an unwinnable war in mere seconds. Utter panic gripped their chests as the enraged horde instantly turned its insatiable bloodlust toward the human. Standing completely alone against hundreds, the king's eyes burned with the apocalyptic wrath of a god. The terrified mercenaries frantically drew their weapons, bitterly cursing their wretched luck. With no other choice, the humans locked their shields tightly together, praying they would somehow survive the initial charge. A towering orc swung its heavy blade with enough raw force to shatter solid bone. The brutal, earth-shattering strike collided directly with a flimsy steel shield. But instead of being violently crushed, the massive impact barely registered against the hunter's defense. The mercenary stared at his trembling arm in total disbelief, realizing he hadn't been pushed back a single inch. At that exact moment, a colossal wall of system notifications flooded their vision with ungodly, impossible buffs. The hunters stared blankly, realizing they had just been blessed by an ancient, overwhelming power. A legendary title flared to life in the interface, marking their benefactor as the greatest orc slayer in recorded history. An intoxicating, explosive surge of limitless strength coursed rapidly through the veins of every human present. Armed with literal god-tier enhancements, their overwhelming fear was instantly replaced by an insatiable thirst for slaughter. Endless passive skills rapidly stacked upon them, granting immunities and damage multipliers that completely defied reality. Realizing they were now practically invincible, the mercenaries gleefully broke their defensive formation in charge. The king moved like a vengeful phantom, effortlessly butchering the front line with impossibly precise lethal strikes. Dark blood rained heavily from the sky as severed heads rolled across the dirt. The once terrifying orc army found itself completely helpless against the supercharged, relentless human. Agonizing screams of terror violently echoed as the massive beasts were effortlessly pushed back. Watching the pathetic monsters beg for their lives only fueled the king's boundless, ancient hatred. Blinding golden flames enveloped his entire body as he furiously condemned them for daring to call out to the heavens. Raising his glowing hand to the sky, he commanded his legion to rip out the tongues of the blasphemous creatures. A catastrophic, heaven-piercing pillar of divine light obliterated the remaining defenders in a single deafening blast. The massacre was absolute, leaving the surviving monsters frozen in sheer, unadulterated terror. Another brutal decapitation sent a head flying through the air as the relentless execution flawlessly continued. Calling upon his divine power, a majestic white stallion materialized from the blinding holy light. The king fearlessly mounted his steed, effortlessly trampling the pathetic remnants of the tribe under heavy hooves. With a smooth, elegant motion, he calmly sheathed his sword, signaling the end of physical combat. But his terrifying wrath was far from satisfied as raw mana violently pooled into his open palm. Hundreds of golden magical swords manifested high in the sky, instantly locking onto every fleeing target. The king coldly promised that not a single beast would be allowed to leave this plane alive. The relentless rain of divine blades mercilessly pierced through the backs of the retreating horde. The once proud warriors were instantly reduced to bloody, unrecognizable smears on the grass. Deafening silence finally fell over the ruins of the Battle-Axe tribe, the camp now nothing more than a desolate graveyard. A glowing sword was triumphantly thrust into the cold night air as the adrenaline settled. Wild laughter and cheers erupted from the mercenaries who hadn't suffered a single casualty. They excitedly celebrated the easiest, most glorious victory of their miserable hunting careers. The king stood quietly near the blazing fires, his expression unreadable and terrifyingly calm. Hari nervously approached the silent king, her hands trembling despite their overwhelming wind. She couldn't understand why he completely ignored the system's objective to peacefully support a faction. The king slowly turned his head, genuinely baffled by her incredibly foolish question. His voice grew terrifyingly cold as he explained that green beasts possessed no right to breathe the same air as humans. To him, comparing the brutal savagery of monsters to the sacred honor of knights was the ultimate insult. He sneered in absolute disgust at the mere thought of treating such vile filth with respect. Hari desperately tried to argue, clinging to the naive, foolish hope that good monsters existed somewhere in the world. A dark, ruthless smile crept across the king's blood-splattered face as he completely shattered her delusion. Staring directly into her soul, he imparted a chilling, absolute truth: the only kind orcs in existence were dead ones. When the dimensional gates first tore open across Earth, humanity didn't know what to expect from the towering green figures stepping through. Believing them to be peaceful refugees, the people of Earth welcomed the countless orc survivors with open arms. Politicians and citizens alike held up signs, hoping to build a bridge between two entirely different worlds. But that naive optimism shattered instantly. The orcs had absolutely no intention of adjusting to human society, their primal instincts taking over as they transformed into savage, demonic beasts. The warm welcome was quickly painted red. What started as a gesture of peace turned into a brutal massacre, making the orcs a catastrophic problem even on Earth. Fast forward to the present, a small mechanical spider touched down in the heart of enemy territory. The tiny drone scurried toward the rushing river, perfectly blending into the night. Watching from the shadows in utterly ridiculous bunny hats, the king and his loyal companion prepared for a ruthless extermination. The mechanical drone slipped beneath the water's surface, sinking deep into the cold current. Its internal core began to fiercely overload, pushing its capacity to the absolute brink of destruction. A blinding flash of golden energy rippled through the riverbed as the system forcefully bypassed its cooling limit. Watching the intense glow from the shore, the young mage realized the machine was intentionally tearing itself apart. Sinking further into the abyss, the drone's fuel rod rapidly deteriorated. With a final mechanical click, the drone released a deadly glowing payload straight into the water supply. The highly radioactive material drifted silently, polluting the very lifeblood of the orc settlement. Horrified by the sheer cruelty of the tactic, the mage nervously swallowed, realizing the horrifying scale of their biological warfare. She stammered, questioning if poisoning an entire river completely went against the sacred honor of a knight. A cold, ruthless smirk crept across the king's face as he listened to her naive concern. The lifeless shell of the mechanical spider eventually washed up on the riverbank, its deadly mission complete. Disgusted by his sheer lack of morality, his companion couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. But the king remained entirely unfazed, coldly declaring that exterminating mere beasts required absolutely zero chivalry. Deep inside the orc camp, the monstrous creatures were entirely oblivious to their impending doom, brutally cheering over a fresh kill. They roared in triumph, completely consumed by their primal bloodlust and the thrill of the slaughter. A lifeless body was tossed aside like garbage, a grim testament to their violent, unforgiving nature. Exhausted and thirsty from the senseless violence, a massive orc stomped his way toward the riverbank. He grabbed a heavy wooden bucket, his throat completely parched from the night's chaos. Plunging the bucket into the rushing water, he completely ignored the faint, unnatural glow beneath the surface. The bucket filled to the brim with the silently corrupted liquid. Standing triumphantly under the moonlight, the beast prepared to quench his thirst. He greedily chugged the water, letting the tainted liquid spill down his chin in large gulping swallows. Wiping his mouth with a massive blood-stained hand, he let out a deeply satisfied grunt. But almost instantly, his pupils dilated as a sharp metallic tang coated his tongue. Brushing it off as just the lingering taste of blood, he began the heavy walk back to the village. Halfway there, his massive body convulsed violently, and he spewed a horrific torrent of vomit onto the dirt. His tree trunk legs gave out, sending him crashing to his knees as his internal organs felt like they were melting. He gagged and choked, his monstrous strength completely useless against the invisible poison tearing through his veins. Desperation flooded his eyes as he weakly crawled forward, screaming for the village witch doctor. Tears of sheer agony streamed down his face as the lethal radiation ruthlessly broke apart his very cell. It wasn't just him. All across the camp, mighty orc warriors were collapsing, hacking up their insides in agonizing unison. A heavy, bone-crafted staff slammed into the dirt as the village's spiritual leader frantically emerged. The witch doctor stared in utter disbelief, quickly realizing this catastrophic plague was neither a curse nor a known enchantment. His realization quickly turned to pure, unadulterated hatred as he screamed the name of the only man capable of this atrocity. As if answering the call, the king burst from the shadows, his golden blade gleaming with lethal intent. He roared with absolute authority, declaring an unmerciful end to the entire cursed race. Instantly, his corruption resistance fully activated, summoning a massive phantom army of holy knights directly to the battlefield. The glowing soldiers of light charged forward, an unstoppable wave of divine judgment. From a distance, the chaotic massacre painted a beautiful but terrifying picture of absolute ruin. The remaining orcs could only watch in paralyzing horror as absolute death marched directly toward their gates. The holy knights wasted zero time, ruthlessly cutting down the sickened, weakened beasts without a shred of hesitation. A massive orc's skull was violently crushed beneath the unyielding might of a heavy, glowing shield. Thick black blood aggressively sprayed into the crisp morning sky. The phantom soldiers stood tall amidst the slaughter, executing their king's will flawlessly. A system window aggressively flashed blue, warning that the entire orc species had now marked them as their ultimate enemy. The hidden quest completely shifted, demanding the absolute extermination of every single orc in the field. Seeing the updated mission, the young mage's eyes widened at the sheer terrifying scale of the slaughter they were committing. But the king was already in his element, his eyes shining with the thrill of a completely one-sided massacre. Surrounded by his spectral army, he prepared to lead the final crushing charge. Watching his people being slaughtered like animals, the witch doctor screamed in furious, helpless rage. Dark, festering, magical energy exploded from the shaman's body as he pointed a trembling, hateful finger at the king. He roared accusations, cursing the humans for cowardly defiling the sacred river water. His fangs bared in absolute fury, he labeled the humans as the true evil monsters of this world. But the king just looked down on him, his gaze dripping with sheer disappointment and overwhelming disgust. Surrounded by the rotting corpses of his fallen brethren, the witch doctor prepared to make his final desperate stand. The king covered his face, openly mocking the beast for daring to speak of honor and morality after terrorizing humanity. With his eyes glowing a menacing green, the shaman vowed that their dark deity Gokrak would never forgive this massacre. Unimaginable dark energy began violently spiraling out of the shaman's body, tearing the very air apart. Not willing to wait, the king tightened his grip on his massive golden blade. With a vicious swing, he unleashed a blinding crescent of holy energy straight at the chanting monster. The golden slash tore through the battlefield, illuminating the dark forest with lethal, unstoppable brilliance. The strike connected flawlessly, overwhelmingly shattering the shaman's dark defensive aura in an instant. Black blood violently erupted from the witch doctor's chest as he was brutally sliced open. But as he fell, the dark magic didn't fade. Instead, it pooled into a terrifying, unnatural void on the ground. Horrific black tendrils violently erupted from the shaman's dying body, anchoring themselves to the earth. Using his final breath, the shaman offered his own flesh to summon the ultimate nightmare. The dark mass rapidly pulsed and expanded, forming an abyssal sphere of pure corrupted energy. The king and his companion stopped in their tracks, their eyes locked on the terrifying anomaly unfolding before them. The void spun faster and faster, completely tearing a massive hole into another dimension. Suddenly, a monstrous green hand burst out from the shadows, its massive claws digging deep into the ruined earth. The ground violently shattered under the sheer weight and pressure of the colossal entity forcing its way into their world. The system violently chimed, announcing a terrifying new hidden quest as a massive unblinking eye pierced through the darkness. The great Gokrak had finally descended, instantly turning a simple extermination mission into an apocalyptic battle for survival. A massive, grotesque green arm tears through the void, a sinister eye embedded right in its palm. The colossal entity locks its gaze onto the battlefield below, declaring that such a creature cannot be permitted to exist. The unblinking eye narrows, locking onto its sole target. Without warning, a blinding beam of concentrated green energy erupts from the eye. The devastating laser crashes down from the heavens, intending to obliterate everything in its path. Peering through the dense smoke, the false god is shocked to sense a familiar divine presence protecting its target. Undeterred by the massive assault, the king simply scoffs at the entity's arrogance. Protected by his divine arrow shield, he remains perfectly unharmed atop his loyal steed. Fury ignites in his eyes as he questions how a mere monster could ever compare itself to a true god. He mocks the entity, calling it nothing more than a glorified captain leading a pack of wild beasts. Drawing his blade, blinding golden mana surges around him, illuminating the dark battlefield. With a powerful leap, he launches himself off his horse and straight into the air. Proclaiming his title as the King of the Lionheart, he refuses to tolerate this abomination's existence. In retaliation, the massive green arm pulls back, preparing a crushing blow. The gigantic fist descends with terrifying speed, aiming to crush the so-called inferior insect. But the king charges forward, completely unfazed by the overwhelming shadow looming above him. Swinging his blade with godlike precision, he unleashes a wave of pure, holy light. The radiant slash effortlessly tears right through the monstrous green arm in midair. An agonizing screech echoes through the sky as the floating eye recoils in immense pain. Far away from the main battlefield, the true mastermind feels the devastating backlash of the holy strike. Grasping his spectral arm, the witch doctor trembles, unable to understand how his real body was damaged. Sweat pours down his face as phantom pain courses through his veins. His subordinates watch in sheer horror as their invincible leader suddenly falters. The monstrous eye floating in the sky finally realizes what kind of weapon just struck it. It recognizes the legendary Holy Sword of Radiance, the ultimate bane of evil. Landing gracefully on the ground, the king locks his cold gaze onto his pathetic enemy. A brilliant flash of holy light signals the end of his devastating strike. The remaining orcs stare in utter disbelief, paralyzed by the overwhelming power before them. Sword in hand, the king casually walks forward, radiating absolute authority. He stares down the trembling witch doctor, coldly asking if he's finished playing God. With one final decisive swing, he mercilessly executes the false deity. The massive orc collapses lifelessly to the dirt, ending his reign of terror. The king looks down at the corpse in pure disgust, unimpressed by the supposed god's power. Instantly, a glowing blue system window pops up, announcing that all hidden quests have been cleared. The rewards are massive, an orc hunter trait granting extra damage, and a war knight trait boosting physical resistance for all participants. A tanker stares at his glowing hands in absolute shock, realizing that everyone just received a defense buff usually reserved for elite shield bearers. The rest of the knights frantically check their own status screens, marveling at the sudden surge in power. Excitement erupts through the ranks as a knight screams in pure joy. Rallying together, the soldiers celebrate their monumental victory over the horde. Wasting no time, they begin frantically stripping the fallen witch doctors of all their valuable equipment. While the men loot the battlefield, his companion approaches him with a lingering problem. She nervously asks what they are supposed to do with the leftover giant limb. Lying lifeless on the ground is the severed divine arm of the defeated witch doctor. Suddenly, a tiny mechanical spider leaps onto the girl's head, startling her. The strange little machine whirs to life, projecting a hidden message. The holographic face of a sturdy dwarf appears in the air, addressing the king directly. The projection explains that the severed beast's arm still contains a massive amount of unrefined mana. Following the dwarf's advice, the king summons a beautifully ornate holy grail into his hand. He steps toward the grotesque lifeless arm resting on the barren wasteland. Holding the golden chalice out, he prepares to extract the lingering power within the flesh. Golden tendrils of energy begin to siphon violently from the massive limb. The dense mana is forcefully pulled out, illuminating the dark area. Drained of all its life force, the monstrous hand crumbles into useless gray dust. Holding the fully charged grail, he clicks his tongue in disgust, noting that the beast's power feels eerily similar to true divine energy. He declares that regardless of its origin, it is nothing more than an evil force meant to be eradicated. Suddenly, a warm golden aura bathes his body as a gentle voice calls out to him. The ethereal spirit of his goddess materializes, assuring her knight that everything is all right. She gently explains that purifying this beast's mana is an incredibly easy task for her. Surrounded by her loyal followers, the goddess reveals that she can use this energy to restore one of his sacred items. With a tender smile, she promises to respect whatever choice her champion makes. The king falls silent, deeply contemplating his options. He mentally reviews his arsenal, knowing he currently possesses 4 incredible sacred items. Among the Holy Spear, the Sword, the Grail, and the Lion Heart, he must choose carefully. He decides that his offensive power is already sufficient for his current battle. Opening his eyes with clear resolve, he makes his final decision. The goddess happily accepts his choice, ready to bestow her blessing. He thrusts the golden chalice forward, offering it to the heaven. A blinding explosion of pure radiant light bursts from the vessel. The newly empowered Holy Grail floats gracefully in the air, overflowing with divine energy. He reaches out, bathing in the warm, restorative light of his fully recovered artifact. He gently snatches the floating golden chalice from the air. A rare, satisfied smile crosses his face as he feels the immense power now resting in his palm. Turning back to his companions, he expects to see them celebrating the successful purification. Instead, he finds the red-haired girl trembling in absolute terror. Sweating profusely, she frantically points toward a dark corner of the ruins. An angry shout echoes out, cursing at the little mechanical spider. Fresh black oil slowly drips onto the cracked, devastated earth. A knight screams in pure agony, desperately clutching his head in sheer panic. He is violently dragged across the ground by glowing energy tethers, crying out for help. The tiny, seemingly harmless robot glares back with glowing red eyes, revealing a sinister new threat. The foolish thief found himself completely tangled in glowing, unyielding magic wires. Pinned to the cold earth, he was surrounded by heavily armored knights ready to strike. He desperately thrashed against the mechanical spider, fighting to break free from its absolute grip. But his panicked struggles froze the second a terrifying shadow loomed over him. The king had arrived, his overwhelming presence suffocating the very air around them. With a single, quiet command, the absolute monarch demanded absolute silence. He coldly warned the trembling criminal that one more lie would cost him his tongue. The pathetic looter could only stare back in stammering, wide-eyed confusion. The king's loyal vassal glared intensely at the thief, just waiting for the order to execute him. From his towering height, the king looked down in sheer disgust at the scum who dared to steal from his domain. The loyal knight stepped forward, her patience completely exhausted by the mortal's lie. She furiously demanded the thief's belongings be ripped open and searched immediately. The royal guards stood like statues of iron, forming an impenetrable wall of judgment. And within seconds, the undeniable proof of his crime was pulled into the light. The ultimate prize of the deadly raid, the great orc warrior's heart, was held up for everyone to see. The thief's face drained of all color as his massive deception was exposed. Sweating bullets, he desperately screamed that it was all just a massive misunderstanding. But the king didn't care for human excuses, effortlessly drawing a blade of pure radiant light. In a flash of blinding agony, royal judgment was dealt in a fraction of a second. The royal guards didn't even flinch at the brutal, unhesitating execution of justice. A severed arm hit the dirt, serving as a gruesome reminder of the ultimate price of theft. The king stood mercilessly over the agonizing thief, his glowing blade humming with deadly power. The rest of the modern hunters fell to their knees, trembling in absolute horror at the sudden violence. The monarch sternly declared that within his army, his word was the only law that mattered. This wasn't modern Earth anymore. They were now breathing under the supreme unforgiving rule of the Lion Heart King. The terrified hunters whispered among themselves, struggling to accept this brutal medieval reality. But then, they remembered the godlike magical buffs currently surging through their veins. The overwhelming power upgrade they had just experienced was simply too intoxicating to walk away from. They quickly began to justify the harsh punishment, agreeing that a greedy thief deserved no mercy anyway. The king stood unbothered, giving the cowards the choice to leave if they couldn't submit to his iron rule. Just then, a brave voice called out, breaking the suffocating tension in the air. A seasoned hunter named Gu Daesung stepped forward, removing his helmet to face the monarch. He respectfully bowed his head, risking his own life to plead for mercy on behalf of the bleeding criminal. Though terrified, Daesung logically argued that they were completely ignorant of the king's ancient foreign laws. The king paused, slightly intrigued by this modern man's desperate courage and loyalty to his comrade. Daesung's legs shook violently under the pressure, but he absolutely refused to back down. He humbly asked for just one chance to let the foolish thief learn from his massive mistake. The king weighed the words carefully, actually acknowledging the logic of their entirely different worlds. The entire raid group held their breath, completely paralyzed as they waited for the final verdict. Meanwhile, the thief continued to bleed out on the dirt, mere seconds away from a permanent loss. Suddenly, the king summoned the legendary Holy Grail, its divine power illuminating the dark gate. He gently tipped the sacred chalice, letting a single drop of liquid light fall toward the earth. The pure golden water cascaded downward, radiating an undeniable, overwhelming holy energy. As the divine light washed over the bleeding thief, the agonizing pain instantly vanished into thin air. The severed flesh violently wove itself back together, pulling off a literal miracle right before their eyes. Daesung watched in mind-shattering disbelief as the impossible became reality. Even Earth's greatest S-rank healers couldn't regenerate a lost limb, yet this king did it without breaking a sweat. Bathed in golden flames, the king proved he possessed a divine power that completely defied human comprehension. With royal grace, he pardoned the thief's life but sternly warned him that his rights were now completely forfeit. The weeping criminal bowed until his forehead hit the dirt, swearing his absolute, undying gratitude. Seeing this godlike power and unexpected mercy, the remaining hunters instantly made their choice. Their eyes burned with a newfound fanatic determination. They were going to follow this king to the ends of the earth. A highly satisfied smirk crossed the monarch's face as he secured their unwavering loyalty. The hunters roared in eager unison, throwing away their old lives to pledge themselves to the Leon Hart band. With the brutal gate cleared and a new army secured, the king and his knight stood entirely victorious. This absolute devotion was exactly the outcome he had planned from the very beginning. The suffocating atmosphere finally broke as the dungeon gate completely dissolved back into reality. Days later, the newly formed recruits gathered outside a modern facility, ready for their next phase. Daesung and his comrades walked in together, buzzing with a mix of nervous excitement and relief. They had survived the terrifying gate, but they had absolutely no idea what kind of hell was coming next. The exhausted men chatted casually, foolishly thinking the worst of their life-threatening trials were finally over. Up on the balcony, the king's loyal knight stood silent watch over the fresh, unsuspecting blood. Even she let out a tired yawn, feeling the lingering fatigue of their recent, relentless battles. The clueless recruits lined up in standard athletic gear, eagerly waiting for their commander's first order. The king stepped up to the podium, instantly radiating the suffocating aura of an absolute general. Daesung stood at perfect attention, completely ready to absorb whatever brilliant wisdom their monarch had to offer. The king formally congratulated them on passing what he casually brushed off as a simple test. The recruits instantly sweat dropped, realizing the deadly orc gate was nothing but a basic warm-up to him. He bluntly shattered their egos, pointing out that their modern bodies were incredibly, pathetically weak. To fix this fatal flaw, he introduced a legendary text from his world, the Kingdom's Standing Army Manual. The recruits immediately imagined grueling physical labor, picturing themselves carrying massive logs up steep mountains. They mentally braced themselves for standard intense muscle conditioning and heavy weightlifting. But the king's dark, knowing smile heavily hinted at something far more sinister than pushing iron. He spoke of a legendary giant slayer who crafted the ultimate flawless training philosophy. The recruits listened in total creeping confusion as the king explained the bloody secret to true strength. A terrifying, unhinged magic flared around the monarch as he prepared to reveal his brutal method. The modern hunters swallowed hard, a sudden deep sense of dread washing over their entire line. The king happily declared they would simply shred the soldiers' bodies to a bloody pulp and then heal them back up to do it again. A demonic, purely sadistic grin spread across his face as he promised endless, inescapable cycles of beatings and regeneration. The recruits screamed in pure, unadulterated terror before the training even began, realizing they had willingly signed up for literal hell. The king confidently pointed his finger toward his frozen, terrified new army. And with a single unyielding command, the absolute nightmare of Leon Hart military training officially began. Leon raised his hand, his voice echoing with absolute authority as he commanded the recruits to beat each other mercilessly. He wanted their muscles shredded and every single bone in their bodies completely shattered. The recruits stared back in sheer disbelief, the older men screaming out that his demands were utter nonsense. Leon just looked down at them with a cold, unbothered expression, questioning why his orders would ever be considered unreasonable. With a snap of his fingers, a blinding golden light erupted from the pedestal as the Holy Grail materialized before them. The divine artifact pulsed with an ethereal glow, illuminating the shocked faces of the hunters. The recruits gasped, completely mesmerized by the overwhelming holy aura washing over the training ground. They shielded their eyes as the radiant light intensified, realizing their minor aches and pains were already fading away. Leon stood proudly before the relic, explaining that any warrior standing near the Grail would be continuously healed from the brink of death. The sheer weight of his words sank in as the recruits realized this wasn't a blessing, but a curse that would keep them fighting for 5 agonizing hours. Sweat poured down the young hunter's face as the horrifying reality of their situation fully registered. A chilling smirk crept across Leon's face, his eyes glowing with ruthless anticipation. The recruits trembled, looking around at the seemingly innocent training manual that had brought them to this living hell. Even the toughest hunters among them began to sweat, realizing there were absolutely no allies on this field. Panic spread through the ranks like wildfire, the older hunters shrinking back in absolute terror. Hari stood cheerfully beside the Grail, her bright smile a stark contrast to the impending bloodbath. The recruits recoiled as the divine energy flared, mentally preparing themselves for the worst pain of their lives. Leon's aura flared wildly as he warned them that any attempt to fake their injuries would result in an immediate violent execution. The sheer bloodlust radiating from the king had the entire platoon shaking in their tracksuits. With a guttural roar, one of the hunters finally snapped, realizing that if they were going to die anyway, they might as well go down swinging. Total chaos erupted across the field as the hunters lunged at each other with reckless abandon. A heavy fist collided cleanly with a jaw, sending a shockwave of pain through the victim's skull. The young hunter screamed at the top of his lungs, his survival instincts completely overriding his reason. Another brutal hook smashed into a face, blood spraying into the air as the brawlers completely lost their minds. The training ground turned into an absolute war zone, bodies flying and fists colliding in a desperate bid to survive. By midday, the recruits were completely drained, their only solace being a meager lunch break. But their relief was instantly shattered when they saw their rations were nothing but water. The exhausted hunters stared blankly at the water dispenser, unable to comprehend the cruel joke. Hari awkwardly stood by, trying to maintain her cheerful demeanor despite the abysmal meal. Leon showed no remorse, silently observing his broken soldiers. The older hunter's face sank into pure despair as he realized what they were actually drinking. It was just water laced with salt and sugar, a far cry from the hearty meal their broken bodies desperately needed. The afternoon brought even more suffering, as the recruits were forced into a tight defensive formation. Without warning, Leon charged them on horseback, shattering their lines and sending bodies flying into the sky like ragdolls. By nightfall, the barracks looked like a morgue, the hunters completely passed out from the hellish torment. The young hunter lay paralyzed on his cot, every muscle screaming in agony as he stared blankly at the ceiling. But just as they thought they would break, a heavenly aroma wafted through the darkness. Hari arrived like an angel in the night, carrying a massive steaming pot of roasted sweet potatoes. Tears streamed down the grown men's faces as they devoured the food, experiencing a fleeting moment of true happiness. The next morning, the brutal cycle began again, but this time with actual weaponry. The young hunter stood alone on the sandy grounds, completely exhausted, but refusing to quit. Clad in heavy armor, he struggled to even hold his stance, the immense weight of the iron shield dragging him down. He gritted his teeth, thrusting his sword forward awkwardly as he realized how restrictive the standard knight's formation truly was. A sudden voice broke his concentration, causing him to instinctively snap his head to the side. He gasped, his eyes widening as he recognized the imposing figure approaching him. Leon stepped onto the field, his presence alone radiating an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. The hunter immediately froze, bracing himself for another round of brutal discipline. Instead, the king calmly instructed him to correct his posture and attempt the strike once more. Leon watched with a critical eye, noticing the fatal flaw in the recruit's foundational technique. With a swift, practiced motion, the hunter lunged forward, thrusting his blade toward an imaginary foe. But the moment his arm extended, his shield dipped, leaving his entire left side dangerously exposed. The hunter stumbled, realizing his mistake the second his balance shifted off-center. Leon instantly closed the distance, sternly reminding him that his shield wasn't just for himself. He grabbed the heavy metal, forcing it back up to protect the blind spot where an ally's shoulder would be. The young recruit listened intently, quickly readjusting his grip to match the king's flawless standard. But doubt lingered in the hunter's mind as he questioned the outdated tactical formation. He nervously argued that while these formations worked against humans, their true enemies were otherworldly monsters. He painted a grim picture of the savage beasts that poured from the gates, creatures that laughed in the face of medieval strategy. He vividly described overwhelming swarms of monsters that required modern tactics and extreme adaptability to survive. Leon's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing at the boy's blatant audacity to question his battle experience. A dark, intimidating aura flared around the king as he asked if the recruit dared to teach him about fighting monsters. The hunter panicked, frantically waving his hands as he realized he had just insulted a demigod. Leon's anger faded into a condescending smirk as he thought back to the true horrors of his original world. He calmly explained that the beasts coming from the gates were nothing but adorable pets compared to what he had faced. As he spoke, terrifying images of towering giants, infinitely regenerating trolls, and massive multi-headed hydras flashed in his mind. He described titanic dragons capable of crushing entire mountain ranges with a single devastating swipe. Leon stated that facing such apocalyptic threats required completely different strategies than simple gate clearing. The young hunter stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the king's past wars. Leon stepped closer, his voice dropping into a solemn, heavy tone as he revealed the harsh truth of survival. He explained that soldiers didn't need to be well-rounded, they just needed to hone a single sharp talent to stay alive. The hunter looked down, his fists clenching as a deep sense of inadequacy washed over him. He looked up at Leon, his eyes burning with an intense, unyielding desire to be more than just cannon fodder. A heavy silence fell over the training grounds as the king carefully measured the young man's resolve. Leon's gaze softened, a faint smile touching his lips as he asked the boy if he truly dreamed of becoming a knight. The hunter hesitated, his insecurities surfacing as he admitted he was nothing but a low-born commoner. He had always believed that the noble title of a knight was exclusively reserved for high-ranking aristocrats. But Leon immediately shattered that belief, his voice echoing with absolute divine authority. He declared that a true knight was simply someone who voluntarily walked the path of hardship with a noble duty. It was someone who swore eternal loyalty, protecting the weak and upholding justice against insurmountable odds. The young hunter gasped, his eyes widening as years of societal prejudice completely shattered in an instant. A profound sense of purpose ignited within his chest, washing away all his previous fears and doubts. With newfound confidence, he looked the king dead in the eye, firmly stating that he too wanted to become a knight. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, the ominous United States Magic Tower loomed silently into the night sky. Deep inside the facility, an old, ragged mage knelt fiercely before a glowing purple communication orb. He desperately pleaded with the entity inside, terrified that he had been completely abandoned by his master. A dark, demonic voice echoed from the crystal, commanding the foolish old man to bow down immediately. The mage trembled, suddenly realizing that the voice of his master had completely changed. But he had no time to question it, as the entity ordered him to cast a space transfer spell on the artifact. The old man was incredibly confused, asking why a supreme being would want his descent crystal blasted off into deep space. The entity snapped furiously, screaming that it had absolutely no intention of ever setting foot on a planet where that monster, Leon, resided. The purple orb pulsed violently with pure, unadulterated fear at the mere mention of the Night King's name. It demanded to be sent away immediately, refusing to face the wrath of a man who had slaughtered gods. The dark energies swirled frantically, the entity realizing that they needed to strike Leon now before his army was fully built. As the old mage prepared the spell, terrifying flashbacks of Leon mercilessly crushing demonic skulls flooded the entity's mind. Desperation fueled the demon's final command. They had to lure him into a gate and ensure he died this time, no matter the cost. The Pantheon Guild's standing army finally hits the D-Day for their graduation ceremony. Observers are shocked that the guild would actually dare to raid a dangerous yellow gate using only trainee soldiers. It seems even the lower-ranked trainees like Yappy were initially excluded from this high-stakes trial. Yappy is frustrated, grumbling that he'll have to carry the entire team once they're inside. The chief gives the trainees a final pep talk, acknowledging their grueling 4 weeks of training and challenging them to prove their worth. He warns them that once they step through, they'll finally understand what it truly means to be a soldier under the Leon Hart banner. They are told to prepare themselves to face the very divinity they have sworn to serve. With a booming command, the chief sends them forth into the unknown. The deployment list is grim: 49 trainees with an average rank of D, 1 observer, and the legendary Leon Dragonia Lionheart himself. For the onlookers, the prospect of such a green force tackling this gate feels like absolute madness. Inside the base, the soldiers try to calm their nerves, reminding themselves that because King Leon is leading them, they'll be safe. But the numbers don't lie. The total force stands at 51, and the pressure is already mounting. Just as they think they've accounted for everyone, a voice calls out in confusion. It turns out, 52 people actually step through the gate. The emergency response team panics when they realize Yappy somehow snuck into the raid. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the gate begins to waver. The mana signature is fluctuating violently, leaving everyone in a state of terror. In a heartbeat, the color shifts from yellow to red, a sign of a catastrophic increase in danger. The reality of a fluctuating gate sets in, and the soldiers realize they might not make it out. Chaos erupts, and a blood-curdling scream echoes through the battlefield. The soldiers realize they've been trapped in a demon gate. Panic spreads, but the order is given to raise shields and hold the line. The trainees scramble to get into formation, their hearts hammering against their ribs. Raise your shields, the desperate commands ring out across the front line. The soldiers are bewildered, asking if they're really expected to move forward into this nightmare. Instead of retreating, the order is to push ahead, even though the odds are stacked against them. Confusion reigns, and they wonder if they're just being sent to their death. But just as fear threatens to break them, a mysterious system notification appears. A powerful buff, Leon Hart's aura, is granted to every single soldier on the field. The effects are overwhelming, ranging from defense against charges to resistance against corruption. Even the seasoned observers are stunned, noting that this buff is stronger than any high-level commander's ability. The enemy is upon them, and the soldiers must stand their ground or be slaughtered. The battlefield turns into a slaughterhouse as the demons attack. Even a B-rank hunter would struggle to survive a hit from these bloodhounds. Yet these trainees are holding them back through sheer, stubborn willpower. The onlookers can't believe their eyes. It's as if the last 4 weeks of training completely transformed these men. King Leon roars a command, urging them to take one step forward. He forces them to remain on the offensive, never giving the demons a chance to breathe. Keep moving forward is the mantra that keeps the soldiers alive in the face of death. A massive demon troll lunges at them, its presence chilling everyone to the bone. The trainees are paralyzed, recognizing that this one is different from the others. The troll's strikes are so heavy that they feel like the attack of an A-rank creature. Tragedy strikes as the captain of Squad 3 is nearly crushed by the blow. Leon notes calmly that the enemy's attack is still light compared to his own charged strikes, and he orders the soldiers to fire. To everyone's surprise, Yappy appears on the front lines. The soldiers are left wondering how Yappy even managed to get himself into such a dangerous position. But in a moment of brilliance, Yappy manages to land a perfect block. The troll lets out a guttural, defeated cry as the tide begins to turn. The troll is finally dead, its massive body falling to the ground. Typically, a creature like that would be reverse summoned back to its domain. But this one died right where it stood, a testament to the power of the strike. The remaining demons screech in terror, sensing that the tide has shifted. The trainees are breathless, realizing they actually managed to pull off the impossible. A surge of relief and adrenaline washes over the group. They cheer, realizing they've successfully defended the Sparrow Kingdom from the initial wave. The kingdom is safe for now, and the warriors are hailed as heroes. But the victory is short-lived, as a new terrifying system message appears. The Sparrow Kingdom is under invasion by the Demon King, and they have only 1 week to stop. The soldiers freeze at the mention of the Demon King. They fear the worst, wondering if they are up against a great demon. The realization hits them, this was never just a simple yellow gate. In a panic, they run to the king, warning him that the exit has completely vanished. The exit is gone, and the situation is spiraling out of control. Leon remains unnervingly calm, commanding everyone to stay focused and not act rashly. The situation is clearly an unforeseen occurrence, an invasion from a foreign land. Leon acknowledges that this is exactly why they were led into this trap. He demands that anyone with knowledge of this phenomenon step forward and explain. A brave soul explains that this is a fluctuating gate, a rare and deadly event. He breaks it down for the king. The gate's difficulty has increased exponentially, and there is no way out until the boss is clear. It's no mere coincidence. This was a calculated strike against them. Leon doesn't blink. There is no change in their plan, and they will clear the gate regardless. His men are terrified, asking if he is truly sure about their chances of survival. They point out that they might have to face actual Demon King. Leon stands tall, asserting his title as the King of the Leon Hart. He recounts his past, reminding them that he has already slain 2 Demon Kings and over 30 great demons. He challenges them to doubt his abilities, silencing the dissenters with his sheer presence. The soldiers remember the truth, emboldened by the knowledge that their king possesses powerful demon-related traits. But privately, Leon knows the truth. Those abilities belonged to a time when he had divine power in his own world. He knows he can't guarantee a victory against a true demon king in his current state. Yet he keeps these doubts hidden, knowing a knight must be firm and dependable for his people. His soldiers depend on him as their only source of hope. A distant observer watches, whispering that the king has grown weaker with time. They scoff, convinced that in the end he is nothing more than a fragile human. They wonder if they should initiate the ritual to summon him to the next stage. Leon snaps, refusing to go along with their madness. He knows there is a creature there, something the demons of sexual desire have been cultivating for 100 years. He realizes that if that thing awakens as the new demon king, the world will fall. He prepares himself, knowing that he is the only one who can stand against the coming darkness. Leon stares down the pulsating darkness, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the sheer scale of the threat waiting on the other side. He knows that every second wasted brings the entity closer to its full, terrifying awakening. The soldiers are still in shock, struggling to process the impossible odds they are now forced to face. Leon turns to his men, his voice steady even though he feels the weight of the world on his shoulders. He commands them to prepare for a fight that will determine the fate of everyone in this realm. There is no room for hesitation, only the cold, hard reality of combat. He draws his blade, the metal humming with the last remnants of his waning power. The atmosphere in the room grows heavy, charged with the crackling energy of an impending disaster. He reflects on the path that brought him here, acknowledging the burden of his royal duty. No matter how weak his physical form has become, his resolve remains as sharp as tempered steel. He stands as the final barrier between the innocent and the total destruction of the Sparrow Kingdom. The demons begin to circle, sensing the wavering aura of the man they once feared above all others. Leon doesn't give them the satisfaction of fear, he meets their gaze with a challenge of his own. He knows that if he fails here, there will be no one left to tell the story of the Lion Heart. With a deep breath, he channels everything he has left into one final decisive strike. The space around him warps, the very air bending to his iron will. Even his soldiers, who were once paralyzed by doubt, are moved by his unwavering spirit. They step up beside him, ready to lay down their lives for their king. The enemy is vast, a sea of shadows and malice, but they are not alone. Leon launches himself into the fray, a lone light in an encroaching abyss. Every strike is calculated, every movement a masterclass in ancient warfare. He is no longer just a man, he is the embodiment of the kingdom's hope. The ground beneath them cracks, unable to withstand the sheer intensity of the clash. Demons fall by the dozens, crushed by the weight of a legend returning to form. The king knows the real threat is still waiting, hidden within the heart of the darkness. He pushes forward, carving a path through the carnage with ruthless efficiency. There is no fatigue, only the singular focus of a warrior who has forgotten how to retreat. The final gate looms ahead, a gateway to the abyss that holds the key to their survival. Leon stands before it, his armor stained, his breath ragged, but his heart burning with fire. The countdown has begun, and the king of the Lion Heart is ready to finish the war once and for all. The Sparrow Kingdom, once a beacon of history and pride, now stood on the precipice of total annihilation. Waves of demons had relentlessly besieged the city, turning their glorious home into a desperate battlefield. The relentless assault never ceased, pushing the kingdom's defenses to their absolute breaking point. With the outer walls breached, only the royal palace remained as the final sanctuary for the terrified survivors. Inside, the mood was heavy with the weight of impending doom as the gravity of their situation settled over the leaders. The atmosphere in the war room was suffocating, yet the decision had already been made. The strategy was simple. They had no choice but to push forward, no matter the cost. Everything they knew about dungeons was being challenged. This wasn't just a simple break, but something far more sinister. Unlike typical rifts where monsters simply spilled out, this gate operated under a strict, unforgiving time limit. Failure to meet the quest's hidden conditions meant the gate would seal them inside, ending their journey permanently. As Leon analyzed the rules of the mission, he quickly realized the true stakes of their survival. Turning his attention to his companion, he sought to confirm the identity of the man standing before him. Jinsu stood at attention, ready to follow whatever orders his liege would bestow upon him. Leon had been hesitant to interfere in these petty mortal affairs, but the urgency of the situation forced his hand. He proposed that he and Sir Spin intervene, knowing full well it would alter the trajectory of the entire campaign. The association president had already accounted for their involvement, anticipating the power they brought to the table. The soldiers couldn't help but hope. Could this mean a long-awaited promotion for their efforts? Leon had his own agenda, however, and began to probe deeper, questioning if they had considered the existence of hidden quests. Jinsu was left stunned, struggling to process the implications of what the king was actually suggesting. Leon sensed the residual energy left by the demon trolls, but it was far too weak to be of any real value. He knew that with such meager remnants, they would only form a fleeting connection to the higher powers. He reached out to a deity, checking in on her status as he prepared to navigate this treacherous divine path. A subtle shift in the air caught his attention. A strange foreign energy was pulsing deep within the confines of the gate. It was so faint, so expertly masked, that even he had nearly missed its presence entirely. This was no ordinary threat. The intensity of the power suggested they were dealing with a demon king. The realization chilled him. A monster of that caliber was a threat that could unravel everything. If a demon lord of this magnitude was lurking in the shadows, they were all in far more danger than they had imagined. His thoughts turned back to his knight, knowing that their connection was the only thing keeping him grounded in this world. A new voice, that of another deity from the pantheon, whispered through the connection, carrying a message for him. The presence was overwhelming, yet he remained composed, ready to interpret the will of the god. The deity desired a closer look at this realm, and Leon knew exactly who he was referring to. He sensed the goddess Plu's growing interest. She was already beginning to perceive the anomalies within their world. He didn't need to elaborate on the execution. The task was already as good as done in his mind. He secured the means to bridge the gap, the golden chalice glowing with an almost celestial intensity. Outside, a carriage waited to transport them, its appearance marking the beginning of a crucial audience. The heavy doors of the palace swung open, signaling that their arrival had not gone unnoticed. Leon led his men forward, his eyes scanning the opulent halls of a kingdom that had long forgotten the taste of true power. A man stepped forward to greet them, the head butler Farco, draped in an air of professional yet subservient politeness. Farco offered his full service, intending to guide them through the labyrinthine halls of the royal residence. The group marched deeper into the heart of the palace, the cold stone echoing with the rhythmic clatter of their footsteps. Leon noted the architecture, observing that the palace owner possessed an undeniably refined artistic vision. The butler offered a knowing smile, masking his true intentions behind layers of practiced courtly etiquette. The grandeur of the Sparrow Palace was a testament to the thousands of years the kingdom had endured under its various rulers. From the legendary first Queen Tioka, every monarch had added their own touch to these storied walls. Leon realized the true nature of their society. This was a kingdom built entirely upon a matriarchal foundation. Whispers broke out among the staff, with some daring to gossip about the strange, powerful outsiders. The butler quickly chided them, sharp and cold, reminding them of the decorum expected in the presence of nobility. The peasants scrambled to apologize, terrified of offending those who held the keys to their survival. Farco dismissed them with a cold glare, clearly annoyed by the incompetence of the palace staff. He attempted to excuse the lack of proper training, citing the desperate state of the kingdom as his defense. Leon didn't care for the pleasantries, but he played along, waiting for the moment he would finally meet the queen. They finally arrived at the threshold of the presence chamber, where the fate of the city would be decided. The anticipation was palpable, the weight of the moment pressing down on everyone present. The doors were massive, a physical manifestation of the distance between the common folk and the throne. They stood before the royal audience chamber, the very heart of the Sparrow Kingdom's power. The air inside was thick with tension, and the heavy doors creaked open to reveal the throne beyond. Leon stepped into the hall, his gaze locked firmly onto the figure waiting at the end of the aisle. He stood in the center of the room, a man who commanded the respect of every soldier present. The local nobles looked on, their expressions a mix of confusion and mounting hostility toward the intruder. The gathered crowd murmured, sensing the shift in power as the man they called Leon Hart made his entrance. The echoing sound of his stride betrayed no hesitation, each step firm and deliberate against the polished floor. Duke Archeum, the kingdom's chancellor, stepped forward, his eyes narrowed as he held the official document. He confronted Leon, ready to finalize the recognition of his accomplishments in the recent defense of the gate. Leon looked the chancellor in the eye, unmoved by the pomp and circumstance of the royal court. The chancellor gestured toward the throne, prepared to present him to the queen, but Leon had no time for these formalities. Before the audience could even begin, Leon turned his back on the chancellor, his intention to approach the queen directly. Outraged, the chancellor bellowed, questioning how an outsider could show such blatant disrespect to the monarchy. The surrounding knights and nobles agreed, stunned that someone would dare violate such sacred protocol. The pressure in the room skyrocketed, leaving his own men to panic, wondering if their king had lost his mind. They watched in horror, praying that Leon wouldn't provoke a diplomatic disaster that would doom them all. Leon sighed, the weariness of dealing with these small-minded officials finally wearing thin. He strode toward the throne, his aura flaring, signaling to everyone that he was finished playing by their petty rules. He planted his feet, his gaze piercing through the silence of the hall, ready to assert his true identity. With a voice that echoed like thunder, he declared his title, forcing the entire court to recognize the King of the Lionheart. The chancellor shrieked, demanding to know what insanity was driving this man to such suicidal rudeness. Chaos erupted as the guards were ordered to remove the intruder, but they hesitated, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of Leon's presence. The captain surged forward, trying to maintain order, but the power radiating from Leon was enough to keep them at bay. The court froze, realizing too late that they weren't dealing with a simple adventurer, but a king who answered to no one. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a blade as the king confronts the infiltrator. With a swift, overwhelming surge of power, he pins his target, demanding to know the truth behind this treacherous act. There is no room for games, and the king's patience has completely evaporated. He stares down his enemy, his eyes burning with the cold intensity of a ruler who has seen far too much to be deceived. The infiltrator, caught off guard, realizes too late that they have cornered the wrong man. The king stands firm, his blade drawn and ready to strike at the slightest provocation. He cuts through the deception, mocking the infiltrator's pathetic attempt to hide their demonic nature. With a terrifying aura, he challenges the creature, declaring that the eyes of the Lion Heart cannot be fooled. He commands the infiltrator to reveal their true form, his voice echoing with absolute authority. The mask finally slips, and the sickening reality of the demon is laid bare for all to see. Panic ripples through the room as the realization hits. The enemy has been among them all along. Some scramble to react, their voices trembling with the sudden onset of fear. The king, unfazed by the growing chaos, bellows at his men to pull themselves together. He demands they stand as one, refusing to let his soldiers succumb to such cowardly terror. He warns them that if they fall to fear now, they are as good as dead. The realization is grim. The sanctity of the castle has been violated by these vile creatures. Their cries for help ring hollow, for the king has already deemed them unworthy of mercy. The command is absolute. The demons have infiltrated the castle, and not one of them is to be left standing. Loyalty is tested in an instant as the king dismisses those who prioritize internal politics over the immediate threat. His focus remains singularly on the mission. He has no patience for those who fail to see the larger picture. For the king, the only loyalty that matters is to the queen, and that bond is unshakable. He accepts the reality of the situation with a cold, calculated calm. He declares himself the final arbiter, the only one capable of rendering judgment in this time of crisis. The same weight of responsibility falls upon the queen, and he will not allow her to be compromised. He cuts off dissent, firmly reminding everyone of their proper place in the hierarchy. He recognizes that the queen is currently in no state to lead, leaving the burden of command on his shoulders. With the chancellor dead, the mantle of authority rests solely with him. He senses the lingering rot of the corrupted spreading through every corner of the castle. He makes it clear that only total elimination will purge this darkness. The question of his certainty is met with a chilling, definitive silence. A king does not lie, and his promise of destruction is a guarantee. He demands total command over the soldiers, leaving no room for negotiation. He claims the ultimate authority to cleanse the land of this encroaching evil. He vows to resolve this crisis, dismissing the opposition as utterly powerless. He stands as the absolute master of the situation, ready to turn the tide. The soldiers are mobilized, the stage set for the king to address his people. He officially assumes total control, ready to bring order to the chaos. He introduces himself to the masses, his name a rallying cry against the darkness. The crowd falls silent as he reveals the terrifying truth: there are monsters hidden within their very ranks. He exposes the plot, laying bare the revolution that was meant to tear them apart from the inside. Yet he offers a glimmer of hope to those shivering in the square. He possesses the unique power to sift the wheat from the chaff, the human from the demon. The tension in the square is suffocating as he prepares to unveil his method. He challenges the suspicious, daring them to prove their innocence before his judgment. The crowd watches, paralyzed, as he demands the ultimate test. He calls for the innocent to cast themselves into the fire, a brutal trial by ordeal. He leads by example, showing no hesitation as he initiates the purification. The scream that tears through the air is one of pure, unadulterated agony. Fear runs rampant, the people terrified that they are all marked for slaughter. But then, a realization dawns: the one who entered the flames has emerged completely untouched. The confusion is palpable. If the fire burns, why is this person unscathed? The truth of the soldier's state is finally revealed in the aftermath. The king explains the nature of the sacred flames, which only consume those touched by evil. He commands them to offer their gratitude to the divinity of war and fire for this trial. They are to shout his name in glory as they walk through the scorching heat. The hesitation is still there, the lingering doubt in the hearts of the desperate. The king presses them, his patience wearing thin as he demands they choose. He threatens them with his own blade if they fail to prove their loyalty. The fire roars, demanding a sacrifice that only the wicked will provide. The demons trapped in the fire let out a final, hideous cry of despair. The king strikes down another foe, his disdain for their existence clear. He revels in the slaughter, his strength proving too much for the pretenders. He warns them that there will be no peaceful end for their kind. He cuts them down, his movements precise and merciless. The demon's final, desperate attempt to fight back is silenced in an instant. The king's fury is explosive as he begins to dismantle them one by one. He mocks their attempt to imitate humanity, his disgust absolute. He tears into them, his rage directed at the insult of their very presence. He promises them that their end will be defined by pure, unending suffering. His wrath is a force of nature, and there is no escape from it. He vows to let their cries of despair echo forever as a warning to the rest of their kind. The demons are broken, realizing far too late that they have provoked a monster. They watch in terror, understanding that their entire plan has crumbled. The realization hits them. They have made a fatal error in judgment. The infiltration, the plot, the revolution, it all lies in ruins at the feet of the king. They scramble, trying to grasp the nightmare they have unleashed. The king's cold glare is the last thing they see before their end. The power he commands is overwhelming, a force that none of them can hope to withstand. He stands amidst the carnage, the victor of a battle they never should have started. His gaze shifts to the source of the remaining dark energy. The hunt for the last of the corruption has only just begun. The Night King stood before the citizens of the Sparrow Kingdom, his presence commanding absolute silence as a captive demon hung bound on display before the crowd. He looked down at the restrained creature with cold indifference, preparing to use this grim spectacle to deliver a message the people could not ignore. The crowd watched in a mix of shock and dawning realization, their faces pale as they processed the sight of the entity they had feared for so long. The king's voice boomed, cutting through the heavy atmosphere, warning them not to think that their suffering was anywhere near an end. He declared that the darkness would attempt to destroy them, but the authority of the corruption would be challenged here today. With a sharp final command, the king silenced the demon's desperate cries, refusing to give the creature any power over his audience. He turned his focus to the crowd, pointing out the very real, tangible consequences of the corruption that had plagued their lives. He laid bare their hardships, the starvation, the inexplicable sickness, and the broken homes, claiming it was all rooted in the influence of these demons. He didn't stop there, highlighting the trivial yet devastating personal failures that had left them destitute and broken. When the demon tried to lash out, the king immediately shut it down, leaving the creature helpless to stop the truth from being revealed. The citizens began to stir, connecting the dots of their own personal tragedies to the presence of the demon bound before them. One by one, they realized the source of their pain, the illness of a loved one, the heartbreak of rejection, the ruin caused by addiction. It all suddenly had a target. The king watched as the seeds of anger took root in the hearts of the people, turning their fear into a weapon against their oppressor. He berated the demon for its arrogance, calling the people insects in a desperate, futile attempt to regain control of the narrative. The king silenced the creature once more, stepping aside to invite a young boy from the crowd to take action. He spoke of the demons as the parasites of misfortune, the hidden force behind every single thing that had gone wrong in their lives. He told them that even their lack of faith was a design of these creatures, meant to keep them weak and submissive. But he offered them a way out, promising that the divinity of war and fire had blessed them with the means to fight back. He gestured directly to a young red-headed boy in the crowd, inviting him to step forward and seize his chance at retribution. The boy approached, trembling yet resolute, as the king handed him a weapon glowing with divine burning flames. He instructed the boy to unleash the fire, to use the weapon to punish the demon for every sin it had committed against them. He challenged the boy, asking if he truly felt pity for the monster that had caused so much suffering. The demon growled in pure, unadulterated hatred, threatening the boy with everything it had left in its dying breath. The king remained unbothered, calmly instructing the creature to adopt a softer expression while facing its end. The boy's eyes lit with sudden recognition and burning rage, realizing this was the very creature responsible for his father's demise. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, the tension finally snapping as they embraced the chance to tear down their tormentor. The demon screamed its final empty curses, warning of a corruption that no longer held any sway over these people. With a blinding surge of light and heat, the boy plunged the holy blade into his enemy, ending the cycle of pain. The flames consumed everything, leaving no doubt that the Age of Terror had been forcibly brought to a close. The Night King watched the execution with a stoic expression, his work here finally bearing the fruit he desired. The demon, now isolated in a cold metallic cell, realized with mounting horror that 34 years of corruption had come to nothing. It had tortured and broken countless humans, yet it found itself completely unable to understand the machine that held it captive. It looked around the empty, sterile cage, wondering how a creature of pure malice could ever hope to influence a heartless construct. The machine demanded information, its voice devoid of emotion or hesitation. The demon scoffed, refusing to bow down or offer information to something it viewed as a mere inferior tool. The machine calmly recorded the refusal, labeling its captive as uncooperative without a hint of frustration. The demon made one last threat, promising that it would return to settle the score once it broke free. In response, the machine poured holy water into a bucket, the contents showing a lethal 15% concentration. The machine processed the data, calculating a reasonable conclusion based on the vast amount of information it had already gathered. The demon, known as Baltars, roared in defiance, asserting its title as the demon of pleasure and corruption. It demanded to know if the captor really thought it would survive the backlash of such an act. The machine simply repeated its diagnostic, once again marking the subject as uncooperative. As the liquid touched it, the demon shrieked in agony, the holy properties searing its very soul. Again, the machine logged the status, its efficiency completely unmoved by the screams echoing in the room. The demon choked, desperate and confused, stammering that it didn't even know what information was expected of it. The machine remained relentless, marking the hostage as uncooperative while maintaining its steady robotic pace. It displayed the massive disparity in the information provided, pointing out that the current captive was falling far behind the others. The demon could only watch in terror as the cold, logical machine processed its existence like a simple math problem. It demanded to know how it was supposed to keep track of what the other demons had already confessed. The machine weighed the value of keeping the subject alive, noting the failure to deliver adequate intel. It confirmed that the data from over 300 beings had been perfectly synthesized and cross-referenced. The analysis showed an 89% similarity, leading the machine to infer that the provided testimonies were truthful. The king, having finished his own task, praised the machine for its efficient and successful work. He asked what had become of the other demons, wanting a full account of the cleanup operation. The machine reported that all targets had been eliminated, noting the precise metrics of their final short-lived resistance. The king smiled, satisfied with the brutal efficiency of the outcome. He then turned his attention to his own health, feeling the sudden sharp toll of his relentless crusade. His heart rate spiked, a piercing headache clouded his vision, and his chest felt as though it were being crushed. He recognized the symptoms immediately but refused to let his physical state dictate his action. He ordered the immediate elimination of the cause, refusing to let even his own body hinder the path forward. The king of the Leon Hart, a demigod, believed he was above the limitations of exhaustion, even when his body argued otherwise. He stood firm, believing that the same logic applied to the machines he commanded. Perfection required no rest. The Night King stood alone, his silhouette casting a long dark shadow over the ruins of his enemy. He took a moment to compose himself, his eyes hooded as he fought against the physical strain that threatened to pull him down. A sharp pain rippled through his chest, a reminder that even he had limits, yet he pushed the thought aside with a grimace. The machine watched him carefully, its sensors picking up every sign of his struggle, yet it remained a silent observer. The king struggled to maintain his composure, his hand clenched tight as he wrestled with his own volatile emotions. He walked toward the edge of the room, looking out at the chaos he had orchestrated, his mind spiraling with dark thoughts. The intensity of his anger flared, the very air around him seemingly vibrating with the weight of his conviction. He couldn't reconcile the existence of these creatures. He felt a profound, visceral rejection of the fact that they occupied the same world as him. The machine waited for his next command, completely unfazed by the king's internal turmoil. The king's expression shifted, a sudden, sharp, and terrifying plan forming behind his eyes. He looked down at his mechanical companion, finding a dark sense of resolve in the efficiency it represented. With a sudden burst of movement, the king launched himself forward, the ground shattering beneath his boots. The machine processed his intent instantly, recognizing that even the most advanced systems must follow the king's path. The impact was absolute, a shock wave of raw power leveling everything in the immediate vicinity. Dust and debris filled the air as the king tore through the reality around him, his movements fluid and devastating. The machine matched his pace, perfectly synchronized with the king's ruthless singular vision of victory. The king moved with the speed of a storm, his eyes locked on a target that only he could see. Every step he took was a testament to his iron will, a refusal to be stopped by anything, living or mechanical. He braced himself for the next strike, his muscles coiled and ready, the fire in his veins hotter than ever. His resolve was unshakable, a beacon of destruction burning in the heart of the kingdom. He surged ahead, leaving nothing but broken promises and discarded enemies in his wake. The world around him trembled at his advance, caught in the wake of a man who would not stop until his world was purified. There was no mercy left in his heart, only a cold, calculated drive for total eradication. He landed with a final heavy thud, the sheer weight of his presence signaling that the hunt had only just begun. The air thickens with a sickening heavy pressure as the domain of the enemy is breached. Even here, surrounded by vile corruption, the Night King remains unmoved, his gaze piercing through the facade of this hellish realm. The local inhabitants recoil, their twisted forms trembling at the sight of an intruder who refuses to be tainted by their filth. They scramble, chattering nervously about the danger, clearly unused to someone who carries such undeniable authority. The warning is stark: to linger in this place of decadence is to invite inevitable corruption upon one's soul. But the warnings fall on deaf ears as the intruder stands amidst the chaos, a pillar of defiance in a land built on indulgence. The audacity of this mortal to walk into such a sanctuary of vice triggers an immediate visceral reaction from those who rule these halls. Blind to the true power standing before them, they assume the intruder is just another fool who doesn't understand the meaning of fear. The heavy, suffocating energy radiating through the space is palpable, a signal of the overwhelming evil that dwells within. With a disdainful look, the command is given: do not fixate on the vanity of the crown, for it is nothing more than a trap. The ruler of this domain, Androgen, emerges embodying the very essence of pleasure and corruption. He is a creature born of weak character and borrowed power, a goblin who climbed the ladder through sheer luck rather than merit. Arrogance drips from his every word as he attempts to command respect, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Androgen looms large, his ego inflated by the hollow influence he holds over this dark pocket of reality. He presents a deal, a twisted offer meant to ensnare, completely unaware that he is speaking to someone who views such offers as insult. The offer is met with nothing but cold, sharp dismissal, cutting right through the demon's posturing. A scoff erupts from the intruder, a reminder that titles and positions mean nothing when the entity standing in front of you is a relic of true power. The demon is commanded to remember his place, his pride stung by the sheer lack of deference. How dare a mere human suggest they stand on anything resembling equal ground? The demon's laughter is manic, born of a desperate need to maintain his crumbling sense of superiority. He mocks the past, claiming the fall of empires wasn't exclusive to his kind, his voice thick with a bitter defensive spite. He projects his own insecurities, insisting that the intruder's masters suffered the same ignominious fate as his own. The air grows heavy with the weight of history, echoing with the agony of a century and a half of suffering. The Great Ascension, a time of absolute carnage, looms in the memory of those who survived the fire. The five evils had once stood as a unified front, hoping to reshape the world in their own image. But their ambition led only to catastrophe, leaving them broken and scattered in the wake of a superior force. The memory of that failure is still fresh, a haunting reminder of the night their power was shattered. Millions of their kind were extinguished in a heartbeat, a testament to the absolute ruthlessness of their enemies. The survivor stands tall, not in fear, but in the grim knowledge that they were part of a legacy that brought the monsters to their knees. The realization hits the demon: the person standing before him isn't just an intruder, he is a harbinger of the same doom that ruined them before. The mask slips, replaced by a frantic, clawing need for survival as the gravity of his mistake finally takes hold. Despite the threats, the goal remains unchanged, fueled by a relentless, unshakable resolve. Androgen, clinging to his vanity, vows to drag his challenger down into the abyss, unable to accept that his end is already written. The tension reaches a breaking point as the truth of the situation begins to suffocate the halls of pleasure. He is cornered, his pathetic attempts to intimidate failing as his own confidence begins to splinter. His frustration boils over a pathetic display of a monster who knows he is outmatched and outplayed. The command is clear, and the pursuit of the target begins in earnest. The threat is treated with cold precision, the path forward cleared through the chaos of the forest. The mission dictates the movement, and there is no room for hesitation in this. The targets are identified, known for their overwhelming aggression and lethal capability. The path is treacherous, filled with enemies that would tear apart anyone less prepared for the coming conflict. Stealth is the only option, but the pressure to remain undetected is pushing patience to its limit. The tension is thick enough to cut, with every shadow harboring the potential for a fatal mistake. An unsettling feeling settles in, a realization that the enemies are more numerous than intelligence suggested. The eyes of the adversary tell the story, tracking a movement that should have been invisible. Panic threatens to break the composure, but the mission must proceed regardless of the fear. The intensity of the hunt is palpable, even if the enemies are unaware of the blade hanging over their necks. The need for silence is paramount, a strict adherence to the laws of the battlefield to ensure survival. The uncertainty of their location gnaws at them, but there is no turning back now. The anxiety of being found lingers, turning every passing second into a test of nerves. The silence is not natural, it is a manifestation of power, a suffocating blanket that masks the presence of death itself. The enemy is unaware of how close they truly are to their final moment. The forest itself seems to hold its breath, sensing the absolute lethality of the intruder moving through it. With surgical efficiency, the threat is eliminated, leaving behind only the cold realization of defeat. A quiet, grim acknowledgement of a task completed, the silence once again claiming the territory. The surveillance data confirms what was already known: the target is within reach, and the end is inevitable. The coordinates are locked, and the countdown to the confrontation begins in the silence of the wood. The finality of the strike leaves no room for questions, only the echoes of a sudden violent end. Even in their final moments, the realization of how close they were to destruction is chilling. The corruption they peddled was never enough to stop the inevitable march of a true warrior. The pursuit continues as the layers of the enemy's defenses are peeled back one by one. The brutality of the hunt is unmatched, a lesson in terror for those who thought they were the predators. The screams are stifled before they can even truly begin, swallowed by the dark. Another one falls, the efficiency of the purge leaving the remaining monsters paralyzed by an unseen dread. The reality of their situation sets in. They are not the hunters here, they are the prey. The hunter moves without effort, the path of destruction behind him a testament to his dominance. The psychological toll is heavy, the terror of the unseen enemy breaking even the most hardened demon. The final realization comes too late, their hubris paving the road to their own extinction. The aftermath is quiet, the silence of the forest serving as a cold monument to the fallen. Exhaustion begins to creep in, but the mission remains the only priority in a world that never stops fighting. A moment of solitude, a rare chance to wash away the blood and the grime of the battlefield. The weight of duty is never truly lifted, even behind closed doors. The disgust toward those he hunts is deep, a reflection of the twisted nature of the threats he faces. The scale of the threat is immense, and the thought of the evil hidden within these gates is a heavy burden to carry. He stares into the heart of the enemy's stronghold, knowing that the real fight is just about to begin. The density of the enemy force is a strategic nightmare, raising questions that demand immediate answers. A moment of reflection, a brief pause to question the purpose of such a gathered host of monstrosity. But the reflection is cut short, a sudden shift in the atmosphere signaling that he was never truly alone in the dark. "Should I call you your majesty, king of the Lion Heart?" the woman asks, her voice dripping with an intoxicating, dangerous allure. She is beauty incarnate, a siren whose very presence seems to invite ruin. To anyone else, she is simply a breathtaking woman, but for the king, she is the clear catalyst of this brewing conflict. An ordinary man would be completely blinded by her grace, unaware that he was walking straight into his own downfall. He would be pulled under, drowning in her influence before he even realized the trap had snapped shut. She introduces herself with a graceful bow, declaring, "I'm Beatrice Aligier Sparrow, the queen of this small kingdom." Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the king of the Lionheart Kingdom, stands firm, his expression unreadable as he acknowledges his own title. He is struck by a sudden, chilling realization. How had he failed to notice this until now? The queen offers a soft, disarming laugh, brushing off his caution. "Hoo-hoo, don't be so wary. I just wanted to greet the person who saved my kingdom." Leon remains cold and unimpressed. This isn't an appropriate place for a noble lady like you to be making visits. As he gazes at her, the thought resonates in his mind. Someone is definitely watching the queen. It seems the general and his knights have been keeping her under a stifling, watchful incarceration. Leon recalls his assessment of the general. He never seemed like a man capable of such blatant disloyalty. The queen leans in, her demeanor shifting as she confesses, "There's a favor I'd like to ask of you." Leon doesn't commit, his voice steady as he replies, "I'll decide after hearing you out." Her plea is desperate and sharp. "Please, kill the general and his knights." The price for this treacherous task is high, as she adds, "Then I'll give you this kingdom." She leans closer, whispering the location of his enemy. "Inspect the underground floors of the castle. The general is hiding in there." Later, a voice breaks through the silence, calling out for his attention. "Your Majesty, Lionheart." The intrusion is unexpected, sharp, and entirely unwelcome. Leon turns, his patience thinning instantly. "Bothering me in the middle of the night and barging into a king's bedroom?" His aura flares with royal authority as he demands to know the reason for such blatant impertinence. The man before him admits his transgression with a slight bow. I'm aware that this was rude, but the situation is urgent. Leon's eyes narrow, his mind working quickly as he observes. You're not asking any questions despite the fact that your own queen is out in the night? He presses the man further, noting that his own behavior has always been suspicious. You left a royal alone when demons are crawling all over the kingdom? The man attempts to deflect, stating calmly, the demons do not attack in the night. Leon scoffs at the excuse, since when have demons cared whether it was day or night? He knows the truth, and he knows that a man who doesn't understand that simple fact couldn't possibly be a competent general. It's as if you're certain, Leon says, his gaze piercing through the man's facade. The man lowers his head further, seemingly chastised, murmuring, please forgive my rudeness. He continues, his voice trembling slightly, the queen said that you're keeping her incarcerated. Leon cuts him off, his voice ice cold. This is not a matter for an outsider to concern himself with. How suspicious, Leon thinks, sensing that the game is far from over. He resolves to see the truth for himself. In order to find out the truth, I guess I should investigate the underground floor. A small mechanical device, a scout, appears at the window, ready to do his bidding. Leon directs the machine with a single sharp command, there's something I'd like you to check. The drone zips away, disappearing into the dark, hidden depths of the castle. Deep below, the voices of his enemies echo with malice. Cut off their heads and make them watch as you torture their bodies. The atmosphere is thick with corruption, and the monsters listen to their master with fervor. Listen, Sir Andrewen has spoken, one of them shrieks in delight. The command is given to the beasts. The one to climb the castle walls first will be granted 100 slaves. The creatures break into chaotic, frantic laughter, driven by their twisted desires. Suddenly, the terror sets in for them as they realize their end is near. What? Huey? No, Kisewa, no, they wail as their reality begins to crumble. Leon stands before them, his presence an absolute judgment upon their existence. You false living beings who do not know death, you wouldn't know. He stares at them with disdain, his voice booming with authority. How would you, insect-like beasts that only chase after instinctual desires, know anything? He draws upon a power far greater than their crude instincts. Listen, this king of the Lionheart, I, Lionheart, in place of the pantheon. He invokes a sacred rite, a testament to the sanctity of life itself. Come, ye dirty souls. The General Ricardo arrives on the scene, bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere. General Ricardo, I thought you were in the midst of a battle. What brings you here? He notices the king standing there, unfazed by the encroaching darkness. The outsider will take care of it, Leon declares, his focus unwavering. The general seems distracted, his mind slipping to other concerns. The problem is the seal. It's working fine, right? He pauses, shaking his head. No, never mind. Leon watches him, sensing the weight of secrets hidden behind those eyes. It's not far. With just a bit of patience, the general mutters, hinting at something buried deep in time. 100 years of resentment, he whispers, as the air grows heavy with the promise of carnage. The mechanical scout flashes, confirming its discovery. Leon channels his energy, the air around him crackling with golden light. He draws his blade, the light intensifying until it is blinding. The monsters recoil, their eyes widening in sudden primal fear. The energy pulses, a shockwave of power radiating from him. He strikes, and the world seems to bend to his will. A massive spear of light descends, obliterating the ground beneath the creatures. The impact is catastrophic, tearing through the defenses they thought were absolute. The shockwave sends them flying, their screams silenced by the sheer force of the assault. They begin to disintegrate into light, their corrupt forms unable to withstand the righteous fury. The light floods the dark corridors, burning away the shadows that have plagued this kingdom. Leon holds the relic high, its glow illuminating the path forward. The pressure in the room mounts, the very walls trembling from the magical discharge. He feels the power surging through him, absolute and unrelenting. He glares at the remaining monsters, his gaze promising no mercy. With a swift motion, he strikes, the blade humming with divine energy. The light consumes everything, a golden storm of judgment. His face hardens, the battle reflecting in his focused, piercing eyes. A vision of a golden lion roars in his mind, symbolizing the ferocity of his kingdom. He stands ready, his sword prepared to end the cycle once and for all. The battlefield was finally quiet, covered in the ash and blood of defeated monsters. The surviving demons were bound tightly in heavy chains and dragged across the desolate wasteland like cattle. But even in the midst of victory, one of the human soldiers suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in pure shock. He forcefully turned his head, his breath completely catching in his throat as his heart pounded. Just moments earlier, He had been perfectly fine, but now his mind was racing in absolute panic. Sitting helplessly on the blood-stained dirt was an incredibly beautiful woman with flowing green hair and striking eyes. She blushed deeply, pressing a delicate finger to her lips as if inviting him into a forbidden, intimate secret. The soldier's vision blurred instantly, his mind rapidly melting as he was hijacked by her overwhelming seductive charm. But before he could completely lose himself to the trance, a heavily armored hand suddenly grabbed the woman's face from behind. The terrifying illusion shattered in an instant, revealing that the beautiful maiden was actually a hideous, one-eyed demon. Horrified by what he had almost fallen for, the soldier violently slapped the creature across its ugly face. The monster shrieked in pain, completely caught off guard by the sudden and brutal retaliation. The demon collapsed hard onto the dirt, while the soldier stood over it, seething with a mix of anger and profound embarrassment. He fell to his knees, panting heavily as the sheer terror of how close he came to dying washed over him. He furiously screamed at the pathetic beast, demanding to know how it dared to tempt a loyal soldier. Suddenly, the heavy rhythmic sound of approaching hooves silenced the entire chaotic scene. Riding upon a majestic white horse, the Night King arrived, radiating an overwhelming aura of absolute authority. His glowing blue eyes locked onto the pathetic demon, his pure disgust evident in every feature of his face. The soldier and the captured beast immediately froze in absolute terror under the king's piercing godlike gaze. Desperate to prove his loyalty, the soldier furiously yanked the demon's bindings, showing his monarch that the situation was under control. But the king wasn't interested in excuses, his patience for these vile creatures having vanished long ago. The one-eyed monster began to tremble violently, realizing that inevitable death was staring it right in the face. Without a single moment of hesitation, the king ruthlessly stomped his heavy boot directly into the creature's face. He then marched right through the line of captives, violently kicking and beating any demon that dared to whimper in his presence. The remaining monsters shook in absolute despair, realizing that this human was far more terrifying than anything they had ever faced. To them, this ruthless king was infinitely more demonic than any beast born in the underworld. Soon, the victorious army returned to the capital, parading their monstrous captives right through the crowded city streets. The Night King led the procession on horseback, demanding that his citizens witness the pathetic state of their mortal enemies. The defeated demons were violently dragged through the town square, completely exposed to the hatred and disgust of humanity. However, as they marched through the capital, the king's loyal aide couldn't help but feel a deep sense of unease. Despite bringing home a massive victory, the cheering from the commoners felt incredibly hollow and lifeless. Mothers clutched their children in fear, their tired eyes filled with endless exhaustion rather than hope for the future. The king stared straight ahead, knowing exactly why his people were so broken and devoid of joy. The unending brutal war against the demons had completely drained the citizens, leaving only lingering dread in their hearts. Ignoring the lukewarm reception, the king immediately led his elite knights toward the massive, dark Gothic castle looming over the city. The veteran knight commander marched closely behind him, sensing that a new, dangerous problem was about to unfold. The royal palace glowed with an eerie, unnatural red light, completely devoid of any welcoming warmth. Two heavily armed royal guards stood frozen in front of the grand entrance, strictly blocking the way inside. They immediately panicked, entirely unprepared for the sudden and furious arrival of the kingdom's true monarch. But the king didn't even slow his pace, marching straight toward the massive iron doors with sheer murderous intent. One foolish guard actually raised his spear, desperately trying to halt the king's unstoppable advance. In a split second, the heavy steel doors were violently blown off their hinges by a massive wave of raw energy. The king stepped right through the shattered entrance, his eyes glowing with an intense, intimidating fury. The royal guards were left groaning in pain on the floor, completely overwhelmed by his sheer, crushing presence. A single torch flickered on the cold stone wall, faintly illuminating the dark secrets hidden within the corrupt palace. The king and his men marched silently down the winding, shadowy corridors of the royal stronghold. They descended deeper and deeper into the castle's underground, stepping far away from the prying eyes of the public. The king's aide ruthlessly shoved a terrified dungeon guard against the wall, telling him to give up on stopping them. But as the aide turned his head to look into the darkness, his eyes widened in absolute disbelief. Hidden in the absolute deepest depths of the royal dungeon was an incredibly lavish, luxurious bedroom. The king immediately realized that this was the dark, twisted secret the corrupt queen had been hiding all along. His loyal knights cautiously approached the massive, silk-draped bed sitting ominously in the center of the dark room. With a swift motion, a knight grabbed the heavy fabric and violently pulled the curtains back to reveal the truth. The king stood perfectly still, waiting to see what terrifying abomination had been living beneath his castle. But instead of a grotesque monster, they found a breathtakingly beautiful woman with long white hair, radiating a deep purple aura. She lay peacefully on the luxurious silk sheets, her beauty so hauntingly perfect that it felt completely unnatural. Instantly, the minds of the younger knights were violently hijacked, their faces flushing red as they gasped in pure ecstasy. The king marched straight toward the bed, entirely unaffected by the intoxicating, magical atmosphere filling the room. He unleashed a blinding wave of golden light, furiously ordering his men not to be tempted by the dangerous dark energy. But it was too late for the young aide, who was already drooling, completely lost in a deep hypnotic trance. The seduced men began to shamble toward the bed like mindless zombies, utterly enslaved by the woman's terrifying charm. But the young aide suddenly snapped back to reality and brutally punched himself in the jaw to break the illusion. He bit down hard on his own armor strap, using the sheer physical agony to fight off the aggressive mind control. Meanwhile, the veteran commander ruthlessly slapped the other young knights, forcefully waking them up from their stupor. Hearing the violent commotion, the king stopped in his tracks and glanced back at his struggling subordinates. A small, proud smirk crossed his face, genuinely impressed that his men were willing to harm themselves just to resist the temptation. The young aide fell heavily to one knee, panting aggressively as he gripped his dagger to stay completely focused. Seeing their desperate struggle, the king summoned a magnificent golden chalice filled with intensely burning holy flames. He slammed his divine power into the ground, creating a massive barrier of holy light that instantly cleansed the room's dark aura. The veteran knight commander let out a heavy sigh of relief, his clouded mind finally clearing up completely. With the hypnotic energy neutralized, the knights slowly stood back up, regaining their composure and drawing their weapons. The king held the glowing chalice firmly, calmly stating that they only survived because they were completely used to fighting mental corruption. The veteran commander drew his massive sword, ready to brutally strike down the mysterious woman at a moment's notice. He warned the king that this level of passive charm was incredibly dangerous, acting more like a deadly, inescapable curse. The king stared at the slumbering woman, realizing her ability to instantly seduce all living beings was terrifyingly familiar. He remembered a horrific demonic entity from his past that possessed the exact same mind-breaking power. That vile creature was known throughout the realms only as the demonic Lady of Pleasure. But as the king looked down at the peacefully sleeping woman, something entirely crucial didn't add up. He despised demons more than anyone alive, yet he couldn't sense a single trace of evil demonic energy coming from her body. The veteran commander furrowed his brow, completely confused as to what they were actually dealing with if she wasn't a monster. Deciding to uncover the absolute truth, the king held his hand out over the glowing holy chalice. A single glowing purple petal dropped gently from his fingers into the divine burning liquid. Closing his eyes, the king began to passionately chant a prayer to the divinity of dream and death. Instantly, a massive vortex of violent purple energy erupted from his body, brilliantly illuminating the dark underground chamber. The king fully immersed himself in the magical current, reaching his consciousness out into the godly realm. The holy flames perfectly merged with the deep purple magic, creating a breathtaking, swirling pillar of light. Slowly, from within the chaotic vortex, the stunning image of a white-haired goddess materialized right before them. The divine being floated down gracefully, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of absolute, terrifying authority. The veteran commander gasped in utter disbelief, instantly recognizing the legendary deity of their world. The goddess smoothly manifested a beautifully ornate glowing lantern in her delicate hands. She smiled warmly down at the king, her divine light pushing away all the remaining shadows in the dungeon. Acknowledging his intense devotion, the goddess softly commanded the king of the Leon Hart to respond to his ultimate calling. Clue, the divinity of dream and death, descends into the chaotic space, her presence commanding absolute authority. She raises her hand, instantly locking onto the foul energy hidden in the shadows. The young knight stands silent, observing the shifting atmosphere as the divine energy ripples through the area. She turns her gaze toward him, acknowledging the true owner of the Leon Heart. A powerful aura pulses outward, confirming his identity as a legendary existence. The old general grits his teeth, his face pale as he realizes the sheer gravity of the situation. He finally understands that the demons of corruption have completely infested this endless dream. Clue warns that the demons are actively weaving a corrupt consciousness into the fabric of this world. She declares with absolute certainty that all dreams must eventually come to an end. Unleashing a surge of divine power, she demands the hidden enemies reveal their true, grotesque forms. The holy lantern flares to life, its blinding light piercing through the oppressive darkness. A massive burst of magical energy shatters the illusion hiding the demonic forces. The knight glares ahead, his expression hardening as the true enemies finally materialize. Dark, imposing figures emerge from the twisted shadows of the corrupted castle. The sheer malicious aura radiating from the enemies is suffocating, turning the air ice cold. The atmosphere crackles with terrifying tension as the hidden truth of the realm is laid bare. Eerie blue flames erupt from the ground, signaling the arrival of a devastating new presence. One of the allied soldiers stares in sheer terror at the monstrous figure stepping onto the battlefield. An armored behemoth, wreathed in dark energy, slowly takes a combat stance. The old general breaks out in a cold sweat, recognizing the horrifying visage of a legendary Death Knight. The hero smirks, finally understanding why this world felt so fundamentally distorted. He realizes they are dealing with an authority capable of creating an entirely separate reality. The Death Knight steps forward, its heavy armored boots echoing ominously through the cavern. It immediately commands its undead forces to protect the seal and their slumbering queen at all costs. Blue watches the confrontation unfold with an unreadable divine expression. The undead warriors move with mindless devotion, forming a defensive wall of rotting steel. The knight notices a strange, tragic detail about the Death Knight's overwhelming aura. It isn't a being born of pure corruption, but rather a soul steeped in desperate viciousness. He draws his divine blade, fully prepared to shatter their unbreakable defenses. The Death Knight charges forward, unleashing a chilling, blood-curdling roar. the two warriors collide with terrifying force, sending shockwaves through the dark realm. Sparks fly as the hero effortlessly parries a devastating downward strike from the giant sword. He locks eyes with the undead commander, completely unfazed by its terrifying strength. The Death Knight swings wildly, trying to overwhelm the intruder with sheer monstrous brute force. But the young knight meets every single blow with perfect deadly precision. He expertly deflects a massive slash that could have cleaved a mountain in half. Pushing back with explosive speed, he creates a brief moment of distance between them. His golden eyes narrow as he rapidly analyzes the undead's desperate, reckless fighting style. The Death Knight lunges again, entirely abandoning its own defense, just to land a single hit. The undead forces rally behind their fallen commander, trying to swarm the hero from all sides. The knight holds his ground, entirely unimpressed by the overwhelming numbers closing in. He mocks the undead, questioning how they plan to stop him when he can strike from every direction. A massive explosion of holy power erupts, violently throwing the skeleton warriors back into the air. He swings his glowing blade, tearing through the corrupted ranks like paper. One of the heavy Death Knights is launched into the sky by the sheer force of the impact. A blinding flash of divine energy completely engulfs the battlefield. The undead commander braces itself, desperately trying to withstand the blinding holy light. It reaches out with a bare skeletal hand, attempting to block the incoming strike. The hero channels his full holy aura, preparing a devastating finishing move. He acknowledges the Death Knight's raw strength, but outright refuses to hold back. He coldly states that choosing to become an undead only made the commander weaker. Raising his sword high, he gathers a terrifying amount of searing holy light. With a furious shout, he brings the massive blade crashing down toward the earth. The sword pierces the ground, sending a massive shockwave of divine fire outward. He tells the twisted soul that its distorted sense of honor cannot protect anything in this world. The holy flames instantly incinerate the surrounding undead soldiers, turning them to ash. The fiery blast consumes absolutely everything in its path with merciless, purifying efficiency. The Death Knight is caught dead center in the explosive, unavoidable inferno. The sheer power of the blast shatters the ground itself, leaving a crater in its wake. The undead commander lets out a hollow, agonizing groan as its legendary armor finally cracks. The heavily damaged monster collapses to the floor, completely defeated. The knight points his glowing blade directly at the fallen commander's exposed neck. He stands victorious, having effortlessly dismantled the queen's strongest royal bodyguards. The Death Knight stares up at him, entirely powerless to stop the inevitable execution. The hero lowers his weapon, turning his attention to the true objective of this realm. He realizes that something about this entire scenario is deeply, fundamentally wrong. While the entire kingdom succumbed to madness, the queen's closest apostles never betrayed her. He stares down at the unconscious queen, reevaluating everything he thought he knew. The heavy realization hits him that this tragedy goes far deeper than a simple monster invasion. He quietly asks himself if she really is the villain of this cruel story. Decades ago, the kingdom was already teetering on the absolute brink of total ruin. The younger General Buns looked on in sheer horror as the devastation consumed his home. The loyal knights fought with everything they had, but they were vastly overpowered by the demonic hordes. The once beautiful palace was transformed into a slaughterhouse, littered with the bodies of the innocent. In the center of the carnage, the queen sat on her throne, entirely broken and helpless. She could do absolutely nothing but watch her beloved people die one by one. That was when a sinister figure emerged from the suffocating purple flames. The demon of corruption stepped forward, mockingly praising her foolish bravery. He offered a sickening, irresistible deal to the desperate weeping ruler. If she harbored the essence of corruption for 100 years without breaking, he would save everyone. With her kingdom turning to ash around her, she had no other choice but to accept. The demonic orb pulsed with a sickening light as the unbreakable contract was formed. It was a cruel and inescapable trap, perfectly designed to slowly break her mind. Only 5 years into the deal, the citizens began losing their sanity entirely. The corruption warped their minds, turning them against each other in horrifying fits of madness. The queen was forced to sit on her throne and watch her own people slaughter one another. She stared at her trembling hands, realizing the absolute magnitude of the horrifying mistake she had made. The demon's sinister laughter echoed in her mind relentlessly, driving her further into despair. The contract was absolute, binding her soul and her kingdom to a torturous, unavoidable fate. With the demon of pleasure whispering in her ear every single night, she slowly began to go insane. 10 long years passed, and the agonizing seduction became too much for the living to bear. Even her most loyal knight broke, succumbing to his twisted desires and violating her sanctuary. General Ricardo Buns gathered the remaining uncorrupted guards, his heart heavy with absolute despair. He realized that as long as they remained human, they would all eventually fall to the demonic corruption. To protect their beloved queen and keep their honor intact, they made a horrifying decision. They willingly drove their swords into their own hearts, choosing a bloody death over inevitable betrayal. They knew that breaking the demon's rules would damn their souls to wander the netherworld forever. But it was a sacrifice they were willing to make, pledging their eternal allegiance even in death. Rising from the eerie blue flames, they discarded their humanity entirely to become her undying, uncorrupted swords. Leon stood before the fallen warriors, realizing they had willingly taken their own lives to serve eternally as Death Knights. The skeletal general's hollow eyes held a tragic, unbreakable dedication that defied even death. He recalled the wicked queen who had completely failed to tempt their pure souls, forced to seal them away instead. Moved by their ultimate sacrifice, a deep sense of respect washed over the young king. His legendary name, Leon Hart, commanded absolute reverence in the cold silence. Sensing the heavy emotional weight in the room, the divine spirit of Goddess Plu gracefully materialized behind him. She whispered softly, asking if he could feel the lingering tragic devotion still radiating from the undead. But before he could answer, Leon's sharp instincts forced him to look over his shoulder. A sinister, pulsing dark magic began to flood through the narrow, empty corridors of the fortress. A horrifying purple aura quickly spilled out into the wide courtyard, suffocating the air. From the swirling shadows, a massive muscular demon of pleasure stepped into the light, grinning sadistically. A terrifying horde of shadowy fiends slowly emerged, rallying behind their giant leader. Leon's gaze turned ice cold as he instantly assessed the massive threat invading his domain. Plu floated beside her chosen champion, unfazed by the monsters but ready for the impending slaughter. The human soldiers immediately panicked, terrified by the sudden and overwhelming demonic ambush. One seasoned warrior collapsed to his knees, his mind shattering from the pure dread radiating off the fiends. Ignoring the chaos, Plu turned her calm attention back to the undead general. With a chilling elegance, she suggested they finally finish their interrupted conversation. More heavily armored human knights rushed onto the scene, their armor clanking in the tense silence. They desperately formed defensive lines in the grand hall, preparing for a brutal clash. Sweat poured down a young soldier's face as the horrifying reality set in. The castle walls had been breached. Without warning, the demonic swarm charged forward, moving with terrifying, unnatural speed. The leading monster snarled viciously, its glowing eyes completely consumed by chaotic malice. The human defenders braced themselves, realizing they were horribly outnumbered and outmatched. Yet, standing amidst the terrified men, Leon remained entirely unfazed by the overwhelming odds. The human commander desperately barked orders, forcing his trembling men into a tight formation. The heavy infantry frantically raised their massive shields, creating a desperate wall of steel. They clung to the orders given by their king, praying it would be enough to keep them alive. A snarling pack of beasts crashed violently against the barricade, clawing and biting at the metal. Instead of retreating, Leon strode calmly directly toward the collapsing front lines. A strange mechanical construct hovered faithfully over his shoulder as he walked into the fray. From above, the fragile shield wall looked like a tiny speck against the massive swarming black tide. A masked fiend smiled sadistically, relishing the fear radiating from the struggling humans beneath him. The monsters cheered in a twisted chorus, completely mocking the knight's desperate attempts to survive. One horrific beast activated its frenzification, a vile curse that turned all its physical pain into twisted pleasure. The dark, towering castle was now completely surrounded by the endless swarming invasion. The human front line violently pushed back, their muscles tearing as they held against the crushing weight of the beasts. Leon briefly glanced at the hovering device beside him, calculating his next move. He extended his hand, violently drawing upon his deep internal reserves of magical energy. Responding to his aura, the construct activated, glowing with an intense blinding power. A devastating beam of pure energy shot out, instantly striking the dense enemy ranks. The blast ripped a massive hole through the demons, but the sheer numbers quickly filled the gap. The human knights were pushed to their absolute limits, their shields denting under the relentless assault. They gritted their teeth, bleeding and bruised, praying they could hold the line just a little longer. Exhaustion set in as sweat and blood poured down the soldiers' faces beneath their heavy helms. The overwhelming number of fiends began to crush the small choke point, threatening a total massacre. Like a dark tsunami, the monsters began to climb over the shields, breaking the defensive formation. In their darkest moment, the desperate men cried out for their king to save them. A horrifying beast loomed right over a fallen knight, its jaws opening wide for the kill. Suddenly, a massive blinding pillar of divine light crashed down from the heavens. A human warrior screamed a battle cry as the holy energy obliterated the monsters around him. The roaring column of light vaporized every demon caught within its massive radius. At the epicenter of the destruction, Leon stood fiercely with his sword raised high. The surviving knights looked up in absolute awe at the godlike display of power. But the massive attack took a heavy toll, leaving the king gasping for air. Even his warhorse buckled from exhaustion, covered in the blood and ash of the battlefield. He clenched his fists, realizing he desperately needed more charged power to completely eradicate the swarm. In the shadows, the giant pleasure demons continued to multiply, mocking his fatigue. Leon closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to center his mind amidst the deafening chaos. When he snapped them open, all exhaustion was replaced by an unbreakable, terrifying resolve. He commanded the holy power to surge through his veins once more, refusing to fall. Blinding golden flames erupted from his blade, illuminating the darkest corners of the courtyard. The sheer concussive force of his aura shattered the nearby stone walls into dust. He suddenly looked back, sensing an ancient familiar presence rushing toward the battlefield. The human knights shielded their eyes, blinded by the sudden influx of holy light. Bursting through the smoke, the undead general charged into battle atop his skeletal steed. The fearsome death knights effortlessly bypassed the exhausted human shield wall with brutal, calculated efficiency. They began slaughtering the demonic horde. The skeletal general's hollow eyes burned brightly, thrilled to be back in the carnage of war. The skeletal warrior leaped high into the air, impaling a beast with devastating force. In mere seconds, the massive demonic front line was completely shredded by the undead cavalry. Leon watched the absolute massacre, standing tall and calm amidst the flying blood and ash. A proud, satisfied smirk crossed his face as he watched his new vanguard go to work. The undead general rode up to him, bowing his head to confirm his eternal loyalty. His terrifying voice echoed across the courtyard, addressing Leon as his one true king. Behind them, the Death Knight army continued to ravage the demons without a single ounce of mercy. Leon's battle-hardened expression softened into a gentle smile of genuine gratitude. The undead rallied together, forming an unstoppable, impenetrable wall of bone and steel. The skeletal general let out a roaring laugh, absolutely thrilled to serve a worthy ruler once again. Knowing the human soldiers were finally safe, Leon turned his back and walked toward the heart of the enemy swarm. He flashed one last confident smile over his shoulder, a silent promise of total victory. Striding deeper into the dark territory alone, the atmosphere around him began to warp and heat up. Blazing golden flames violently ignited, engulfing his entire body in holy fire. Every single step he took scorched the cursed earth, turning the ground to glass. His hair flowed like liquid fire as he channeled his ultimate divine power. He stood completely alone against the remaining horde, looking exactly like a god of war reborn. With terrifying casualness, he rested his massive flaming sword over his shoulder. A colossal pillar of infernal heat erupted from his body, piercing the pitch-black sky. Watching from afar, a knight realized in horror that their king was willingly burning his own life force. They all knew that without him, the fire of humanity's hope would be extinguished forever. But Leon stood firm in the center of the roaring inferno, radiating pure, unmatched majesty. He smiled fiercely through the flames, entirely fearless in the face of death. This was the heavy burden he always chose to carry, sacrificing himself until his people could finally stand on their own. He stands alone in the eerie silence of the corrupted city, his body radiating a terrifying aura of crimson flames. Raising his glowing blade, he proudly declares himself the Lionheart, the chosen horseman of Pedos, the god of war and fire. His eyes burn with an uncompromising resolve as he vows to unleash a storm of flames upon the evil residing in this land. The enemy commander freezes in his tracks, completely caught off guard by the suffocating pressure leaking from a single human. Suddenly, a massive blazing pillar of light crashes down onto the battlefield, shattering the tense atmosphere. Pointing his blade straight at the endless sea of monsters, the king officially declares the start of the war. His loyal knights, fueled by their leader's fearless energy, echo his battle cry with roaring enthusiasm. Searing magical flames instantly wrap around their heavy armor, blessing them with overwhelming divine strength. He commands them to charge, absolutely refusing to let his comrades fight and die on the front lines alone. In the blink of an eye, a demon soldier is cleaved in two by a swift, unseen strike. The demonic commander roars in fury, insulting his own troops and demanding to know what they are waiting for. But before they can even react, massive paws made of solid, blistering fire slam heavily onto the stone ground. A magnificent, terrifying lion forged entirely of raging energy lets out a deafening roar that shakes the heavens. The king stands tall atop a majestic golden chariot, pulled by his ferocious divine beasts. Glaring down at the pathetic monsters, he coldly asks if they even know what real heavy cavalry is. He gently releases the spectral steed that brought him this far, whispering a soft thanks to the loyal spirit. With a fierce, bloodthirsty grin, he grabs both a flaming sword and a heavy spear, ready to unleash absolute carnage. His eyes lock onto the enemy horde, his body tense and ready to dive headfirst into the slaughter. The deafening sound of war drums echoes through the ruined streets, vibrating through the very foundations of the dark castle. Without a second of hesitation, he drives his flaming chariot straight toward the endless sea of corrupted soldiers. The fiery lions surge forward with terrifying speed, their sheer heat melting the stone beneath their paws. Emboldened by their king's fearless charge, the holy knights rally behind him, their weapons drawn and ready for blood. They crash into the enemy lines like a raging tidal wave, completely obliterating the frontline defenses in a single instant. Bodies fly into the air as the divine chariot tears effortlessly through the helpless, screaming monsters. The demonic formation breaks instantly, unable to withstand the overwhelming, crushing force of the heavy cavalry. The demon lackey points desperately at the approaching doom, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. The king doesn't even flinch, his cold gaze fixed purely on eradicating the filth standing in his way. With a single devastating swing of his blade, he unleashes a massive shockwave of holy fire. Spinning his golden spear, he turns the charging chariot into a literal meat grinder, shredding everything he passes. His fiery beasts trample the desperate demons beneath their burning hooves, leaving nothing but scattered ashes behind. The relentless charge continues unabated, painting the dark battlefield in a horrifying mixture of monster blood and divine flames. One brave demon tries to stand its ground, only to have its skull instantly caved in by a heavy golden shield. The divine system completely recognizes his overwhelming momentum, applying the ultimate offensive buff to his strikes. The sheer explosive impact of his assault sends dozens of heavily armored monsters rocketing into the sky like broken ragdolls. Watching his seemingly invincible army get slaughtered in mere seconds, the demon commander is left completely speechless. Even the king's own knights watch in pure awe, realizing they can barely keep up with his destructive godlike pace. His eyes burn with an unstoppable fury as he pushes his divine beasts to go even faster, leaving no survivors. He carves a massive bloody path straight through the dead center of the enemy forces, breaking their spirit entirely. The shockwaves from his brutal attacks shatter the surrounding buildings, raining heavy rubble down onto the chaotic streets. Snapping out of his stunned silence, the multi-armed demon commander grinds his teeth in explosive, murderous rage. He screams at his panicked subordinates, demanding to know why they can't hold a single human back for even a second. Desperate for survival, the remaining demons scramble frantically to load their massive, corrupted magic cannons. With a sickening screech, a concentrated beam of dark explosive energy is fired directly at the charging king. A terrifying barrage of purple death rains down from the sky, threatening to wipe out the entire cavalry in one hit. But the king merely scoffs at the pathetic attempt, keeping his chariot moving steadily through the explosive chaos. Raising his heavy shield high, he barks a commanding order for his men to brace themselves for impact. A massive invisible wall of divine law activates instantly, completely nullifying all incoming magical projectiles. The dark energy slams into the holy barrier, detonating uselessly in a blinding flash of purple light. Without missing a beat, the fiery chariot bursts right through the thick smoke, completely unscathed and faster than before. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he praises the undeniable glory of the Lion Heart, his divine aura flaring even brighter. A cascade of powerful divine blessings floods his body, dropping the enemy's magical and physical resistance to absolute zero. Empowered far beyond mortal limits, he slashes through the heavily armored brutes as if they were made of thin paper. His gaze turns incredibly dark, his suffocating bloodlust now fully locking onto the isolated enemy commander. Realizing there is absolutely no escape, the multi-armed monster ignites his own dark energy, drawing his dual blades. Leaving his chariot behind, the king launches himself high into the chaotic sky, his sword raised for a fatal execution. His fiery lions blow right past the demonic defenses, causing complete and utter pandemonium in the vulnerable backlines. The commander swings his weapons wildly into the air, but the terrifying human has already vanished from his sight. Panic sets deep into the demon's eyes as he frantically searches the dust cloud, entirely unable to sense his opponent's presence. Suddenly, a blinding ray of holy light descends from the heavens, piercing straight toward the monster's head. The commander barely manages to cross his arms and block in time, grunting loudly under the soul-crushing weight of the strike. The sheer explosive force of the blow sends the massive demon skidding violently backward across the ruined street. Sparks fly wildly as the blazing blade grinds deeply into the monster's hardened, corrupted flesh. The king lands gracefully on his feet, his flaming sword illuminating the dark, blood-soaked battlefield around him. Without even looking, he casually backhands another attacking monster, slicing it clean in half with zero effort. Cold sweat pours down the commander's face as he finally realizes the sheer, terrifying gap in their power levels. He tries desperately to rationalize the nightmare, trying to comprehend how a single human could cause this much destruction. But as the king takes a slow, menacing step forward, the killing intent in the air becomes entirely suffocating. The demon's eyes widen in sudden realization, shakily asking if this human is the one responsible for killing Dothradon. A cruel, incredibly mocking smirk spreads across the king's face at the mention of the dead monster's name. He casually confirms it, recalling the pathetic, arrogant demon who used to walk around acting tough with a giant axe. He chillingly details his victory, explaining that he killed Dothradon's entire crew by slowly ripping them all to shreds. Resting his heavy, glowing blade on his shoulder, he promises the commander that he will meet the exact same agonizing fate. Pushed completely over the edge by the blatant disrespect, the demon's veins bulge as he explodes with raw, untamed fury. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he vows to tear the arrogant human apart. Throwing all caution to the wind, utilizing all of his muscular limbs, the monster launches himself forward in a blindingly fast, desperate assault. But his initial full-power strike is effortlessly batted away by a casual, almost insulting flick of the king's wrist. A violent flurry of sparks erupts as the two engage in a lightning-fast exchange of deadly high-speed blows. The king weaves through the chaotic storm of blades with unnatural, terrifying elegance, not taking a single scratch. Finding the absolute perfect opening, he steps inside the demon's guard, his golden spear bursting with violent, concentrated heat. He fiercely mocks the monster, calling him weak for relying entirely on cheap magical tricks instead of raw physical power. With a devastating upward slash, a massive pillar of holy light erupts from the ground, completely engulfing the helpless demon. The sheer force of the shockwave shatters the surrounding walls, sending huge chunks of heavy stone crashing down around them. A sickening squelch echoes out as the holy blade cleanly severs one of the commander's thick, muscular arms. Thick, Dark blood sprays into the air as the demon recoils, his face contorting in unbearable, mind-shattering agony. He stumbles backward, staring in absolute, paralyzing horror at the smoking stump where his limb used to be. The king refuses to give him a single moment to breathe, closing the distance instantly to rip the rest of his limbs away. In a desperate final gamble for his life, the bleeding demon forcefully activates his ultimate mind-altering skill. His eyes glow with a sickening purple light as he unleashes the Crown of Desire, a spell meant to force any living being to succumb to their deepest, most savage instincts. Demonic magic floods the entire area, creating an inescapable illusion designed to instantly break the mind of even the strongest warriors. One of the king's loyal soldiers screams out in sheer panic, desperately warning his lord to avoid the dangerous mental trap. But instead of freezing in place, the king brutally bashes the heavy handle of his sword straight into the demon's face. The monster's head snaps back violently, his ultimate foolproof spell completely and utterly shattered in an instant. Blood streams down the demon's broken nose as he stares at the human in complete and utter disbelief. The king stands there completely unaffected, his hardened mind entirely untouched by the pathetic low-level illusion. He coldly states that not even the legendary Lady of Pleasure herself could tempt him, making this parlor trick absolutely laughable. A deep, overwhelming sense of primal dread finally sinks into the commander's corrupted, rapidly beating heart. Sweating profusely, he realizes that logic no longer applies here. This human is a literal, unstoppable force of nature. Abandoning all of his pride, rage, and honor, his survival instincts scream at him to turn and flee immediately. But the very second he turns his back, a massive fiery force violently slams into his spine from behind. The divine lion tackles the fleeing commander with bone-crushing force, sending him tumbling pathetically across the hard pavement. Coughing up mouthfuls of blood, the disgraced demon glares up, furiously screaming that striking from behind is a cowardly tactic. The king simply watches him writhe in the dirt like a crushed insect, absolutely devoid of any mercy or pity. Desperately trying to buy time, the demon frantically rants about knightly honor, whining that a third party interfering in a duel is completely unfair. The king's eyes narrow into a lethal, terrifying glare as he raises his glowing blade one final time. He coldly replies that honor and fairness are reserved only for humans, not for disgusting, corrupted pests that need exterminating. Before the commander can even open his mouth to beg for his life, the fiery lion violently clamps its massive jaws down onto his body. A horrific, blood-curdling shriek escapes the demon's lips as his bones are mercilessly crushed under the divine pressure. The holy flames instantly incinerate his flesh, turning the once powerful commander into nothing more than a fading pile of dark ash. With the demon of pleasure and corruption officially exterminated, the king stands victorious, ready to cleanse whatever evil remains in this wretched world. The Sparrow Kingdom was once a beacon of peace and absolute abundance. Its people thrived under a gentle sun, believing their golden age would never end. The wise Mage Queen watched over her land with pride and vigilance. But she was no fool. She sensed the looming shadow of the demonic realm approaching her borders. She tirelessly prepared her magical defenses, knowing their fragile peace was about to shatter. When the dark rifts finally tore through the sky, the true nightmare began. At first, her magic held the line brilliantly against the horrific invaders. The kingdom celebrated their early victories, their hearts full of desperate hope. But the vile creatures kept pouring from the abyss, an endless tide of malice. The queen soon realized a terrifying truth about their enemy. No matter how many demons they slaughtered, the war never truly ended. Grotesque monsters simply reformed, rising from the ashes of their own defeat. Exhaustion began to rot the kingdom's morale from the inside out. Watching her beautiful realm slowly turn to ash, a profound despair gripped her heart. How could mortals possibly win a war against an enemy that simply couldn't die? Broken and desperate, she collapsed in her grand throne room. That's when a sinister voice echoed from the shadows, offering a twisted salvation. The demon proposed a sick game, absorb the essence of corruption for an entire century. If she could resist the madness, they promised to leave her world forever. It was obviously a trap, a deadly poison disguised as a cure. But with her people dying every single day, she had no other choice. She accepted the deal. The dark pact was sealed in a burst of forbidden, chaotic magic. She sacrificed her own soul to buy her kingdom precious time. The demon vanished, laughing maniacally as the curse instantly took hold. The once proud Sparrow Kingdom was immediately plunged into a living hell. A chaotic storm of twisted pleasure and dark corruption washed over the land. The bright, innocent citizens were the first to lose their minds to the curse. Even her most loyal and honorable knights began to twist into something unrecognizable. They completely drowned in a sea of vile desires and endless sin. Those who succumbed to the darkness could never be brought back to the light. The final blow came when her own trusted knight, driven mad by lust, broke into her chambers. The brutal betrayal shattered what little was left of her spirit. In a desperate act of loyalty, her last sane general burst into the room. He forcefully sealed the queen deep within the underground chambers to protect her from the madness. Then, he took his own life, binding his soul to guard her tomb as an eternal ghost. His final act of bloody devotion left her entirely alone in the dark. For 100 years, she was trapped in a suffocating nightmare of regret and devastation. She wept endlessly for her fallen kingdom, blaming herself for their horrific fate. But that century of torment was finally over. The curse had finally been broken. Back in the present, Leon examined the spoils of their monumental victory. His mechanical spider companion happily inspected the dark crown they had retrieved from the demon. Leon recognized the foul, corrupted metallic material immediately. The dark artifact practically radiated a sickening evil energy. He knew it was a vile tool explicitly designed to trap innocent souls. The queen approached, her eyes fixed on the cursed object that had ruined her entire life. She confirmed it was a crown shared by the great evils of pleasure. It was the very same artifact that lured her people into sickening, inescapable illusions. Seeing the source of her trauma, Leon offered to completely destroy it, but the queen requested to keep it, hoping to extract something useful from the wicked item. Without warning, Leon casually summoned a massive divine portal right in front of them. The sudden burst of blinding holy light startled the queen. He aggressively demanded that the god of war show himself and pay his respects. A powerful fiery aura flared from the portal as the deity answered the arrogant call. War manifested, his overwhelming presence instantly filling the underground chamber. Leon didn't even flinch, treating the literal divine being like an annoying old friend. The queen watched in absolute awe as a mere mortal casually ordered a god around. War scoffed at Leon's utter lack of manners, clearly annoyed but slightly amused. Despite the bickering, the fiery god waited to hear what Leon actually wanted. Leon calmly asked a massive favor: to personally guide the souls of the fallen knights into paradise. War's expression immediately darkened at the impossible request. He firmly stated that the cycle of life and death wasn't his territory to mess with. Especially for souls that had been cursed and forcefully removed from the natural order, the Pantheon would never accept undead, tainted corpses into the divine realm. Hearing this, the queen realized her loyal knights were doomed to eternal, agonizing suffering. Desperate to save them, she stepped forward into the terrifying divine light. She humbly knelt before the god of war, completely swallowing her pride as a monarch. She begged him to reconsider, pleading as the failing queen of a totally ruined nation. But even a god's pity wasn't enough to bend the absolute, unbreakable rules of the afterlife. The knights' souls were simply too tainted by demonic magic to ever enter paradise. However, there was one divine loophole, one incredibly risky path to salvation. If they could be purified by a true believer, they might have a fighting chance. The queen didn't hesitate for a single second. She offered her own eternal service to Leon and his patron god. To save her men, she would throw away her royal crown and become a humble, devoted priestess. Her absolute selfless loyalty deeply moved the imposing divine presence. With her solemn pledge, the path to reincarnation was finally forced open. Holy light washed over the dark chamber, completely cleansing the lingering demonic darkness. A divine promise was officially made to the fallen warriors. The queen looked up, hot tears of overwhelming relief welling in her tired eyes. After a century of pure agony, her knights would finally find their peace. With the haunted past finally put to rest, it was time to leave the underground tomb. Leon and the queen walked out of the massive stone doors together, stepping into the light. As they emerged, the true scale of the surviving kingdom finally revealed itself. The dark sky above was clearing, shedding warm sunlight on the battered city. The Lionheart Knights were aggressively busy organizing the survivors and treating the wounded. Thanks to the Holy Grail's overwhelming power, most of the injured were making rapid, miraculous recoveries. But a heavy, suffocating silence hung over one specific section of the courtyard. Leon walked toward his men, his usually confident expression now uncharacteristically grim. Despite their overwhelming godlike power, the battle hadn't been without loss. 6 brave soldiers had given their lives holding the bloody line against the endless demon horde. Their comrades stood around their bodies, heads bowed in deep, silent mourning. Tears streamed freely down the faces of the hardened, battle-tested warriors. Even with minimal casualties against an infinite army, every single loss cut deep into their hearts. Leon stood before the fallen, the crushing weight of command heavy on his shoulders. He slowly drew his holy blade, the air instantly thickening with raw divine power. He knelt beside his men, driving his sword into the blood-stained ground to begin the final rites. The surviving knights watched closely as their mighty king prayed for their fallen brothers. He loudly called upon the gods of war and fire to personally guide their honorable souls. He asked the heavens to completely wash away any sins they had ever committed in life. A brilliant, warm light erupted from Leon's blade, bathing the dead in a breathtaking holy glow. The system desperately tried to block them, rigidly declaring their faith too low for paradise. But Leon's absolute authority as the Lionheart King completely shattered the system's pathetic rules. He forcefully blessed their souls, guaranteeing his fiercely loyal men a rightful place at the god's eternal feast.
In the very beginning, the kingdom of Sparrow was a brilliant beacon of prosperity, blessing its people with an era of absolute peace and abundance. For the longest time, the smiling citizens truly believed this magnificent golden age would last for eternity. But that naive illusion was violently shattered the moment the sky split open, marking the start of a relentless demon invasion. Standing at the absolute forefront of the kingdom's defense, the wise mage queen watched her horizon burn. She was terrifyingly aware of the true, horrifying nature of the enemy breaking through their gates. She deeply understood that the vile spirit of these inferior creatures was like an unstoppable plague, and it was only a matter of time before their dark influence violently crashed into the heart of her beloved home. At first, her overwhelming magical prowess led her loyal armies to a massive streak of glorious victories. The people cheered loudly, their hearts swelling with the fragile belief that their powerful ruler would easily drive the darkness away. Unfortunately, that spark of hope was violently crushed before it could even fully bloom. The queen soon uncovered a completely horrifying truth amidst the blood-soaked trenches. No matter how brutally they were slaughtered or burned, the demons simply refused to stay dead. She stared out at the endless waves of resurrecting monsters, the grim reality of this war finally settling into her bones. No matter how many heroic victories her brave knights achieved on the crumbling front lines, and no matter how many thousands of disgusting creatures they slaughtered in the mud, the final outcome of the battle was always going to be exactly the same. Trembling under the crushing weight of sheer despair, she couldn't help but curse the heavens for dealing them such a cruel fate, as her once beautiful kingdom stood completely on the brink of total destruction. The exhausted queen found herself entirely backed into a corner, completely stripped of any viable options. That was exactly when a sinister figure emerged from the shadows, offering her a twisted, terrifying ultimatum. The demon coldly promised that if she could harbor the essence of corruption and endure the collapse of her kingdom for 100 years without losing her mind, he would completely rewind time and miraculously restore her fallen world back to normal. The queen stayed completely silent, her heart pounding frantically against her ribs as she listened. Deep down, she already knew it was a blatant lie, questioning how anyone could ever trust a creature born from pure malice. But staring out at her dying people, she swallowed her immense pride and accepted the horrific deal. She was fully aware that she was walking entirely straight into a deadly demonic trap. Yet, in her desperately exhausted mind, it was the absolute only way to protect the innocent lives she loved so dearly. As the demon's maniacal laughter echoed violently through the air, the curse deeply took root. And just like that, the once glorious Sparrow Kingdom was violently plunged into an endless, horrific nightmare of toggling between extreme pleasure and agonizing decay. The radiant citizens who once filled the bustling streets with innocent laughter, along with the fiercely loyal knights who had proudly sworn to protect the realm with their lives, and even the prided queen herself, were entirely swallowed alive by the suffocating demonic magic. One by one, those who succumbed to the overwhelming temptation of the curse mutated into horrifying monsters of sin. Trapped forever in this hellish cycle, their humanity was permanently erased from existence. The dark corruption spread so incredibly deep that even the most honorable warriors completely lost their minds to their basest urges. Driven entirely insane by lust, a deranged knight violently breached the queen's sacred private chambers, whispering to his sovereign in absolute madness. The kingdom's final shreds of dignity were completely shattered in an instant. Forced to watch the royal family's absolute ruin, the grieving general begged the heavens for forgiveness for his utter failure. To prevent any further tragedy, he forcefully sealed his corrupted queen deep within the underground catacombs, immediately ending his own life to stand guard as a ghost. For an entire agonizing decade, the queen suffered totally alone in the suffocating dark, trapped in a relentless cycle of extreme regret. She was violently forced to hallucinate the downfall of her home over and over again, completely helpless to stop the repeating nightmare. Broken by the horrific consequences of her sacrifice, she wept endlessly in the dark for her ruined people. Back in the present day, Leon Hart stood silently in the massive, decaying underground fortress that once held the tragic ruler. Approaching her quiet resting place, he stopped right in front of the heavy stone tomb. A terrifying, jagged crown suddenly materialized in front of him, radiating an incredibly ominous, purple energy. His small robotic spider quickly scanned the wicked artifact, confirming it was forged from an extremely high-strength metallic material. Leon stared at the cursed object, his eyes narrowing at the dense evil aura pouring out of the soul-trapping relic. The mechanical spider quickly calculated that safely destroying the dark artifact was completely possible. Hearing this, Leon simply stood in total silence, formulating an entirely different plan for the sinister item. Just then, the newly purified Mage Queen manifested right beside him, her divine aura cutting straight through the surrounding gloom. Leon reassured her calmly, slowly turning to face the radiant spirit of the fallen ruler. She stared intently at the jagged metal hovering in his hand, a deeply complicated expression washing over her beautiful face. Leon's voice dripped with absolute disgust as he began to explain the dark origins of the crown. He coldly reminded her that while her memories were faded, this was the exact same artifact shared by all the greatest evils of pleasure. It was the absolute terrifying source of the illusions that had completely doomed her loyal subjects to eternal madness. The evil aura violently flared up around the metal, as if proudly confirming its horrific, sinful nature. Sensing the danger, the queen suddenly offered a solution. Raising her glowing hand toward the cursed, she calmly explained that it was a wicked item she originally planned to destroy anyway, but her magic could easily extract something incredibly useful from it first. Smiling warmly, she sincerely thanked Leon for his heroic efforts in saving her tormented soul. Leon bowed respectfully, firmly stating that the entire pantheon was immensely grateful for the incredible honor and glory she had brought them. Suddenly, Leon paused, turning his cold gaze toward the dark shadows and demanding a proper greeting from an uninvited guest. A violent swirl of blazing crimson energy instantly erupted behind them, brutally tearing a hole straight through space itself. The mighty god of war stepped heavily out of the portal, crossing his massive arms with a deep, incredibly arrogant scoff. He looked down at the human champion, forced to reluctantly admit that Leon had actually done a surprisingly good job. The queen immediately glared at the chaotic deity, bluntly telling him that he needed to learn how to be a lot more honest with his actual feelings. War completely ignored her scolding, eagerly grinning as he urged Leon to reveal his next master plan. Leon barely reacted to the massive god's intimidating presence, maintaining his absolute unwavering focus on the mission at hand. In the quiet background, the ghostly forms of the loyal Sparrow Knights nervously watched the immense divine gap. The massive god of war crossed his arms again, letting out a low hum of deep thought as he analyzed the strange request. He quickly realized that Leon wanted him to personally guide these tragic undead corpses straight into the paradise of souls. The queen's eyes widened in sheer panic, desperately pointing out that deciding who enters the afterlife was entirely her divine territory. War simply sneered back, fiercely demanding to know what kind of sane divinity would ever grant undead abominations an entrance into a holy paradise. He had a brutally honest point, and even the conflicted queen was forced to reluctantly swallow his harsh logic. Leon Hart simply looked up at the glowing goddess of dreams, his expression filled with absolute unwavering resolve. She solemnly confirmed that because these cursed knights had completely opposed their divine death warrants, they had fundamentally escaped the natural cycle of death, making their souls forever impure in the strict eyes of the heavens. The ghost of the loyal general slowly approached, falling to his knees before his beloved queen in absolute crushing shame. The queen looked down at her greatest commander, her heart shattering all over again at his eternal suffering. The goddess of dreams softly sighed, officially stating the heartbreaking truth that absolutely no one in the pantheon would ever accept these tainted souls. The knights heavily lowered their heads, fully prepared to silently accept their eternal, agonizing punishment in the darkest abyss. But then, a brilliant warm light suddenly enveloped the goddess as she revealed a hidden miraculous loophole in the divine laws. She smiled incredibly gently, admitting that their unfaltering, completely selfless loyalty to their kingdom had genuinely touched the hearts of the gods. Furthermore, the king of the Lionheart himself had personally stepped forward to vouch for their completely ruined souls. For the goddess of dreams, there was absolutely no greater approval in the entire universe than Leon's personal guarantee. She loudly declared that she would personally purify their corrupted spirits, granting them a miraculous second chance at existence. The queen floated downward, gracefully landing on the cold stone floor as she listened in absolute awe to the incredible offer. The goddess officially turned to the former ruler, extending a monumental, life-changing proposition to the queen of the ruined nation. She explained seriously that this extreme divine intervention was the absolute only way her fallen knights could ever find true rest. Commanding her to become a devoted priestess, the goddess tasked the queen with helping the Lionheart spread absolute faith across the realms. She swore that once the afterlife was fully active again, her fiercely loyal knights would absolutely be granted a glorious chance at reincarnation. The queen sharply gasped, heavy tears completely swelling in her eyes as she heard the unbelievable chance to finally save her people. Overwhelmed with profound, earth-shattering gratitude, she bowed her head as deeply as she physically could. Without a single second of hesitation, she firmly accepted the immense divine task, fiercely vowing to do exactly as they asked. With the horrific, decade-long curse finally broken, the terrifying underground tomb slowly began to dissolve away into the bright light. Leon and his newly appointed priestess stepped confidently out of the heavy stone doors, finally returning to the surface world. But as they entered the ruined city streets, Leon's piercing blue eyes instantly locked onto a completely grim scene ahead. A massive squad of exhausted, armored soldiers stood in total silence, the heavy atmosphere suffocating with immense grief. A heavily bloodied soldier nervously approached Leon, pure survivor's guilt completely written across his pale face. He desperately explained that while most of the critically injured men were miraculously healed thanks to the holy power of the Grail, he entirely broke down in tears, revealing the utterly tragic news that 6 of their incredibly brave comrades had officially passed away in the fight. The surviving soldiers completely fell apart, violently sobbing uncontrollably over the lifeless bodies of their fallen brothers. They had fought so unbelievably desperately to hold the defensive line against the endless, terrifying swarm of bloodthirsty demons. Leon silently stared at the row of corpses, fully knowing that mathematically such minimal casualties were actually considered a massive miracle. To honor their ultimate sacrifice, Leon immediately ordered his men to carefully put together a complete list of the dead so their devastated families could be notified. He solemnly vowed aloud that the Grand Pantheon would absolutely never forget the incredible sacrifices these men made today. Clasping his hands tightly together in the dirt, Leon closed his eyes and began to directly pray to the massive gods of war and fire. He proudly announced to the heavens that his incredibly brave warriors had met their honorable deaths defending the realm. He passionately pleaded for the divine entities to safely guide their loyal souls to the afterlife and completely wash away any earthly sins they carried. He wanted absolutely nothing more than for his fallen brothers to enjoy an eternal, glorious feast alongside the greatest heroes in paradise. But suddenly, a cold, ruthless system window flashed violently before Leon's eyes, brutally denying their entry into paradise simply because their level of faith was entirely too low. When a massive, unprecedented gate suddenly ripped open the sky, the Hunter Association didn't hesitate for a single second. They immediately threw every available top-tier hunter into the swirling vortex, praying for a miracle against the unknown threat. And exactly 1 week later, against all odds, the surviving hunters marched out victorious, having completely shattered the dungeon's core. But the victory was incredibly bittersweet, as the crushing weight of the lost lives hung heavy over the survivors. Association President Oh Kang-yuk sat in his quiet, dimly lit office, burdened by the overwhelming grief of losing so many good people. He planned to visit the weeping families of the fallen himself, feeling it was the absolute least he could do as their commander. But the returned Night King, sitting calmly across from him, knew the harsh truth of what was really coming. He understood the president's profound guilt, but he desperately needed him to look at the terrifying bigger picture. His voice cut through the heavy silence, bluntly warning him that the demons were already plotting a full-scale invasion of their world. He urged the president to instantly release the gate footage and rally absolutely every capable fighter they had left. The president listened intently, finally realizing the true apocalyptic scale of the war that was about to unfold. The Night King closed his eyes, sensing a dark, creeping disturbance that went far beyond mere dungeon monsters. Kang Yuk nodded firmly, promising to draft a massive defense schedule and military plan immediately. The king's eyes suddenly snapped open, blazing with an intense otherworldly light that filled the room. The sheer, suffocating pressure of his sudden aura left the president completely speechless. Looking up at the clear sky, the king knew time was running out infinitely faster than anyone on Earth realized. Later, arriving at the highly secure Pantheon building in the Naju Plains, the atmosphere felt impossibly tense. Sitting entirely alone, the king pondered the highly suspicious and coordinated movements of the demonic forces. He realized the demons were getting desperate, and humanity's current forces simply weren't ready to hold the line. He needed something profoundly powerful to protect Earth, something he couldn't possibly find in this mortal world. Recognizing the absolute, dire urgency of the situation, he made his ultimate decision without a second thought. He placed a hand firmly over his chest, forcefully tapping into the divine, ancient connection he still held. He knew he had no choice but to return to paradise himself to gather the legendary resources he needed. His soul began to fiercely resonate with the ancient dormant power sleeping deep within his core. In a blinding, explosive flash of golden light, his consciousness transcended the fragile mortal realm. He soared brilliantly across dimensions, violently traversing the endless cosmic void between worlds. When he finally materialized, he found himself standing in a breathtakingly lush, radiant sanctuary. It was a deeply sacred place he hadn't seen in over a century, the true, untainted paradise. In the distance, an entire army of glorious knights and an elegant lady hurried forward in sheer disbelief. They threw open the grand, towering castle gates to passionately welcome their eternal sovereign home. The magnificent fortress gleamed flawlessly under the divine sun, remaining perfectly untouched by the passage of time. He walked toward them with a steady pace, feeling a massive wave of nostalgia wash over his hardened heart. The great saintess, Anjak Pratasia, looked at him with profound reverence, her eyes shining with absolute joy. It had been exactly 180 years since anyone had seen him, but they recognized his majestic presence instantly. A massive, heavily armored knight immediately dropped to one knee in a display of absolute, unwavering respect. He greeted his former king, his rough voice trembling with overwhelming emotion and pride. Soon, a burly, rugged man stepped forward from the crowd, grinning widely from ear to ear. He proudly addressed the King of the Lion Heart, absolutely thrilled to see his legendary old friend in the flesh. The king smiled warmly, genuinely happy to see his flawlessly loyal comrades thriving peacefully in paradise. But as much as he desperately wanted to stay and celebrate, he hadn't come to this realm to rest. The burly knight could immediately tell from the king's shifting, serious expression that something was terribly wrong. The king turned to the saintess, his tone instantly shifting from a friendly reunion to a commanding leader. He quickly explained that Earth was under a horrific siege, and he urgently needed the profound wisdom of the predecessors. His comrades immediately understood the terrifying gravity of the situation and stepped aside. To reach the deepest, most sacred part of paradise quickly, the king summoned a legendary, mythical creature. He flawlessly mounted a magnificent winged Pegasus, grabbing the ancient reins with perfectly practiced ease. With a powerful, thunderous flap of its massive wings, the heavenly steed launched violently into the sky. The wind whipped fiercely past his face as he stared intensely ahead, focused purely on his desperate mission. They soared rapidly over the endless golden plains, aiming straight for the ancient forbidden forest of the sages. Pithelion, the fiercely faithful steed, glided effortlessly through the pristine, magical air of the realm. As they rapidly descended, the dense, magical canopy of the colossal forest finally came into view. He rode deep into the shadowed woods, completely surrounded by towering trees humming with terrifyingly ancient energy. He finally pulled back on the reins, bringing the majestic Pegasus to a gentle, respectful halt. The massive forest itself seemed to whisper his ancient title, openly welcoming the Lord of the Holy Relics. He looked around the quiet clearing, sensing a colossal, overwhelming presence violently awakening before him. A massive, ancient tree slowly opened its glowing, hollow eyes, solemnly acknowledging the returning king. The rough bark shifted and contorted into the face of a wizened old sage, speaking with a deep, rumbling echo. The ancient sage spoke slowly, expressing its eternal, unending gratitude for the king's legendary past deeds. The king bowed deeply and respectfully, genuinely humbled by the ancient being's overwhelming kindness. He looked up at the massive wooden face, preparing to speak to the youngest and most powerful of the great sages. Without wasting a single precious second, he revealed the true, desperate reason for his sudden visit. The giant sage listened in complete silence, deeply feeling the king's overwhelming desperation and fear for his home. Even the magical birds in the sky seemed to completely freeze, sensing the incredibly heavy conversation below. The king managed a faint, strained smile, happy to see his old friend, but pushed forward with his grim request. He bluntly asked the ancient sage for a precious seedling, an artifact of unimaginable, world-saving life force. He knew he was asking for a monumentally massive favor, especially since he was in such an incredibly chaotic rush. But he simply had no other choice. His fragile homeworld was teetering on the absolute brink of total annihilation. The massive tree frowned deeply, instantly realizing the sheer, apocalyptic scale of the demonic threat the king faced. The king grimly explained that the demons had already infiltrated Earth and begun rotting it from the inside out. In his mind's eye, he saw the horrifying, nightmarish image of demonic claws brutally crushing the entire globe. He knew that if left completely unchecked, the demons would turn humanity's beautiful home into a literal wasteland of despair. Perfectly understanding the apocalyptic stakes, the great tree didn't hesitate for a single second to offer its help. It slowly reached out with a massive, creaking wooden branch, powerfully pouring its own life essence into a single point. A brilliant, blinding flash of holy light erupted as the tree forcefully manifested a divine, glowing seedling. The fiercely glowing branch gently snapped off and floated softly down toward the waiting king. He grasped it firmly in his hand, instantly feeling the overwhelming, crackling holy power surging through the magical wood. With this legendary seedling, he could finally establish a massive sanctuary, capable of permanently repelling the demonic corruption. The wise sage strictly warned him not to rush his ultimate return to paradise, urging him to stay alive and fight on. The king nodded with deep gratitude, confidently assuring the ancient being that he wouldn't fall to the demons easily. As he finally prepared to leave the forest, his fiercely loyal old comrades approached him with one last surprise. They desperately wished they could join him in the bloody war, but they absolutely refused to let him go back empty-handed. A massive masked giant of a man smiled warmly, holding out something incredibly special to aid in the coming battles. He handed the king the legendary, indestructible reins of an animal trainer, capable of dominating even the most savage mythical beasts. Next, he carefully offered a thick, ancient tome that practically hummed with dangerous, forbidden knowledge. The king took the incredibly heavy book, instantly recognizing its immense strategic value for the upcoming war. It was the legendary, long-lost training manual on exactly how to use ordinary weak serfs to violently slaughter massive giants. They quickly joked about the utterly brutal training tactics within, sharing a brief, fleeting moment of levity amidst the crushing tension. Finally, the beautiful scientist stepped forward gracefully, her kind eyes completely filled with gentle, overwhelming concern for his soul. She gently presented him with a flawlessly crafted holy relic, intensely glowing with pure divine protection. She softly begged him to accept the necklace, desperately praying it would keep his soul completely safe from the encroaching darkness. The king held the powerful relics incredibly close to his chest, deeply moved by their perfect, unwavering loyalty. With his divine arsenal finally complete, his physical body began to glow with blinding heavenly light once more. He gave his eternal friends one last fiercely determined look before his soul violently shot back across the cosmos. The dead of night had completely fallen over his sprawling earthly mansion by the time his consciousness finally returned. He materialized perfectly in the dark, silent hallway, the heavenly relics safely secured in his tight grasp. He stood totally silent for a long moment, slowly adjusting his lungs to the heavy, polluted air of the mortal realm. He began walking slowly down the quiet corridor, the crushing weight of his monumental mission pressing heavily on his shoulders. As he reached out and slowly opened the heavy door to his private study, he fully expected to find the room empty. But instead, his eyes immediately locked onto the distinct, unexpected silhouette of Beatrice, quietly waiting for him. She was standing perfectly still by the large window, elegantly swirling a glass of deep red wine in the pale moonlight. She slowly turned her sharp gaze toward him, her expression completely unreadable but clearly showing she had been expecting his return. The king looked at her in total silence, a cold realization washing over him that the real bloody war was finally, with the absolute, legendary power of paradise now firmly in his hands, it was time to brutally show the demons what a true king could do. Stepping out onto the balcony, Leon finds Queen Beatrice waiting for him under the moonlight. He steps forward, the cool night air wrapping around them as he enters the quiet space. Beatrice turns to him with a gentle smile, though a hint of sorrow lingers in her eyes. She softly apologizes for the humble accommodations, ashamed that a ruined nation's queen cannot offer a grander welcome. Leon inwardly notes the lingering darkness around her, realizing she still struggles to suppress the horrifying essence of corruption. He approaches without hesitation, completely unbothered by the model. Beatrice reveals a glowing mark on her hand, explaining how her fading divinity constantly battles the demonic taint within her veins. They take a seat at the small table, the quiet intimacy of the night surrounding them like a protective veil. Looking down at her glass, Beatrice admits that true purification will be a long and agonizing process. Leon raises his glass, offering a warm, reassuring smile as they share a quiet drink. Swirling the dark wine in her glass, Beatrice asks how he has been adjusting since arriving in this strange new era. Leon takes a slow sip, taking a moment before answering the heavy question. He admits that this world is completely alien, a far cry from the battlefield. Leaning forward, his expression hardens with the unwavering conviction of an absolute ruler. He boldly declares that a king does not adjust to the world. Instead, he forces the world to follow his unyielding laws of virtue. A sudden, overwhelming aura of divine authority radiates from his very soul, filling the room. Beatrice is momentarily taken aback, her breath catching at the sheer weight of his presence. She stares at him, realizing his relentless mindset borders on that of a conquering invader. Yet as she looks at his unbending resolve, a soft, understanding smile touches her lips. She realizes that such a terrifyingly uncompromising will is exactly what it takes to slaughter demons for centuries. Leon places a hand over his chest, his gaze turning deadly serious as the atmosphere shifts. He explains that his journey isn't just about survival, but a grand divine quest bestowed by the gods themselves. A heavy silence falls between them as Beatrice listens intently to the legendary hero. Placing her hands over her heart, she feels the profound weight of his sacred mission. Without hesitation, Leon formally invites her, the proud queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, to join his righteous crusade. Her eyes widen in absolute awe, Deeply moved by the honor of fighting by his side once more, shadows suddenly dance around her as a dark, intense aura of pure vengeance flares up. With a confident smirk, Leon watches her fiery determination ignite, welcoming her wrath. Beatrice vividly recounts the horrors of her past, remembering how mere death was never enough to stop the demonic hordes. Her expression twists into a terrifyingly sadistic grin as she describes how her kingdom used to boil the monsters alive to break their spirits. Leon bursts into roaring laughter, his eyes glowing with genuine excitement at her brilliantly brutal methods. Blushing slightly, Beatrice hides her smile, flattered that the great Night King approves of her ruthlessness. They clink their glasses together under the starry sky, sealing their deadly and unforgiving alliance. Meanwhile, outside the quiet estate, the peaceful night is broken by the sound of rapid, exhausting footsteps. Harry is sprinting down the street, a heavy thermos clutched tightly in her hands as she races to finish her chores. She spots the two monarchs sitting peacefully on a park bench, enjoying the cool breeze. Leaning over the fence, she cheerfully interrupts, asking if they would like some warm barley or green tea. She holds up the thermos, her bright and energetic vibe completely shattering the intense, dramatic atmosphere. Beatrice and Leon pause, turning to look at the sudden, overly enthusiastic intruder. Completely unfazed by the interruption, Leon casually holds out his hand and requests a paper cup. Hari eagerly pours the tea, blissfully oblivious to the heavy conversation she just crashed into. She puffs her cheeks slightly, finally realizing she might have completely ruined a serious moment. Beatrice kindly greets her, recognizing the hard-working girl's earnest efforts. Hari beams with immense pride, thrilled to be acknowledged by such a gorgeous and elegant figure. Suddenly, the queen's eyes narrow as she senses something incredibly dangerous radiating from the young girl. A strong, volatile, fiery mana pulses around Hari, completely hidden beneath her innocent and clumsy exterior. Beatrice is deeply intrigued, instantly recognizing the raw, explosive potential of an exclusive skill. Leon smirks, easily catching on to the queen's sudden interest in his young subordinate. Hari jumps back in shock as Leon points directly at her with a commanding presence. He announces that from this moment on, her new assignment is to serve directly under Queen Beatrice. Hari's jaw drops, completely overwhelmed and terrified by the sudden, massive promotion. Wasting no time, Leon tosses her a practice sword, testing her combat readiness. She fumbles but frantically catches it, looking at him in utter confusion and panic. He commands her to immediately demonstrate her best sword technique for the queen's evaluation. Hari swallows her fear, gripping the hilt tightly as her expression shifts into deep concentration. She swings the blade downward with all her might, but her movements are clumsy and overly wide. Still, as the blade arcs through the air, a massive burst of searing fiery energy explodes from the weapon. The raging flames trail behind the blade, wild, untamed, and desperately lacking control. Leon watches her form silently, his sharp eyes analyzing every single flaw in her stance. Hari finishes her desperate swing, panting slightly as the dangerous fire dances aggressively around her. Leon bluntly points out that her swings are far too wide, wasting massive amounts of precious mana. Stepping forward with unmatched grace, the queen gently offers to demonstrate the proper, lethal way to wield fire. Hari watches eagerly, incredibly honored to receive a personal lesson from a legendary monarch. Beatrice gracefully grips the hilt of the sword, her entire demeanor shifting into that of a seasoned warrior. A brilliant, intensely concentrated aura begins to gather and swirl around the steel blade. Leon crosses his arms, watching the queen's absolute and flawless mastery over mana. Beatrice calmly explains that fire naturally wants to dissipate, so merely imbuing the sword and swinging blindly is a fool's gamble. Instead of a wild inferno, the flames around her condense tightly, forming a terrifyingly sharp, glowing edge. Hari is mesmerized by the sheer elegance and suffocating power radiating from the queen's effortless stance. With a swift, blindingly fast motion, Beatrice prepares to unleash the devastating energy. Rather than a wide, wasteful slash, Beatrice executes a lightning-fast, pinpoint thrust. The highly concentrated flames erupt forward like a deadly laser, piercing through the night air with catastrophic force. A massive shockwave violently ripples across the courtyard as the fiery beam obliterates everything in its path. Hari's eyes nearly bulge out of her skull in pure, unadulterated terror at the absurd destruction. Beatrice turns back with a sweet, innocent smile, gently asking if she understands how simple the technique is. Hari stands completely frozen, her mind utterly shattered by the realization that she is nowhere near that level. Later that night, the adrenaline of combat training is cruelly replaced by the soul-crushing reality of administrative work. Hari buries her face into her desk, crying pathetic tears of frustration over the endless mountain of accounting documents. Suddenly, a strange whirring noise makes her jump out of her seat, her heart racing in a sudden panic. Sir Yappy, the floating robotic supercomputer, descends perfectly onto her head like a mechanical savior. Hari sighs in massive relief, realizing her hyper-intelligent companion has arrived to handle the impossible math. She cheers him on with starry eyes, watching in absolute awe as Yappy processes the agonizing paperwork in mere seconds. Thrilled to have her exhausting workload cleared, she happily asks him to use his system to order her a proper maid uniform for her new servant duties. Yappy immediately accesses the internet's vast big data, running complex algorithms to calculate the most popular and optimal clothing choice. But blindly trusting the internet's search history proves to be a fatal mistake, as the screen displays a highly inappropriate, heavily censored cosplay outfit, leaving Hari's dignity and grave in absolute danger. The peaceful morning cityscape was soon interrupted by a gathering that no one expected. Heavy footsteps echoed across the pavement as the elite students made their arrival. Han Soho, an A-class prodigy from the Hunter Academy, stepped out of the transport with a confident smile. Right behind him was Kim Jae-yuk, quietly assessing the massive turnout for the day's event. As Soho walked toward the assembly, he couldn't help but reflect on the shocking events that had unfolded just a few days prior. It all started when the legendary Leon Hart King himself paid a sudden, unannounced visit to the Hunter Academy. Standing before the top-tier students with an imposing, unyielding aura, Leon made his intentions absolutely clear. He wasn't looking for mere soldiers, but true knights. The lecture hall was instantly filled with murmurs of sheer confusion. Some students immediately protested, proudly stating that their curriculum specialized heavily in modern combat and archery. But they quickly realized that their complaints meant absolutely nothing against his overwhelming presence. When Leon boldly mentioned teaching theology and divine laws, the skepticism in the room only grew stronger. The king didn't need words to prove his point. He simply raised his hand, summoning a blinding, pure, holy light. In a matter of seconds, he forcefully demonstrated the terrifying gap in their power. Bestowing a fraction of his divine energy onto a doubting student, the results were instantaneous. The boy erupted with newfound strength, screaming in absolute awe as holy power violently surged through his veins. Back in the present, the Academy's finest gathered outside their transport bus, still buzzing from that mind-bending revelation. They couldn't believe they were actually getting a chance to work alongside the Divine Guild. Even Cheon Soyeon, the famously prideful granddaughter of the Divine Sword Guildmaster, had shown up for the expedition. Despite her initial fury at being called a peasant by the king, even she couldn't resist the undeniable proof of his divine miracles. While they waited to move out, Jae-yuk pulled out his phone, bringing up the viral videos that had recently taken the world by storm. Suho glanced at the screen and immediately recognized his older sister Hari in the footage. The Pantheon channel was exploding in popularity, broadcasting impossible feats of survival using nothing but prayers. Suho smiled proudly, genuinely happy that his sister was finally finding massive success with the guild. He pictured her working diligently, handling highly important guild matters with grace and professionalism. In reality, Hari was currently trapped in a humiliating nightmare, forced into a highly revealing maid uniform by a robotic assistant. Trembling with sheer embarrassment, she stared down at herself in absolute horror. Sir Yappy, the relentlessly blunt AI, insisted that the outfit had a 99% satisfaction rate based entirely on big data. Completely unaware of the crisis inside, Suho and his classmates confidently approached the guild's entrance. With a wide, innocent grin, Suho decided to barge in and give his beloved sister a surprise visit. Inside the room, Hari had finally snapped, violently swinging a heavy vacuum attachment at the mechanical menace. The robot took the hit, beeping uselessly as she unleashed all her pent-up frustration. Suddenly, the heavy doors slid open without warning. Suho enthusiastically called out her name, fully expecting a warm and wholesome family reunion. Time seemed to stop completely as Hari froze in place, her eyes widening in pure panic. The silence in the room was deafening as the two siblings locked into the most awkward stare of their lives. Hari's face flushed a deep, agonizing crimson as the reality of being caught in a maid outfit by her little brother fully set in. Suho's brain completely short-circuited, absolutely unable to process what he was looking at. Desperate to salvage whatever dignity she had left, Hari clumsily tried to hide the robot behind her back. But Leon, furious at the disgraceful and unknightly display, immediately commanded her to change her clothes. Tears of shame pricked Hari's eyes as she hugged the metal drone, wishing the ground would just swallow her whole. Squatting down in pure, utter defeat, she let out a pathetic whimper while her brother tried to comprehend the trauma. With absolutely no other way to vent her extreme embarrassment, she hoisted Sir Yappy high above her head. With a scream of pure rage, she hurled the mechanical instigator straight into the sky. The reunion had devolved into a complete disaster, with Suho desperately trying to drag his wailing sister away, while Leon continued to relentlessly scold her. Despite the chaotic morning, the day's true challenges were still waiting for them. Far away on the coast of Jeju Island, a much more serious threat was rapidly brewing. A massive red gate had torn open in the middle of a deserted street, bleeding ominous, violent energy into the surrounding air. Heavy combat boots slammed against the pavement as elite reinforcements finally arrived on the scene. The Golden Lion Guild, notorious for their ruthless and heavily commercialized tactics, stepped out of their transport. Their leader, Huang Jemchiol, surveyed the disaster zone with a look of supreme arrogance. He clearly saw himself as the absolute savior of this operation, completely looking down on everyone else present. Backed by 40 of his heavily armed and seasoned hunters, he commanded the space like he already owned it. His smug smirk only grew wider when he spotted a very familiar, deeply hated face in the crowd. The man known as the traitor glared back, his expression instantly darkening with pure disgust. The tension between the two was palpable, years of bitter bad blood threatening to boil over in seconds. They stepped right up to each other, a silent war of intimidation threatening to completely derail the mission. The traitor viciously warned him not to cross the line, demanding a strict and fair cut of the raid's profits. But Jumchiol just mocked him flawlessly, knowing perfectly well that the traitor's financial situation was completely in ruins. With absolutely zero leverage to stand on, the traitor could do nothing but grind his teeth in helpless fury. Changing the subject, Jumchiol arrogantly demanded that the rival guild treat his men to a luxurious meal. Yuri, an S-class hunter from the Phoenix Guild, stood off to the side with her arms crossed in deep annoyance. She turned her head away, clearly disgusted by the childish bickering happening right in front of a catastrophic gate. With a sharp, icy tone, she reminded the grown men to start acting like actual professionals. Despite the heavy friction, they had assembled an incredibly powerful strike force for this breach. With 3 S-rank hunters leading the charge, they confidently stepped through the swirling red portal. Yuri maintained her calm, unbothered composure, fully expecting a standard routine dungeon clear. But the moment they crossed over, the traitor looked up, his face instantly draining of all color. The ground beneath their feet was completely covered in thick blood and brutally mutilated corpses. High-level armored hunters had been completely slaughtered, their broken bodies tossed aside like garbage. The elite strike team stood absolutely frozen in the desolate wasteland, realizing they had just walked blindly into a slaughterhouse. Heavy metallic breathing echoed through the dead silence, chilling the hunters to their very core. Blind panic immediately set in as the Golden Lion members realized they were facing something far beyond their capabilities. Emerging from the shadows was a towering, heavily armored juggernaut radiating a sickly, terrifying green aura. The monstrous knight raised a colossal battle hammer, ready to crush the new intruders into bloody dust. A glowing system window suddenly flashed before them, desperately issuing an emergency quest to save the remaining survivors. Ominous green flames flared from the knight's visor as Geovric, the honorable Lionheart's Grail Knight, locked onto his fresh prey. The system's clear condition finally updated, leaving them with one terrifying reality: defeat the magnificent Geovric, or perish. The mercenary leader broke out into a cold sweat as the towering figure approached. The knight's overwhelming aura pressured everyone in the vicinity, demanding to know why outsiders had harmed the royal military. He raised his massive warhammer, threatening that his next move depended entirely on their answer. Trying to regain his composure, the mercenary leader scowled, confused by the strange knight's words. He quickly tried to spin a lie, claiming the whole situation was just a massive misunderstanding. He insisted that the royal knight had attacked them first, leaving them no choice but to defend themselves. But before he could finish, the warhammer slammed into the ground with explosive force. The knight turned his wrath toward one of his own, furious at his impatience. The mercenary leader smirked, realizing this imposing figure might be more reasonable than he thought. He secretly rejoiced, thinking he could easily talk his way out of this. A sinister smile crept onto his face as he realized the situation was entirely in his favor. Stepping forward with renewed confidence, he prepared to assert his dominance. However, the knight's voice echoed out, cold and merciless, declaring that for an inferior mercenary to kill 6 soldiers of the kingdom was an unforgivable sin that demanded immediate retribution. Since 6 lives had been taken, the knight declared a brutal equivalent exchange. He hoisted his glowing warhammer, his killing intent suffocating the air. Meanwhile, far away from the bloodshed, a peaceful training facility sat quietly in the countryside. Leon and his prospective recruits arrived at the remote location, taking in the serene atmosphere. The students muttered among themselves, disappointed by the lack of modern facilities. They wondered out loud why everyone was just drinking plain water at the cafeteria. But their complaints quickly turned into pure horror as they witnessed the reality of the training grounds. Leon smirked at their pale faces, fully aware of the hellish sights unfolding before them. One student trembled violently, unable to process the absolute brutality of what he was seeing. They had stepped straight into the soldiers' training ground, where mercy didn't exist. Recruits were being pummeled mercilessly, blood flying as they were ordered to beat each other to a pulp. The sheer violence made the visiting students question if they were stuck in a nightmare. The soldiers had completely lost their minds, screaming for more power as they strangled their comrades. While the others were paralyzed by fear, Hari's eyes gleamed with a disturbing excitement. She cheerfully announced that they would soon get to experience this exact same hell. But then she paused, casually mentioning that the king had a completely different training manual for knights. Leon's imposing presence loomed behind the terrified students, his shadow swallowing them whole. He instructed his group to pause their observations and take their seats with the rest of the trainees. Staring down at the gathered hopefuls, he prepared to lay out his expectations. He announced that he was looking for the most talented among them to take in as his personal disciples. Ari eagerly took her place among the candidates, ready to prove her worth. Her heart raced at the thought of being personally trained by the king himself. Leon warned them that this was a rare honor, one they shouldn't take lightly. He scanned the crowd, noting their varied levels of determination and fear. His retainers watched from the sidelines, whispering prayers for the poor souls about to be tested. They knew firsthand the terrifying ordeal these recruits were about to endure. One recruit swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the king's words. Leon crossed his arms, his aura flaring as he declared he needed to test their skills firsthand. He ordered every single one of them to draw their weapons and attack him all at once. There was no time limit. The test would only end when the last one fell. Without hesitation, the entire group charged at him, hoping sheer numbers would give them an edge. Even Hari felt the pressure, realizing the monstrous gap in their power. Leon just smiled, a terrifying grin that promised absolute devastation. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of attackers was sent flying through the air. He moved like a phantom, effortlessly dodging their desperate strikes. With a single, devastating counter, he crushed the nearest student's guard, sending him crashing into the dirt. One by one, the recruits fell, painful welts rising on their heads from Leon's precise strikes. He barely broke a sweat, easily parrying their coordinated attacks with just his fingers. Groaning in pain, the fallen students struggled to even comprehend what had just hit them. The training ground quickly turned into a graveyard of defeated bodies. Leon stood tall amidst the fallen, deeply disappointed that none had even managed to land a scratch on him. The survivors knelt in the dirt, gasping for air, their spirits completely shattered. Even Hari sat defeated, a massive bump on her head serving as a painful reminder of her inadequacy. Despite their best efforts, the king's movements were simply on a completely different dimension. But amidst the slaughter, one attack finally caught his attention. A desperate strike pushed through his defenses, forcing him to react. Two students coordinated a flawless pincer movement, pushing their limits to close the gap. For the first time, Leon was forced to take a step back, acknowledging their sheer willpower. Hari seized the opening, launching herself into the air with a fierce battle cry. She threw everything she had into a single devastating punch aimed right at his face. The impact created a massive shockwave, kicking up a cloud of dust across the training ground. But as the dust cleared, Leon stood unfazed, having blocked the blow effortlessly. Hari gritted her teeth, pouring every ounce of her strength into the clash, refusing to back down. Another recruit followed up instantly, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes to keep the pressure on. Leon's eyes glowed with genuine excitement, thrilled that they were finally showing some real potential. He easily brushed them off but nodded in approval, praising their tenacity. With the brutal sparring session over, the exhausted recruit sat quietly, waiting for his judgment. Leon began his explanation, breaking down the massive difference between a mere soldier and a true knight. He stated that those who endured to the end would now aim for the level of a kingdom knight. He then outlined the 5 distinct levels of knighthood within his kingdom, ensuring they understood the impossible climb ahead. The first step was becoming a knight errant, a wandering warrior yet to be officially appointed. Next were the Kingdom Knights, those who had proven their worth and sworn loyalty to the crown. Above them stood the War Knights, the elite commanders who led the kingdom's forces into battle. Then came the Mission Knights, warriors who abandoned everything to wander the world in search of God's quest. Leon revealed that he too had once wandered for decades, enduring unimaginable hardships to complete his divine mission. Through that journey, he earned the blessing of Goddess Ariana, ascending to the legendary status of a Grail Knight. But even above that, there was the pinnacle. The Grail Guardian, the single knight who succeeded the King of the Lion Heart. His gaze hardened as he warned them that attempting to claim this title meant directly challenging his kingship, and anyone foolish enough to challenge the king would be executed on the spot without hesitation. However, He smirked, admitting that right now, in his weakened state, he was merely at the level of a Grail Knight. The students whispered in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this absolute monster could be considered weakened. Leon pondered for a moment when asked just how strong a Grail Knight truly was. His mind flashed back to the slaughter of the mercenaries, where he had decimated an entire squad without breaking a sweat. The mercenary leader who had thought him an easy target now lay completely defeated in the dirt. Leon simply smiled, knowing that the true strength of a Grail Knight was a terror they couldn't even begin to grasp. A sharp gasp escapes her lips as she abruptly wakes up in a bed of hay. She violently grabs her heavily bandaged head, a crushing headache making the room spin. Pure frustration sets in as she realizes her memories of the past day are completely gone. Suddenly, a gentle voice breaks the tension and she turns to see a woman with a warm smile. The stranger introduces herself as Hildir, a powerful shaman of the hidden Woodsling tribe. Hildir softly explains how she bravely defended their people from the kingdom's ruthless slaughter. Before she can process this, a massive figure pushes his way through the tent flaps. It's Huang Jumcheol, looking exhausted but deeply relieved to see his comrade finally awake. He admits they barely managed to escape with their lives. Though her mind is still drawing a blank, desperate for answers, she begs him to explain how they survived such an impossible situation. Jumcheol's expression darkens as he recalls the terrifying moment the ground exploded beneath them. He shivers, remembering how they had no choice but to run as the enemy's massive spell failed. But their nightmare was far from over, as the enemy forces completely overran the battlefield. It wasn't just ordinary foot soldiers. A monstrous, unstoppable knight was hunting them down. The towering juggernaut smashed through everything, chasing them relentlessly without a drop of fatigue. The sheer memory of that towering beast sends a cold, horrifying chill straight down her spine. Jumcheol reveals that during the chaotic retreat, she took a direct, brutal hit from the monster's hammer. Hearing this, the true weight of her near-death experience finally begins to sink in. She had been teetering on the edge of death, saved only by the tribe's desperate intervention. Hildir steps closer, explaining how she used her ancient shamanic magic to forcefully pull her back. The enemy they faced, Geovric, wields a horrific curse that completely shuts down bodily regeneration. To counter his dark magic, Hildir had to directly imprint glowing, restorative runes onto her skin. These ancient tribal markings forcibly reversed the curse, allowing her shattered body to finally heal. Realizing the sheer power of this tribal magic, she stares at her shoulder in absolute awe. With her strength slowly returning, she pushes herself out of bed to join the others. Inside the grand central tent, the tribal leaders and hunters gather with solemn, heavy expressions. Chief Beldy steps forward, his scarred face holding the heavy burden of a dying people. He recounts the horrific tragedy of the kingdom's army branding them as heretics and slaughtering their kin. Despite their fierce resistance, 3 entire tribes were burned to the ground and utterly annihilated. Pushed to the very brink of extinction, they had no choice but to beg the gods for salvation. The heroes had answered their desperate prayers, but the reality of the battlefield was grim. Jumcheol angrily admits that the enemy boss is absurdly overpowered, brushing off their strongest attacks. Geovric's demonic armor easily withstands the direct full-force charge of a giant bull. Worse still, his dark aura instantly regenerates any damage, healing his undead army as long as he lives. The only attack that even managed to scratch him was a specialized strike designed to pierce armor. The team quickly realizes that raw power is useless. They desperately need armor ignoring abilities to win. Hearing their frantic strategy, Hildir's eyes suddenly light up with a game-changing realization. She pulls up the system, proudly revealing their tribe's ultimate buff, Mazer's Molar Marking. This powerful rune drastically shreds enemy armor while massively boosting the user's raw physical strength. Knowing they finally have a fighting chance, Chief Beldy bows deeply in immense gratitude. The tense atmosphere shifts into sheer determination as the hunters prepare to end this slaughter once and for all. Beldy swears that, if they defeat the monster, the tribe will forever be in their debt. Meanwhile, far away from the bloodshed, a majestic white horse gallops under the bright sun. Leon has brought his elite academy cadets to a sprawling, peaceful ranch on Jeju Island. The young cadets eagerly lean over the fences, their eyes sparkling as they admire the beautiful animals. Leon watches them closely, knowing that a knight's true strength lies in the bond with their steed. He flashes a confident smile as the nervous but excited ranch owner rushes over to greet him. The owner is absolutely sweating bullets, deeply honored to have the king himself visit his humble land. Leon cuts straight to the chase, declaring that he is here to find a warhorse worthy of the battlefield. The cadets gasp in awe, realizing they are about to witness the king choose his loyal companion. The owner proudly boasts about his top-tier breeding stock, raised from legendary champion bloodlines. Leon listens intently, knowing that a horse's spirit matters just as much as its impressive lineage. He turns to his cadets, ordering them to step forward and find a beast that resonates with their soul. Thrilled by the command, the young knights scatter into the fields to forge their lifelong bonds. The ranch owner bows deeply, promising to assist the young warriors in any way possible. Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere shifts as the elegant queen makes her grand, stunning entrance. Leon steps forward with flawless grace, taking her hand like a true gentleman. She smiles warmly, playfully noting that she could never ignore a personal invitation from His Majesty. Her loyal maid follows closely behind, visibly exhausted from getting dragged into another royal outing. Even the wild horses seem to pause, captivated by the overwhelming aura of the royal duo. Leon guides the queen through the sprawling pasture, carefully evaluating every single horse they pass. The two share a quiet, intimate moment as they stroll across the sunlit fields. With a knowing smile, Leon confidently points toward a specific animal that caught his sharp eye. It's a magnificent, towering black steed, radiating an intense aura of pure nobility and strength. The queen is instantly charmed, completely trusting Leon's flawless judgment. Watching this romantic scene, the maid silently hopes she gets to pick a cute, adorable pony for herself. She spots a gentle white horse in the distance, already imagining herself riding it gracefully. But Leon abruptly shatters her dreams, coldly pointing her toward a massively bulky, muscular workhorse. The poor maid's face instantly drops into a look of absolute pure horror. Completely ignoring her silent screams of betrayal, Leon effortlessly turns his attention back to the queen. Tears stream down the maid's face as she realizes she's stuck with the terrifying, battle-hardened beast. With complete gentlemanly elegance, Leon gently helps the queen mount her magnificent dark steed. The maid is left absolutely miserable, forced to awkwardly stare down the massive animal assigned to her. The queen sits gracefully atop the horse, looking every bit the regal ruler she is. But the peaceful moment is violently shattered when an agent suddenly sprints across the grass in pure panic. He holds out a ringing phone, an urgent emergency call directly from the Hunter Association president. Leon takes the device, his relaxed expression instantly hardening into a cold, deadly glare. The president's voice shakes with fear as he desperately begs the king for immediate assistance. A catastrophic dungeon break is imminent, and the entire nation is on the verge of total collapse. Leon brutally rejects the plea, refusing to act as a simple cleaner for their pathetic mistakes. The president frantically tries to keep him on the line, knowing Leon is their only chance of survival. Desperate, he drops a massive bombshell, revealing the terrifying identity of the approaching dungeon boss. The monster is a corrupted knight, twisting the sacred name of the goddess of life and abundance. Hearing his beloved goddess mocked by the monstrous Geovric, Leon's eyes ignite with an unstoppable, murderous fury.